Starting. Good morning, America. How are you? Good morning, everywhere else, too.
Ahoy, hoy.
Hey, what up?
Chilling. Hey, Democ, something interesting for you. I don't know if you know this or not, but I came across this yesterday. Did you know that they limit the flight path height in New Zealand to 13,000 feet above mean sea level?
Oh,
Literally, you can go to New Zealand airspace, the CAA, their government website, and it says New Zealand QNH says zones extend from the surface of the Earth to 13,000 feet above mean sea level, AMSL. They incorporated geographical areas that normally have similar barometric, blah blah blah. But it's just interesting because the standard flight path height for passenger planes is 35,000 feet. So why, when they get to New Zealand, Australia, do they get limited to 13,000 feet above sea level?
because the temperature of the air is like space, and then when you get closer to those areas, like isn't that close to like Antarctica too? New Zealand and or am I wrong?
Well, it depends on what model or proponent we're discussing. Right now, all
Oh,
I'm
that's
trying to
true.
put forward for observation is that, in fact, if it was a globe and there was a consistent, well, it was a consistent ball, then the flight path height shouldn't be limited anywhere on that ball. It should be consistent 35,000 feet observed everywhere. But yet we have a government website, New Zealand's government website, limiting the height flight path to 13,000 feet above sea level. I'm wondering why, because that's less than half what is normally observed.
And Colorado is supposed to be the mile high place, like the one that's supposed to be above other places, right? And they don't do it for Colorado. So something fishy got to be going on, like definitely. Yeah,
It's almost like
exactly.
it's almost like the ceiling is lower above New Zealand than it
Right.
is. Mm-hmm.
Or the ability for them to stay afloat at that elevation right there.
Mm-hmm. And it's just a question. It's literally a question that I have for any glober, right? And you guys can come in and just put together an explanation as to why. It's a question I have. Why is the flight height path limited to 13,000 feet above New Zealand if, in fact, this place is, in fact, a ball? I'd love to hear from somebody
Right.
on that.
and it's supposed to say 35,000 feet away from a certain pressure or a certain altitude above sea level, which would be a certain psi, a couple inches, whatever, from that location, that reference frame, going in a circle.
Now,
Yeah.
here's the thing. I can post this excerpt from the New Zealand Airport Authority, we'll call them. And then we can post this model, which matches the encyclopedia definition from 1958, which shows a graphical illustration of the potential that the ceiling is limited at 13,000 feet above the latitude 80 degrees, which is exactly where New Zealand would be. But apparently we don't have a model that works, but yet we have a claim that fits their authority. Interesting.
So is New Zealand, is so the 80 a different location on different maps? What's the same about that location on all the maps? Is there anything that's the same about those locations, like the temperature differential or anything like that?
I don't know. I don't know. But I can say, and I say this respectfully, that I don't know how temperature would affect the cruising altitude of a plane, or the temperature would affect the cruising height of a plane.
Well, I mean, I'm just one. I mean, that's the thing that's got me curious. Like, I wonder how easy it is to fly a helicopter in Antarctica versus the desert versus like a cool breezy place.
I'm gonna throw up one more. Of course, I'm gonna go to the moon map for this.
I mean, what's the air resistant ability? I think the temperature has to do with the ability for the air potential to resist, or you know what I mean, for you to rise above on it.
Yeah, but like it's the idea of that affecting something by a difference of 20,000 feet. That's pretty substantial. I'm like, how do you tie?
Yeah,
How do you even tie
yeah,
a refraction to a 20,000 degree, a 20,000 foot mistake, or difference in
yeah. That's
mistake? Sorry.
crazy. Well, not only that, you're supposed to be able to fly to 60,000 feet in the Concorde and the SR-71. So how low do they gotta fly? Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
So like if they can withstand up to a certain height, and that's the max they can go. If they only can go 35,000 feet, something ain't right. Or it depends on the elevation of the land itself above the ocean. Now, if that land is like super, super, super high, it's weird, man. It's weird. I don't know. I'm trying to think about it. Yeah, it's what I've been pointing out too. Like the elevation or the pressure, like around a ball, it's supposed to be even as you go down around, but they're showing you now it's not even, and it's great. I love it.
Well, even if we take your dartboard idea that you talked about, right? We take the bullseye being the North Pole, and then south is literally observed as the out of bounds ring all around, like the low point spots on the dartboard, the out of bound areas. Now that is where New Zealand potentially would be, right? The lowest spot, the out of bounds spot. I'm not saying New Zealand is out of bounds, but New Zealand is the closest spot, the Bass Strait, that coast off of Australia, where in fact the ceiling is claimed to be getting even lower. I'd be also curious to know if like a Concorde routinely or did routinely fly down to Australia, New Zealand.
Lower spot. Okay, so you think it's a low? I was thinking it was a higher elevation to force you to not be able to go any higher than the land you're above because it's so high itself.
Nah, I'm
So
gonna get a
you're saying,
picture.
okay, I got you. I got you.
I'm gonna get a map to help kind of illustrate this better. Hold up. Hold up. Let me search it.
You mean lower orientation, not elevation from the fucking water, right? Like you mean the area on the map itself, right?
Hang on, let me get a map. I'll explain more further. Give me a second.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, the beach limit was visible. Could it be to limit your visibility?
Do what is it?
Sorry,
The
book.
limit?
The limit, yeah, the limit of your limit of visibility.
Oh, no, I'm saying the limit of your height ability, like to
No,
be
no,
able
no.
to
I'm
get in the
saying that limit the height so that people won't see further out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Fly at that elevation so you can only see to a certain distance. I got you. So you can't see past. I got you, 100%. I see what you're saying now. To control what you're seeing out of the plane. Yeah, that makes sense too. I got you, 100%. But our
That's
thing is
interesting.
like if you're
Because
right, but if you're
like real
supposed to,
quick on that idea, Democ, is that what Book is saying is like imagine you were able to gain further altitude, go higher up, and potentially be able to see further out. That's an interesting point.
well, 100%, what would you see is the question.
Exactly.
So if you went to 60,000 feet over New Zealand, oh shit, you might be able to see something no one's seen so far.
Well, and that was my thought, was like taking something like the Go Fast rocket that they launched, not the Falcon 9, because that's obviously like an Elon Musk controlled thing, but to get a Go Fast rocket, launch that to altitude off of a place like New Zealand and get to see or see what we see. Because the Go
What if,
Fast rocket, when it was launched, you got to see the sun and the moon all as it was spinning around in the air. Sorry, Democ, please go ahead, man.
no, you're 100%. Any kind of reference or anything you could point it towards, at, or whatever, yeah. Yep. And you want to have the elevation thing too, because you want to know how high it can go. Because if it can only go to a certain height, that would be fucking weird too. Like if it stopped at 13,000 feet or something, wouldn't that be freaky if it was like, doop?
Okay. I found the picture. I was looking to help orient us or orientate us. All right. So, based on that location of Australia, pointed out in the top there, New Zealand would be just off to the right of where Australia is pointed out, if you reference that on the moon. So, from a standpoint of where that low ceiling would be, that's where it would start to come down if it were in fact a dome, right? It would start to close down on the outer edges, on the outer ring. So the idea that the ceiling would be lower by Australia and New Zealand does in fact match the claim. Would in fact also match the definition again pointed in the encyclopedia in 58.
In that 1954 Encyclopedia Britannica or whatever that is, it says the dome starts at 13,000 feet somewhere. So that is weird.
It's pretty cool. It's a really interesting. It's an interesting thing. I love it. French cat, not even in the chat, but he's got the nerve to say, "Look nothing like IRL, but that's your thing, bro." Because you can claim what IRL looks like. Mm-hmm. Anyways, again, this is just speculation and thought, potentialities, etc.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the factors. That's one. That's yeah, the distance, what you could see, because you're dealing with yeah. They don't want you to see certain shit. And man, that distance, that's weird. I mean, that elevation. And then if there's any other countries around there that might not want us to be peeking on them, you never know. That is weird though. So as opposed to being able to go, what, 5 miles or 10 miles up, they can only go, what, 2, 3, 2? One and a half miles? Like, what the fuck? So they're only going like a mile or two in the sky, right? What kind of stars would you be able to line up?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Izzy, what's
Weird.
going on?
Hi.
Hello.
Andy, could you read my message? Andy,
What? What was that?
my voice. Andy,
Yeah.
can you answer my call, please, and not ignore me?
Yeah, I was making a brew.
No excuses. It's not good enough.
Outed by by Earth Awakening.
Hey, question. Anyone listening?
I'm listening. Hopefully, I can reply. Hopefully.
Well, no, it's a simple question. I was just wondering if anybody's due to explore Earth.
If anybody wants to explore Earth, would you?
Well, that too. But no, if anybody's heard of the username Explore Earth.
Oh no. I'm not familiar with that username. Explore Earth. I think I've heard it actually. Somebody mentioned that, but no, sorry, dude. Not really familiar with that username.
No worries.
Is it a person that like comes on this channel?
Yeah, I got no idea. I just got a friend's invite, so I don't normally accept invites from people that I don't know.
Right. Okay. Copy that. Nah, dude, I ain't got that person. But the name does sound familiar. It really does.
No, but I was thinking about that New Zealand thing. Can you hear me or no?
Mike sounds like shit, dude.
D Mike, I think you're too close, maybe to the mic or something.
The wind is really, really bad. So for 3 points, the elevation thing and what you can see, hell yeah, it's a damning factor. They say the wind gets really crazy, so they got to be careful. And then the temperature and stuff like that. So if they go up too high, they can be caught in that super wind, and it'll take them where they don't want to be. Plus, it's like weird and mountainous. But yeah, so the elevation has to do with the wind. They don't want to get caught up in, you know what I mean, the rotational wind, I think. And then, the other person said about how high when you go out you can see more, because New Zealand is like the last place we discovered. Like all the people that like went discovering shit, like New Zealand was one of the last spots. So it's like the most unknown spot, I guess, supposedly. So those are 3 key factors. And it's far as hell. I mean, it's a really far flight, right? I mean, being the farthest
What are you guys
point of
talking
land.
about?
New Zealand, you have to stay. You know, when I said about the elevation around the ball versus flat, well, what's his name came in and he said that above New
Oh yeah,
Zealand
I
they
heard
got to
that.
stay, yeah, 13,000 feet.
13,000. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it would be something weird like that above Colorado. That's what I was trying to picture, because Colorado is supposed to be a high position, mountains or whatever above the other terrain. So I was thinking that about Colorado personally, but the idea that it's in New Zealand and not Colorado is weird, but it makes sense. It does make sense. Yeah, why do you got to stay below or at 13,000 feet, but you can go to 70,000 feet in other places, or 35,000 feet regular commercial flight? You know what I mean? What do you think? wonder how that worked back in the day too, when you only see 3 to 6 miles. You know what I mean? You see a couple miles in front of you, and you're like, "Oh, new land, yeah!" And then be like an island, and be like 1,000 islands in a row, and you see water, and be like, "Yeah, okay, that land's a pretty good size." And you keep going every 3 miles, 6 miles. You're like, "New land!" That's fucking crazy because you only see so far in your boat. They had no helicopters, no planes, and nothing. They're like every three miles or so, they'd be like, "New land!" And we've discovered a new place. Imagine a drunk, blind pirate sailor, or just messed up vision. You got him in the crow's nest. He's like, "I don't see nothing. I see all kinds of stuff." He's like seeing mirages and stuff, and they're like, "New land." That sucked to be the scout on the first boat ever to find new land. I'd be like, "What are we looking for?"
All right, guys. All right, what's up? How we doing?
Yeah, I just got a question for y'all. So this live stream one thing on the server it's basically listening to what we're saying, and who is listening on the other side?
Sorry, what was the question? It goes to YouTube and Twitch and Rumble, maybe.
Okay, so it's being displayed somewhere else, pretty much, like to YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, we had mad people watching yesterday.
Okay, I see. So are you saying that somebody can just go on YouTube and then they can see the server, basically?
Yeah,
I didn't even know that y'all had a YouTube channel here. Wow. Earth Awakening.
yeah, we're streaming on YouTube. Shout out to all the YouTube people. We be getting like 20, 30, 40 people watch on YouTube sometimes.
That's what's up. Oh shit.
Yeah, we had the biggest, one of the biggest YouTube, our biggest YouTube things going. No one else gets. I don't think anyone else gets like numbers like that as far as the servers that are open all the time.
Right.
Like, yeah, somebody might do a show in a server and they get a lot of views, but I mean, we're just like consistent. People love us.
Right.
We the best on some DJ Khaled shit.
Facts. Oh shit! I'm
Another
actually
one.
looking at the YouTube live right now. Wow, it's pretty cool. It shows who's talking at the moment, then it shows the chat as well.
Yeah, Chetty, we're pretty new with our shit.
Did not even know this existed.
The outgoing
Yeah,
product
we're
is
on.
polished. It gets uploaded, like clipped. Each episode will get hosted on the YouTube page, and then Geo will put up another recording, and it just keeps rolling through, and he numbers all the episodes. Shows well, man. It's good for going. If you have a good conversation with somebody, you can always go back, clip it out, publish it yourself on your own platform if you have one.
Yeah, tons of
Wow.
people use these clips. Essie uses them. Leaky uses them. I think Larry started using them.
I use them.
Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Killian's mom.
It's true. Oh no,
I was gonna do that last night, but I forgot.
dude. As long as
Yeah, but we're
as long as Kosho doesn't start shouting out my mom, it's all good. If Kosho starts talking about my mom, I'm gonna have a problem.
We're on Twitch and some other shit too, though, bro. Like we're on a Geo got us all over the map over here.
Nice.
So there's like Twitch, I think Rumble or something. What are the things? I don't know. He's got us on things. We're out there.
YouTube is definitely a big one. YouTube and Rumble. Oh, I see YouTube. I see Odysee, Rumble, Telegram. Yeah, Twitch.
I'm guessing we probably get the most viewers on YouTube. I don't know if anyone even watches on those other things. It might. I've never even opened them.
Yeah.
What do we got today? Was it an exciting night last night or what?
Dude, I fucking tripped out on shrooms last night, bro. So yeah.
Did you really? Nice.
Yeah, bro. I didn't even want to take that much, but all my friends took a lot, and I ended up taking the same amount as them. And I don't know if any of y'all have ever done it, but you know, it's fucking trippy.
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
I'll never do them again. But you should do them and come in here and have Zanuck explain to you how the universe works.
Oh boy, that's
Oh,
a
you're
good
on
one.
shrooms.
What the hell?
You know what? The funny thing about it was, I wanted to be on the Discord channel for some reason when I was tripping out. I'm like, yo, I think it'd be great to talk or listen to y'all.
So how much did you end up doing? Because it's like getting not peer pressured, but a group influence to do a heroic dose. That could be catastrophic.
So this is my 5th time doing it, and instead of actual physical shrooms, it was in the form of a like little plastic, like a little dab plastic, and one of those little dab plastics is like 3-4 grams of shrooms. So we took 2 of them. Yeah, we took 2 of them. So they were telling me, yo, it's like 6-7 grams you just took or whatever. But nah, dude, they're my best friends. Like we're not trying to like overdose on anything.
Crazy.
Yo, this guy sounds like Noah's way more chill little brother.
Yeah, it could be it if Noah had a little
Right.
brother.
This is Noah's little brother. He's way more chill. Yeah.
Uh,
That's funny.
also, Noah be tripping out too.
No, just the sound of your voice.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, that was my night, dog. That was my night.
I don't know, but I'll be waking up asleep sometimes. When I wake, I'll
Jesus
wake up.
Christ,
I'm so
Gemma.
damn tired. What?
Oh, you wake up tired. Okay.
Yeah, it was
I don't
fun.
know. You be saying crazy shit.
It was a joke, Jeremy. I said I wake up asleep, and I laughed.
You told me
That you
shadows
think-
outshine light yesterday or some shit, so I don't know.
No, I said no. I didn't say nothing like that. Repeat it right. I said a shadow is light outshining itself. A shadow
Oh, my bad.
is hold on, not your bad. Repeat it right. A shadow is the light outshining itself. Light. Have you ever made a shadow puppet on the wall, Jeremy, where the whole wall's lit up, the whole room's lit up, but you got a shadow still there? How do you think that exists in all that light? Because it is light. How do you think you could have a shadow in an all black room, Jeremy? I mean, if you could demonstrate that to me that you can have a shadow without light, I'd be more than happy to fucking see that.
Okay,
Then if you
carrying
don't,
on. All right.
well, I mean,
Where were we?
reality, right?
How much shrooms did you eat last night?
We were on demonstrations of a shadow puppet. Now we're going to eat mushrooms because we're going to get away from reality. We're going to run to mushroom eating. Go ahead.
That's basically what I did. Yeah, I got away from reality for like 10 hours.
No, you
Did you make
didn't,
any
because the
shadow
mushroom was
puppets when you were
real.
on shrooms?
You didn't run from reality. You're still here.
Oh yeah, when I sobered up, yeah, reality definitely came back. But the cool thing was where I was kind of a little bit away from the city, so there was way less light pollution, and I could kind of see a little bit more stars where I was at, and the clouds. You know, since I was tripping out, the clouds did not look natural. None of the clouds above my head looked like naturally formed clouds. That might be weird to say, but that's just what I saw, to be honest. But, you
You
know,
said
I'm tripping out on shroom.
you
Sure, go
said
ahead.
the clouds were unnatural shape. Is that what you said? I didn't hear you right.
Yes, to me, they all look like literally. I listen, guys. I was tripping out on shroom, but I saw the clouds up there. It looked like copy and pasted clouds above my head. I know it sounds
Oh,
ridiculous,
I see
but
what you're saying. That's the opposite of what I thought. Okay, I
yeah,
got you.
yeah, straight up in real life, looked like copy and pasted clouds above my head. And then all of my other friends said the same thing.
Well, a cloud design is a cloud design. Like when you look at cotton balls, they're probably not perfectly like each other, but they appear to be, right? They seem like they look like they are,
Yeah,
but they're not. Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Adam, what are you doing with it? What are you doing over there? What are you doing? Get a photo.
I think you're hot micing, Jeremy.
You know what I think I really saw too? I just saw a whole bunch of chemtrails coming down, to be honest.
Is this why you were Sherman or something?
This is when I was sober. I look up in the sky, I see the plane going above, dispersing the chemtrail, and then like 7 hours later, like that chemtrail got bigger and closer, pretty much. You know, it's coming back down to Earth. Hey, yeah, that's definitely real. Like, you don't gotta be tripping out to see that. You just look up and see it.
You got the Little League World Series game today, Pacific Standard noon. Team kind of.
Who's
It's El
who's playing?
Segundo. El Segundo, California team won. Yeah, they were kind of over by me, so.
Hmm.
Well, weren't you guys showing that little El Segundo? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I like that name. I don't know why. El Segundo. It's like I thought. I seen those toys come out, Gundam, and I was like, "Is that it? What? What? No." Yeah, I guess they do. I guess they do have Gundam on the toy, but I just thought it was weird. Then I was like, okay, different language. I got it.
I was just watching this video on this nice family. They bought a house for $1 out in Italy. Fucking thick. It's pretty amazing.
Are they doing all right? They didn't have any hard times or anything, did they?
No, they're doing good from like at least what it looks like. I don't really follow them that closely, but I've watched a few of their videos, and I guess they ended up buying like an olive orchard like 10 minutes away from the house they got, and it looks like it's a pretty big property. They've got like over 150 different types of trees, including the olive trees, but they're right on the coast, and I don't know, man. It looks like a really interesting life.
Long as you don't got to do no crazy set rules or anything. I mean, it seems like it'd probably be pretty cool. There's a lot of abandoned property, man, that could be turned into something good. You ever seen like some of the places they let get run down, or like the old abandoned Route 66, like the whole way, like it's fucking like everything's abandoned on it.
Yeah, I've been out that way. Yeah, they've got a couple towns out there like Trona, California. It's kind of like
Yeah,
yeah, they've filmed Kill Bill out there, like that old ass creepy church in the movie. The whole
yeah,
town
yeah.
was a mining town that ended up like just kind of going to shit, dude. And you can get a house for like dirt cheap, but like who the fuck in their right mind would want to live there, you know? So this is a little different. This is like a beautiful town in Sicily. I think there's like 9 different provinces or whatever areas that they're doing it in. They're just kind of like I think they've been doing it since 2008, but nonetheless, it's just a different pace of life out there. Like they've got, I think they call it siesta or something, where between like 12 and 2, everything shuts down. Like all the work factories and majority of the businesses shut down, and everybody like eats and takes a nap, and then like goes back to work for like another few hours, and then they've got like 2 months out of the year where everything shuts down, and everybody like pretty much goes on vacation mode. It's just a different
Yeah,
pace
that's
of life
fucking
over there.
dope, dude.
Yeah,
Italy? You
Makes
talking about
sense.
Italy?
yeah,
You
Italy.
talking about Italy?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Italy?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, they be doing nap time and shit for adults, bro. That's fire right there.
Yeah,
I could
bro,
fuck
they
with
got-
that.
They do that stuff in a lot of different places in Europe. It's the whole idea of working to live versus living to work. Right? It
right.
instills a zest for life that can't be beat. You speak to anybody from South America, like even like Bacon and whatnot, and they just seem to have a different vibe to us stuck up here in the northern hemisphere. So it's a
Yeah,
bit.
it's a totally different pace of life out there. Like I spent 3 weeks in Italy, dude. It was an awesome time. And I don't know, I've always like wanted to go back, but I haven't made it back yet. But yeah, dude, it's just we just work our fucking asses off over here, dude. And then like have really nothing to show for at the end of the day because inflation.
Yeah, this is obnoxious. This is absolutely obnoxious.
Yeah, bro. I'm dreading tomorrow, dude. I don't want to go back to work, dude.
No shit.
Sunday scaries.
Scary Sundays. I've always hated Sundays even since I was a kid because when you're a kid, it's like, all right, back to school. It's like, fuck, really?
Yeah, bro. I don't know who the fuck thought of a 5-day work week, dude, but they should be beaten.
I'm telling you, I heard they tried to put a bill in Congress or something for a 32-hour work week.
Yeah, I'm definitely signing that, bro.
I mean, is it not going to be the same pay, or because that's not going to work?
Bro, but who's even
As they're
working
barely,
40 hours a week? 40 hours a week would be like a vacation for me.
we're barely making it. I know we're barely making it on 40 hours. Most people got to work 48 or something.
Bro, I work 80-hour weeks regardless, no matter what.
That's it. Stop being lazy, bro. Come on.
That's the minimum.
Dude, I'm working
Uh,
right now. Yeah, I've
What?
worked. I'm generally working anywhere between 8 hours to 14 hours a day, dude, and it's just too much, bro.
Yeah, I work 8 hours in accounting, then I'll go out and cut grass for 3 hours and then come back and work another 4 hours for accounting. So I'll get done at like 2 o'clock in the morning and then go to bed and wake up again and start it all over at 8.
Yeah, and for the most part, I'm working more than 8 hours a day. I'll tell you that much, bro.
Yeah, and if I'm not cutting grass, then I'm training doing soccer training. So there's another, it's 3 hours of a side hustle Monday through Friday each day, with the exception of Thursday. Thursday I get to play. I get to play soccer and hockey. So every other day is just a work day. Too many hours.
They say they say it's like over 60% of Americans have less than $500 of safety money sitting there in case something happens.
that's crazy, bro. I got way more than that, and I still don't feel safe with my safety money.
No, right?
I got way more than that.
And the funny thing is, half those people that only have 500 in their bank account are driving like a brand new car and all that kind of shit. Louis.
Yeah, that's to that car.
Yeah, bro. We're getting fucking raked over the coals here, dude, for sure. That's why I'm fucking banking on crypto, bro. You know?
The streets could have been made of gold, but fucking Dyslow won't go to his gold mine. Get that streets
Yeah,
paved
dude.
with gold over here.
I just paid my annual assessment dues, bro. Fucking $500. I'm just like, God damn, dude. This is like the most expensive paperweight I've ever owned.
Yeah, bro, it's funny. Like, I know so many people that are like, I'm broke, I have no money. Like, if anything happened, they would literally just be like, wouldn't know what to do. They'd have to go like into debt to get fucking tires on their car or something like that, you know? But then they have a car that's less than a year old and a computer that's less than a year old and fancy shit. And it's like, bro, what are you people doing? What are you doing? Like, my newest car is 10 years old.
They probably got like mad subscriptions and shit, and they're going to Dunkin' and eating out every day with DoorDash,
Yeah.
shit like that. Like, yeah.
100%. Like, that's my sister-in-law. She complains about being broke, single mom, blah blah blah. But she gets
While she's
Grubhub like
drinking a
every single day.
Yeah, while she's drinking a $7 Starbucks drink.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
And then, bro, I got so upset one time because she was going off on like my wife, and I could hear her talking, and she was like, "You and your husband are just privileged, blah blah blah. You don't have to deal with what I have to deal with." And I'm like, "Oh, I came flying out of my office. I was like, privilege." At the time, I was driving like a 20-year-old like rusty pickup truck. I'm like, "Bitch, I just paid fucking cash for a rusty ass pickup truck 10 years ago that I still drive, and I make 3 times what you fucking make, and you got all this new shit, and we're fucking privileged? No, we have nice shit because we save our fucking money and we're smart about shit." Like, I got so fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Some people don't get it. It's like, I don't have to work all these side jobs. I just do it so that we can keep stacking money, man. You never know what's gonna fucking happen.
I know. I wish I had more money stacked up.
Telling you, man, just buy some crypto, bro. This is not financial advice, by the way.
I wish someone had told me as a kid, like, yo, every $100 you put into this thing, you can get $1 a month on it, or something close to that. 200, in between 100 and 200 bucks, you get $1 a month. I would be sitting pretty right now.
You know what I'm saying?
We
Yep.
were all told about shit like that, but we all thought we knew it all and didn't need to do it until we were in our late 20s or early 30s. Pretty sure we were all told that, though.
The best thing I ever heard was in 1998. My buddy said to me, he walked into class, an architectural class, and he looked at a few of us and he's like, guys, buy shares in Google. You'll thank me later. We're all like, yeah, whatever.
So yeah, I just bought $200 of Verizon. That's just $1 a month.
You say Verizon?
Yeah, $200. $200 gets you $1 a month.
You getting those divvies? Those dividends?
Yeah, like, you know how much shit I've wasted $200 on? I've been rolling in it right now, just having all my money taken in. There was a point when I was making 2 G's a month off crypto, off passive crypto income. That was fucking dope. I actually quit my job for like a year because I was like, oh, I'm fucking great. I only make 2 G's at my job. I should have kept working, stacking chips up. I needed to be a stay-at-home dad though.
Crypto market, I know it kind of went on. I know it crashed, kind of, but I believe like Bitcoin is still going back up now. A couple other coins are going back up.
Yeah, dude, big shit's happening, bro. Telling you, dude, that switch is gonna get flipped here real soon. You got the Fed now, you got the ISO 22, you got all sorts of things happening, bro.
Oh yeah, they're also catching up with the tax stuff. I got a lot of friends. They made some pretty large amount of money, and they're all afraid of the taxes that's gonna come hit them. Especially if you, yeah.
I think the BRICS just had a big meeting. Like, all that's like a major driving factor to like push this shit through as quick as possible, dude.
Yep. Yeah. You know what's insane? The IRS, excuse me, they sent me a letter and it showed all my transactions that I did, and they fucked up. They pretty much added all the transactions I did. So if I withdrew or I bought in, they were adding those up, and then they said, "Hey, you did like X amount of money in transactions, so you owe this much in taxes." And I was like, "Dude, they have no idea what they're doing right now." But eventually, yeah, once they catch up with all this shit, it's not gonna be as good for us. Yo, the
What else?
live stream text chat for this channel is insane, bro. This shit is like straight popping off.
The text chat and Discord, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. They stay banging it out in there.
yeah, they are fucking straight banging it out. Word. I just can't do all that typing. It's a little tough for me.
This crypto stuff you guys are talking about, the BRICS meeting, I think Dice Low is onto something about with this crypto stuff, because the Indian prime minister, man that has, over 1 billion people, he said that he wants the cryptocurrency to be like kind of internationalized all over the world. So, yep, it's coming.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that whole speech he gave, dude, a couple days ago.
Yep.
Kind of creepy, but yeah.
So that's their new weapon against the dollar is going to be cryptocurrency. So that's it. It appears that's where the countries that don't want to be like immune, like they want to be immune to sanctions from the United States. So that seems what the driving force is behind this. So that's a strong driving force.
So would you say that's gonna lower the value of the dollar even more, the U.S. dollar?
Overnight. Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
The thing is, though, that you can repair this, because right now most people don't trust this brick dollar thing, right? They might want to do it, but the US dollar has security. People know that if they have a dollar, they can exchange it tomorrow anywhere without problems. So it might not happen like right away, but
Right.
if things continue the way they are and you guys keep borrowing and printing money, I mean, yeah, that's just gonna fall apart.
What other countries are?
Um,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeremy.
no, SC's right. The way we're doing it is absolutely unsustainable. But what were we gonna say?
I was gonna ask what other countries are, I think, part of BRIC. I know it. India, Russia,
China,
China. Oh, wow. Yeah.
I think Brazil,
Brazil. That's right.
one of the biggest countries in the world. And they want to let in Iran.
You talk about BRICS?
Yeah.
BRICS.
I think it's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And then once they had BRICS set up, there was a whole bunch more countries that came in. Like Egypt came in recently, and there's been a whole lot more coming in. But yeah, BRICS is huge, man. Big moves. Sorry, I had to throw that in. Appreciate you. Oh snap!
That's the driving force
in the
against the
chat.
dollar.
Sorry, I just had to say, what's up, Chris? Just looking at the panel. Please, SE, go ahead, dude. Sorry, I walked on you.
Oh, no worries. Just these are the countries that are going. They want to assault the dollar. Now, the countries that hate America, that get sanctioned by the dollar, they want to jump on board for their own reasons. So you have a hodgepodge of people for their own reason that want to get rid of the dollar.
And that's why I said that if America wants to maintain its supremacy in this global economics thing, then the only fighting chance they have is to push forward innovation to where we harbor, the global economic innovation that's driving and keeping everything basically tethered together.
And what's funny is the very thing, the sanctions that get, like, the dollar empowers the sanctions, right? Well, they tried that with Russia, and it backfired on them. All the other countries said, you know what? Screw the dollar. We're going to trade oil in our own currency, and that's what's been going on. That's what they're doing. And yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
Well, it is in a sense, because if depending on how you're looking at it, right? Like, I'm perceiving this as like the great fourth industrial revolution that's taking place, and instead of it being industrial, it's technology. So the whole crypto thing, being that America latched on first in driving it forward, is the only thing that's going to keep us maintaining, this this number one position out of all the other nations. So that's why they're all of a sudden pushing crypto forward instead of like stifling it like they once were. And that's why I said BRICS is like this whole driving factor. Like they know that if they don't open the floodgates on crypto, then they've got no fighting chance at all. So everybody's sick of what's been going on.
Yeah, well, this is multifaceted, right? It's economic, it's geopolitical, and it's military. So there's a lot of things here going on.
Well, yeah, and that's why I say XRP is the one, because it's the fastest and it has zero carbon footprint. All these other ones, Ether, Bitcoin, they've got a huge carbon footprint, and it's not even near as fast and efficient as XRP. XRP's been running its beta testing for a while now, dude, flawlessly. Zero hitches.
To be fair, though, the carbon footprint of Bitcoin and Ethereum and shit, I'm guessing doesn't hold a candle to the carbon footprint of what the banking system uses. Not even close. They got Brinks
That's the
trucks and
biggest
Loomis
thing right
trucks
now on the
driving all over the country.
Yeah, that's the biggest debate right now on the whole geopolitical front is emissions, carbon emissions, and clean energy sustainability and things of this nature. So this is this is right up XRP's alley, dude. Just saying, bro.
Fucking police everywhere. Anyhow. Fucking everyone's talking about fucking dip corrections, aren't they?
Okay, let me ask you guys a question since it's quiet.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, we have a NASCAR racetrack. It's 50 miles long. It's an oval track, right? A circle, right? Now you keep your NASCAR wheels perfectly straight. Can you ever make that track? Can you ever go around and come back to where you started from?
Of course. Straight lines make circles, bro. Where have you been? You haven't been paying attention. I'm going to need to see you after class.
So I take it yes in La La Land, right? But not in reality. I guess that's your answer?
Dumb questions are the best one.
Anybody? Besides Jeremy?
What'd you say? What was the question?
The question is, you
Straight
have
circles, bro.
The question is, you have a NASCAR track, 50 miles long.
What? Sorry, say that again, mate. A what track?
A racing car track. You know the ones in America where they race the cars in circles?
So it's a circular track.
Right.
Right. Go on then.
Okay, so you have your car, and your car, the wheels are pointed straight. They always straight. You can't turn the wheel straight, and you start going. Can you ever come around the track and where you started from? Make the circle?
Yeah,
if
the level of the track is turned up on the edges,
it's fucking simple.
then
No,
bro, you're just gonna chant through me, bro.
Oh, it's
We
fucking
heard
obvious,
you
mate.
say no 5 times, bro. You gonna let me answer, or are you just
It
gonna
was
say no 5
4,
more
mate.
times?
It was 4 times.
Okay. So anyhow, it's like a berm shot. Have you ever seen a berm shot on like a dirt bike track?
Nope.
You don't have. You don't have.
It's lifted.
Yeah, it's like angled.
They're banked.
So instead of they're banked. So instead of like turning your wheel, you're following the geometry of that runway being angled, which is kind of throwing you off into a different vector, you know, which gives you that turning effect.
What the fuck are you talking about, pal?
I don't know. Try riding a dirt bike, man. You'll figure it out.
If you're going around a fucking circular racetrack, right, you need to turn your fucking wheel. Simple as that, mate. What the fuck are you talking about?
Talking about a bank shot, bro.
Fucking hell. If you're going around you've got a bike, yeah? You're going on a fucking circular track, you turn your fucking wheel, dickhead, to go around the fucking track in a circle. What the fuck
Let's
are
keep
you
no
talking
name
about?
calling. Let's not do the name calling, please. Yeah, let's keep it cool.
It's fucking stupid what he's saying, man.
I know, bro, but you still can't do that.
Yeah, no need to call people. The personal attacks, you need to elevate your game a little bit better to attack the argument versus.
I was only saying what the fuck. I said, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? I said.
Yeah, you can say that. Like what WFT? Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about, pal?
I don't know. Have another drink. It might come to you, dude.
There's a big difference between calling them an idiot versus saying, "What the fuck are you talking about?" You see the difference?
Right. Well, now we've got off the subject of do you need to turn your wheel around a circular racetrack? I mean, God help us all here now. I mean, is this what it's come down to? Fuck's sake. Grown men talking about do you need to turn a fucking steering wheel around a fucking...
they say Earth is.
Oh my God. I mean, it just sounds...
I'll explain to you why he's saying... I know, but I'll explain to you why he's saying that. Because they say Earth orbits the sun, right? In a circle. Right? It goes in a circle around the sun. We come back at the same time, you know? However, they'll also tell you that Earth moves in a straight line. So that may be where he's getting this from. There's a ton of things like that they say. But
Jeremy's correct about that aspect of the fantasy, by the way. That is what they say. Yes, about orbit. But I'm talking about a simple racetrack, right?
Yeah, right. Simple.
Why don't you try? You ever built like a hot box track? You know, remember hot box cars or whatever, the Matchbox fucking cars? I think that's what they call it, Matchbox cars.
Hot Wheels. Holy hell, Hot Wheels. You not remember the wheels versus doors debate?
Yeah, so the Hot Wheels car, right? They're fixed. They don't turn. You got me? So when you look at that track is never flat. It's always banked. To holy hell, bro. I mean, they even got fucking loops and all kinds of shit going on.
Well,
but my point is that those wheels are fixed. Yeah, and in order to get those cars to change direction, they've got to bank the track in such a way. There you go, man. That was the point I was making.
So what's the outcome of all this then? What will be established?
I don't know, man.
Okay, how about if it wasn't banked? How about if it wasn't banked?
Who gives a fucking crap? Who gives a shit? What are you asking shit questions for?
No, I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. I say that the wheels have to turn.
Of course they
I'm just putting it out there because somebody told me that yesterday, and I found it kind of like weird, and so I just put it out there to get other opinions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, if you're driving a car and you're going round a roundabout, you turn the fucking wheel. It's fucking... We don't have to discuss this, guys. We sound like retards right now.
You almost shite. Shite.
Sound like retards right now.
I mean, in fairness, they do make adjustments to the wheels to take advantage of the fact that they always point in one direction, but they definitely turn.
Yeah, and you see the NASCAR guys, I believe they also put different pressures in their tires, right? So the tires that are near the bank, I think, are more or less, I forget.
Yeah, and then they're less, I think, and then they'll also change the camber. So, like on the driver's side, the camber will be a little bit more aggressive because it's the suspension is always the weight of the suspension is always kind of leaning onto the driver front wheel.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like they make adjustments, but the wheels definitely turn.
Yep, absolutely.
What a riveting conversation this is.
Hey, I'm sorry it's on me, this one, but I just wanted to, because like I said, somebody told me this yesterday and I was like, I couldn't believe it. So I figured, let me just ask and, shop this around and see what people have to say.
So now you know the guy who said this is a retard, yeah?
No, I'm not saying that, bro. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I said it for you.
Misinformed, maybe. We'll call it misinformed.
Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about something sensible. Let's talk about something else. This is a stupid conversation. It's getting us nowhere. I'm sure we've got other things we could be doing, like reading a book or playing some music. Instead of talking about, like, do you have to turn the steering wheel to go around in a circle? Fucking hell, lads. Is this
Dude,
what
are
it
you
comes
really
to?
real? Do you understand physics and the fact that some people like to talk about how physics work? Like, you're the new kid on the block right now from a standpoint of trying to change the topic being discussed at hand, right? So in terms of understanding how a race car works, the geometry, the physics that are involved in suspension and how things compress and work, it actually helps to expand your mind and thinking as to how physical objects interact with a claimed ball. This is the point that's being exercised right now, dude.
No, it wasn't, mate. No, I mean, the pressure
Bro,
tires.
if you actually listen to the confines of the conversation, you would quickly realize that that's actually what.
Excuse me. Yeah, pressure
Killian,
in
you're
tires.
not gonna talk. Sorry, let me moderate quick. Killian, you're not gonna talk about somebody trying to respond to you.
Pressure in the tires, that's a different subject matter than the question that was asked in the first instance. Yeah, when you're racing and you're going around a track and you have to turn your wheel to go around in a circle, by the way, then you can talk about the engine, you can talk about the suspension, and you can talk about the air pressure. That wasn't the question, mate. Okay. Do you get me now?
You ever seen the the game? Sometimes they have at
No, I've not seen it.
I don't know, certain
No, I've
stores
not seen
maybe.
it.
Maybe you've seen in the past where you drop a
No, I've
coin
not. Nope.
and the coin kind of like does this toilet bowl effect where it follows this this vortex and it ends up dropping down the center. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No. What's the point?
Okay. Well, the point is the coin's not actually turning. It's the geometry that the coin's following as it processes downward and ends up going down the center of this. I call it the toilet bowl effect. Like when you flush the toilet, how the water follows that vortexual
How
pattern.
amazing! How amazing!
You all right, bro? A little too much to drink or something?
I don't drink, mate.
So what you're saying, Dice Low, is when you put the coin and it rolls around in a roundabout way down the toilet bowl and then ends up in the middle, you're saying that the coin doesn't turn?
Well, I mean, it appears to be turning, but it's not like turning in the sense of
Turning.
guiding itself. It's following the pathway that it's being led down, which that pathway is turned.
Right. And how does this affect you? How does it affect your life? This in any way?
Hey man,
Well, everything is.
They're just conversations for fun. Otherwise, the server will go quiet. So we can't always talk about the nitty gritty of flat Earth or whatever else. Like, these conversations are fun. If you don't want to partake in it, you're free to leave.
I realize that, mate. Don't worry. You don't have to tell me what I know.
So my point to it that I was making, the overarching point, was that all lines in nature are always curvilinear, following this vortexual pattern. It's only mankind that draws straight lines. And when you understand this flow of this pathway to this lowest null pressure zone, which everything follows the equilibrium, then you'll quickly see that this this vortexual pattern is intrinsically connected with all phenomena.
So where can I
That
just
was the
go and see this?
overarching point I was trying to make.
Where can I go and see this now then?
Where can you go to see what?
What you've just explained. Where can I go and see it? I want to see it.
Well, you can look up the Zhibinnikov effect. This also
No,
follows this Giro.
Sorry, mate. Sorry,
Dude,
mate.
you're just all over me, bro. You're gonna ask
No,
me a
not all-
question, I got to answer, and then you're just
No,
gonna
you
fucking
didn't. You
chant
didn't
through
answer
me.
the question.
I'm
Sorry,
gonna
listen.
back out. I'm gonna back out. You have fun talking with someone else, bro.
I said, where can I see it? And you said, research or go and look up something up. That's not seeing something, looking something up.
Okay,
in a
you're not
book.
gonna tell me how to answer. You're not gonna divine my thoughts for me. You asked me a question. I was in the middle of answering, and you rudely interrupted. And you've been rude since the beginning of you coming into the server today. I don't know what your deal is, bro. If you're having a bad day, what your deal is, but you don't need to take it out on us, man. So just chill out.
Yeah, let's all relax. I mean, we talk about some crazy shit here. So yeah.
So we all agree that we have to turn the wheel in order for a car to go around a NASCAR track, no matter even if it's 50 miles.
I didn't
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I
As somebody
didn't
who's driven a NASCAR before on a NASCAR track, yes, definitely need to turn the wheel.
Definitely.
Oh, thank you, sir. You had actually done it. Well, there you go.
Yeah. My brother lives in Charlotte, and I paid like $1,200 once to go drive a NASCAR around the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Did you turn the
Nice,
wheel?
man. What an experience.
I say the car's direction is dependent on the track. Like, I'm not denying the fact that you turn a car, it's gonna fucking change its direction and turn. But I'm saying that if the track is banked, completely banked out, that car is gonna follow that bank.
No, so I took the bank at Charlotte Motor Speedway, which is about 45 degrees at 130 miles an hour, and the only thing that car wanted to do is put me into the wall. And if I did not turn the steering wheel and hold on for dear life, that car was going to go straight into the wall.
When you say banked, is that when it comes up at the edges?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're going in a straight line and you're not turning your wheel and you hit that bank, you're just going to go up the bank and the car's going to flip along on its bonnet.
Yeah, like generally speaking, the forces being enacted on the car are trying to push you to the outside whenever you're turning. So, like if you go into that bank straight, the car is just going to go into the wall.
It's going to flip. It probably will flip.
No, it won't flip. Those cars are glued to the ground. No, they're glued to the ground, man.
Glued to the ground, so they're not moving at all.
No, in the sense that I mean is between the tires, the traction, and the low center of gravity. Like those cars are very hard to flip.
Yeah. So anyway,
I don't know. Can you guys hear me right now?
It won't go around the track then.
Wow. Every time I wait, I just get fucking chanted over. Fuck it.
Apologies.
No, go on. Let Dicelo talk, guys. Come on.
Sorry, mate. Apologies.
It's on you, bro. Go on, Dicelo.
So, like on a dirt bike, for example, when you go to hit that bank shot, right, to change your direction, make that turn, the front tire never turns. You apply some front brake, and you apply some throttle. And what happens is that back tire throttling out pushes against that front tire, which is semi locked up, and the whole back tire turns, and you kind of follow that geometry of that bank in that turn. That's kind of how you do it on a dirt bike. So you never even turn the front tire. You just basically you turn the back tire, and you don't physically turn the back tire, obviously, because the back tire doesn't turn. It's all within the throttle and the braking of the front tire. So just wanted to say that.
The process of
also
understeering and
the shifting of
oversteering. So when you understeer, right, you have the front end loose, and then you can drive with the back end. Or if you oversteer, you have to tie up the back end accordingly. But yeah, that's a form of drift.
Yeah, that's called a torque vectoring, as far as I know.
Yeah, and you lean over. You slightly lean over as well, obviously, to follow that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That
because if you don't lean over, kind of like what the guy said on the NASCAR racing thing, you'll end up in the wall. That's exactly what will happen. So you You can't lean in a car like that. You can't lean the car out unless you set it up that way. But nonetheless, on a dirt bike, you lean into it, apply that front brake, throttle out, and voila, dude, you're fucking just hit that berm shot and you're going a whole nother direction without ever turning the front tire.
Yeah, because you leaned over. We're talking about a 4-tire car now.
Well, you lean over to follow the geometry of that track. That track is banked at such a degree, you match that angle going
Yeah,
into it. You match that angle.
And with it though, Dicelo, with it too, what you're able to do on a bike is you're able to use your body to play around with the forces that are being enacted, which you just can't do in a car. So on your bike, you can change its angle, you can change where the center of gravity is. You can kind of play around with the physics to get the bike to turn differently than say a car.
Right. And on the hot what is it, Matchbox or Hot Wheels track analogy, the car does grind up against the side of that track. Although the track is banked out and everything, it does kind of like smash into the wall and, you know,
yeah, of course.
They also
lose some speed.
change up the geometry of the car. They'll change the steering angle or have the steering angle set so that it can take advantage of if it's only making left-hand turns, like Indy 500 as an example, where they're continually just doing left-hand turns. As was said earlier, tire pressures will also be set accordingly, things of that nature, so that the geometry can take advantage of that bank that they're trying to engage with.
Hey, listen, they do that in F1 as well, right? Like in F1, if you're going on a track, a circuit course, and your circuit course has, 17 left turns compared to, let's say, 10 right turns, well, then you're going to favor your car for the left turns a little bit more than the right turns, so you can go and gain a couple extra milliseconds on every turn.
Speaking of F1, they're setting up the track in November out in Vegas. I don't know if it's like the World F1 comp, because I think that's like a Euro thing, right? But
no, they do the Grand Prix. They do the Grand Prix, I think, in the States now.
Well, yeah, but that's on like a fixed track. Like I'm talking about the one they do through like the city streets and shit. They're setting it up for Vegas.
That's what they do in Montreal. Like the Grand Prix in Montreal, they just basically hijack the city and put race cars on it.
Yeah, I think they do in Vegas. I was in Vegas last year. They mentioned this to me when I was in Vegas. I was doing this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks. I think it'll be fucking pretty awesome with all the lights and fucking what they got going on in Vegas. I think that'd be pretty epic to watch.
I did the Montreal Grand Prix last year, and it's an amazing experience.
Just be careful, those fucking what is it, the F1? Yeah, those tickets are expensive, man. Any hotel that's gonna have like viewing priority to the actual like circuit is gonna be like I don't know if this is true, but the guy was telling me it's like minimum 15 grand a night. And I'm sure you're gonna be able to find like decent deals on hotels still in Vegas, but not like right up on the circuit when it comes.
Tell you what, mate, I stayed in a fucking mint hotel in Vegas last year. Fucking amazing it was. It's called the Wynn.
They're gonna give those all to the whales. Those rooms in Vegas.
It was like a fucking humongous fucking shopping center with casinos and it was like the hotel. It was fucking never ended. Fucking amazing. And I won $5,000 with $50 on the first night.
And then how much did you leave with though?
Well, I probably fucking even, but probably paid. I was for 4 nights. I probably paid my winnings paid for me 4 nights there.
Yeah. One of my buddies won, I don't know, like I think it was close to $500,000, and the guy's like, okay, I'll cash out, and then as he cashes out, the hotel basically, walks up to him and be like, hey, do you want to take part of our VIP this and VIP that? And really all it was to scam the guy into going to a high rollers, gambling house basically, and with a bunch of prostitutes, and blow his money in the hotel rather than, taking the money home. And the guy ended up with, $50K rather than $500K because he blew it all on, lavish lifestyles.
Yeah, I seem to remember something like I can't remember, but something happened one night when we was on the table, and the servers was not being. They do start to be a little bit deceitful, or they're not telling you things because somebody won a hand and it was it was sort of ignored, and we had to call somebody over for a second opinion and look at the camera, and the dealer wasn't correct because we was winning quite a lot of money, and they started to try and pull it back in crafty ways, which I thought was a bit deceitful myself. Anyway, it was worked out that they made a mistake, and I can't remember the full story, like, but yeah, they was being a bit. Once you start winning a lot, they start fucking being a bit shady.
Yeah, they try to find ways to keep the money in the hotel.
That's right, man.
So this guy's young, just won a bunch of money. The hotel brings him basically, the hottest women around, and the hottest women
I
around.
wish I knew what that game was called with the coin that follows that vortex pattern. I'll have to look it up.
I know which game you're talking about, Dicelo. I know exactly which game you're talking about.
You mean the donations? The one where you donate, it'll be in like Walmart or something. You put the coin in, it goes around in a spiral, and then usually it falls in a hole. I don't think it's a game. It's like it just.
Listen, usually if you flick a coin heads and tails 100 times, you probably will get 50 heads and 50 tails. Just the fucking way it works out, mate. I've done it a few times. I've done heads and tails flicking the coin, and most of the time I get 50-50. Guaranteed.
You know how you can have streaks of up to, I think it was 23. It was in the 20s or 30s where you can get a streak of 20 heads or 20 tails. And
out the 100, most of the time it works out 50-50.
yeah, I'm saying if you do it enough, though, you can get a streak. You can get a streak of like 30 heads or 30 tails in a row. It's crazy.
So what's all that about? That? How come it works out even most of the time?
Because it's a 50-50 chance. I'm not even sure it's 50-50 if that's the real chance. Is there no chance it can land on its side? Is that not a chance?
No, I mean you could get 20 tails. You could get 20 tails in a row. Then you get 5 heads. Then you get 10 heads, 1 tail. But I've done this. I've done it, and 90, I'd say 98% of the time it's 50-50. Exactly 50-50. Which is something. Why is that then? Ask yourself that. Why?
That's just how probability and statistics work.
So something's making that happen.
No, you're making it happen when you flip the coin.
So but I just find it. I know it's just a simple thing I'm saying, but it's also an amazing thing I'm saying.
I don't know how amazing it is. I mean, there's when you do something, there's odds, there's outcome odds. Those are just odds. When you roll a dice, it's 1 out of 6. Not crazy.
I mean, well, if you flick it 100 times, why doesn't it just go like most of the time 70 and 30, or 80 and 20, or 60 and 40? It doesn't.
Because
it's 50,
every time you flip it, because every time you flip it, there's a 50-50 chance.
Right. So we can learn something from that.
Like what?
I just posted a video 39 minutes after the hour. What I was kind of talking about. Sorry, 38 minutes after the hour.
So I mean, if you went red and black in the casino 100 times, you should never lose. Fuck all.
Well, the odds in a roulette. You're talking about roulette? They got the greens, the two green squares. So that's how they get you. That's the nut right there. Those green squares. Even though you can actually bet those, but then your odds are fucked up. There's actually a lot of roulette things where it's like, I think they said the best odds in the casino was on craps that nobody knows about. It's not even marked, but you had to play the thumb line to even get it, to even be able to do it. I don't know.
Were you guys talking the whole time? Nobody heard me?
We don't even be listening to you.
You guys
have money? Okay.
I'll go get them.
No, I'm just kidding. You weren't. Yeah, we didn't hear you. What were you saying?
Well, I posted a video 38 minutes after the hour of what I was talking about. How that coin goes down that. I guess they call it like a donation twist funnel or something. But the coin's not actually turning. It doesn't have a steering wheel or nothing. It's just following the pathway of that geometry of the ground it's on.
Yeah, I told you it wasn't a game. It's just the thing you put in the mall or something where you want to donate change and it goes wee and just goes down the little hole. It starts going straight crazy fast.
Well, that's the thing. It never actually speeds up. It appears to speed up, but it's actually not speeding up.
But the profile path of a coin, like a coin when it's rolling, has a very skinny profile path. So I would anticipate that it would be free to engage with the surface however it literally chooses to. Like the wind could affect it falling over or even how it rolled or engaged with that path. Talk about something with a little bit more of a larger profile path. It wouldn't roll as easy or be influenced as easily.
Well, I'm just saying, what you're seeing in the video. I mean, sure, you could have the variables to it, speculate, but point is that coin never turns, dude. It's only following the pathway.
Yeah, you just got to have a crazier track. Like the coin can do it with just a bend in the track. Hot Wheels car can't just do it with a bend. You got to have those little, there was those little lips on the side. You got to have that. The bigger of a I don't know what to call it. The bigger your surface area is that you're touching, the more crazy you got to get to make it go straight. Unless you just Earth's orbit. I mean, that you don't need anything like that. So.
Yo, mic check.
We hear you.
All right, did you watch that video I posted or no?
I've done that thing a million times. The thing where you put the coin in.
Right.
Yeah, I've done that a zillion times as a kid.
Okay.
You try to stop it at the end so you could do it again. You never did it? Your parents will give you like a quarter or something to put in a thing, and then you put it in a thing and let it go around and around. But then you try to stop it at the end so you can put it back in the thing and make it go around and around and around again.
Nah, all the ones I had were all fucking closed off, bro. I had a big old clear bubble over it.
Yeah, they started doing that. This was in the '90s. You know, I'm talking about the '80s and '90s when people wouldn't really steal fucking little
They had coins back
leukemia
then.
kids. I know, haha.
Were they all in black and white?
Bro, we had the black and white TVs back then. That's not funny. That was a Travis. You don't know how hard the struggle was back then. All right, Dyslow? You fucking kids got it made these days. 87-inch flat screen HDMI, 700 million K pixels and shit.
You're just getting grumpier, bro.
You got some bomb ass Hindu Kush, fucking great purple weed and shit. Gorilla glues. We had fucking Mexican brick brown shit. Half of it was seasoned stems from Mexico. Like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
guys
You
are
had to
spoiled
walk 2
rotten.
miles in the snow just to get it. I know.
You're spoiled rotten. Yo, one time I took a moped in the dead of winter from one city to another to get a dye bag. I was freezing. I was like some fucking Dumb and Dumber shit.
Dyslow,
Yeah,
you
it's not
forgot
frozen
walking.
to your face, bro.
Dyslow, you forgot walking uphill to go and walking uphill to go back.
Oh, I was gonna let Jeremy fill that part in, but you know,
Both ways,
that's
bro.
coming.
Both ways. That's why everyone's soft these days, right? Because we made it easier. What's the saying? Hard times make hard men. Hard men make easy times. Easy times make soft men. Soft men make hard times. Shit like that. You know what I mean?
Jeremy, it's because your generation walked the hills flat. Now we have no more hills to walk up.
That's right. Yo, there's actually a little kid toddler song that my kid used to watch, and one of the things would be like a whole bunch of songs. And one of the songs was about the dinosaurs stomping on the ground and made the earth flat. That's like the lyrics. The dinosaur stomped on the ground and made the earth flat. That's like
You
one of
didn't
the
know that?
lyrics in it.
I think it's even in the Bible, bro.
I think it's Lori Berkner. Lori Berkner like kid songs. They stomped on the ground and made the earth flat. I don't know the tone or tune or whatever.
Oh, you got it wrong, bro. That's the Mandela one, dude.
No, it's on YouTube right now. Lori Berkner. Like Lori Berkner elevator song, and then search for like the hour one, and then inside that hour one, the dinosaur flat earth song comes in.
That's the Mandela version, dude. It's actually Bergstein.
All right, die slow. Napalm. Who's here? Who's not up to speed with the QVDP? I said it slow for you guys. QVDP. Who's not up to speed with that? Oh, you guys are all up to speed with it? Okay. I have been going
What's
over it
this?
for the past.
What's this?
The QVDP.
No, I'm not up to speed with that. What's going on?
It's called the quantum Venn diagram paradox. First of all, that's what those initials stand for.
That I know.
Oh, all right,
QVBD. You gotta freaking letterize everything, don't you, Americans? QVBDQI plus. Yeah.
I only know the KMDP, dude.
I know what that
that's a
stands
good
for.
one.
Please. I knew someone was going to take it there because it had the DP letters in it at some point. So, all right, congratulations. I'm glad we're all up to speed with that. Awesome. And no one has any questions on it or concerns or anything?
Of course. What, somebody thinks they know what's going on there?
Yeah, Paid NASA show last night was saying the math, they have math for it, and the math explains it. Oh.
Yeah, sure it does. Math explains everything for them.
I tried telling him he couldn't explain anything with math. And he has some kind of mixed up definition of what explain means, but no, the QVDP is fucking sick, bro. That is some awesome stuff right there. I saw that 10 years ago, and I didn't even think twice of it because it was before all this. Like, I was still into nerd shit, obviously, but I don't know. I was like, oh, that's neat. And then I never thought about it again until what's it? Put it on his thing. So,
Yeah, well, you got two lenses blocking out light, and then you put the third one. That's what you're talking about, right?
yeah, the third one. And me and Witsit were talking last night. I'd like to see the double slit with that. You know what I mean?
I heard part of that. It still doesn't explain with the light being there. That still doesn't cut it for me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, even if you do the double slit, it's probably going to just make things even more complicated. I know.
Yeah, you got to explain how you're seeing through the two lenses. This is the explanation. How are you, by putting the third one, how are you seeing through the other two?
Yeah, like if my eyeball's there, yo, the back of the lens can't see the light. Like the third lens, on the third lens, the side of that lens that's facing the other two lenses, that can't see the light. I can't see the light. The camera can't see the light. That lens can't see the light on the back side of it. How the fuck are we seeing it on the other side of that lens? That shit's
Same way the eclipse works. Same way the eclipse works. Same way a shadow works. It's all the same. The things that reflect.
You sound like you're inside a car wash.
I know you don't want to listen. I know you don't give a fuck, but I don't care that you don't want to listen. So the lens, the way they reflect the light to each other and through each other and focus it, that's what's going on. Understand it, comprehend it, think about it, take it in. It's hard, I know. The light is dark and it's light. It's the same shit. Without one, you can't have the other. You understand?
Sounds like you're in the middle of a car wash, except you don't have a car. Anyways, yeah, no, that's some crazy shit though. Crazy stuff, the QVDP.
Yeah, that's freaked out, man. The only thing I can think of is it's wave related. Vertical versus horizontal. Yeah.
Dude, I can't even think of it as a wave. I don't care what it is. How?
Well, you're talking about your comprehension skills. You're talking about what you comprehend and how you comprehend. You keep saying this plastic is so awesome. You should just say, man, your comprehension of what the plastic's doing you can't do. You can't comprehend it. That's what you're saying, right?
No, I'm saying it's physically impossible because if my eyeball and a camera lens can't see the light, why does this thing see the light?
That didn't make any sense. You said something's physically impossible. It's happening. You okay?
Yeah, I know it's crazy. That's why they call it a paradox.
Well, you didn't make no sense. You're talking in paradigms like a glober, like it's happening, but it's not happening.
No, it's
It's
happening.
happening, but not
It just
happening.
doesn't seem possible. It doesn't seem possible.
What doesn't seem possible? What's happening? Seems very possible. Seems like it's the only thing that would happen. I don't understand your guys' point of view, man. I really don't. I don't, Jeremy. You blow my mind, and I don't understand you. Same way you don't understand me. So I think it's weird.
Okay, you're looking at something. You can't see any light, right? You could see light, and then you put these lenses in front of it, and now you can't see any light. And then all of a sudden, you put this other lens there, and then now you can see the light.
You keep repeating the same thing, dude. It's different pieces of plastic reflecting the light a different way, focusing the light in a different way. You don't understand that. It's not. I mean, why is that everybody else's problem? Why is it so hard that you put a lens there? The light's gonna react this way. You put another lens there, it's gonna reflect back to that one and look dark. You put another one that's gonna light. It's gonna reflect it back to you again. It's gonna like opening the shutter or closing the shutter of a shadow. You're just opening and closing the shadow. It's not fucking complex, man, at all. Not to me.
Very complex, and it's an issue because, like I said, there's nothing there for it to reflect back. Like the lens, the back of that lens can't see the light. I can't see the light. The camera can't see it. The back of that lens shouldn't be able to see any light to let it come through so you can see it on the other side.
You're saying a clear object can't see light? First of all, objects don't see stuff. They just sit there. They're either transparent or not. And I'm telling you that it's still light is still getting through there. Just because you're saying it's not doesn't mean it's not. You don't control what that's doing. Your opinion of what your comprehension of what's going on is what you're talking about rather than really what's happening, right? Just like all the other scientists. Oh, that can't happen. Apparently it is. Apparently it can.
I don't know what you're talking about. There is no clear object in this. What was a clear object? Anyways, yeah, I mean, if you got it all figured out, that's dope. That's awesome. In the meantime, to the rest of the world, it's a paradox.
How I was thinking of it, picture the lines like tic-tac-toe, right? You got lines going one way and lines going that way. Well, that's what the filters do. So, but it's still a little squirmy. Can the third lens somehow put those lines out of alignment, like change the angle or some shit like that? That's the only thing I can think of. Kind of like what our buddy here is saying, like a redirection. But still, how? Still, it's perplexing.
It's hard to think about, but it is the angle, like you said. Like if you draw a diamond, going into another diamond, going back out, going back in, the diamond pattern. Widening, shortening, focusing, unfocused, focus, unfocused. Like a magnifying glass will focus one light into a focused light. It's focusing. So it's like focusing one into the next and then widen it out. Because each lens, depending on how you bevel it, how it's focused, how you make them, they're all going to react different with the light or reflect it back or forth or not do it or not block it and let it all through perfectly. But it's like all still getting through. It's just the way it's getting through, the angle of incident. It's like you're magnifying a fucking shadow through the other light, or magnifying the outside.
I posted 2 images. You should check those out, Odysee.
Yep, gotcha. Yeah, exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, vertical waves and horizontal waves. That's how this filter thing is based on.
it's yeah, but yeah, it appears to be right.
What would you say? It's a magnetic thing. How would you explain it?
Well, yeah, obviously that's light. You know, you couldn't have light without the magnetic field. So
Yeah.
and it's just it's different geometry, different size geometries of depending on the light being observed. You know, that's why I
I thought
say
of that,
like,
bro.
and that's why I told you like when speaking about fields, it's kind of like counterintuitive, being that the smaller the field, the higher the capacitance, meaning the stronger the uh, the amount of energy being applied here.
I
Like
said
so, gamma
wave,
radiation
a
versus
wave,
like
not a field.
well, there is no wave. We're talking about the flux of the field here that's being portrayed as a wave.
Oh,
But
in your case, yeah, gotcha, yeah. I thought you were talking about the other. Okay, gotcha, yeah.
yeah, I'm just saying like how they kind of got it wrong here, and this is why that's so paradoxical to them.
So you're saying the field explains it better?
Yeah, ether actually has a viable explanation.
So how is the field blocked by tinted? Well, not tinted. Single lined lens. How is the field blocked? Because it's only glass. What's
Or you're
blocking
talking
the
about
field?
the wavelength filter, or you're talking about
Yeah,
something
yeah. The
else?
ND filter. The ND filter. The one that they put two together, switch them. You can see they get lighter, and then you can turn it, and it gets dark. They explain
Yeah,
that
that's
because the light wave is getting blocked out. But then you put the third one, right? And then that goes away. So how would you explain that using a field?
well, whatever's within that lens or that filter um, has a what I would say a dielectric reflector within it, which is changing the way that field's working, analogous to the first image I posted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's in the lens that's doing that?
Yeah, I couldn't answer that honestly. I don't know how those lenses work and those filters work, to be honest.
That's why, bro, light is the most mysterious thing of all. Really, if you think about it. Because in order for the filter to work, it has to be a wave. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I don't know what's waving, but for the filter to work, it has to be a wave. Because it blocks is it the sideway waves, or I forget how it works exactly.
Remember how a cone works? Say you lay one of those orange street cones on the ground, and you lay another one and another one and another one. From the point of the street cone that you would yell in, you know what I mean, and to the wide end, each one would look like a wave from each other. So if you laid like a whole bunch of teepees in its concession, the tip of the teepees would fit into each other. But as you pull them out like cones or like the edge of the teepee would be wider than the source. So it would look like waves, like a whole bunch of triangles laying in procession like teeth lined up. So it's like that cone of light, the widening angles of light going out each time, but from each thing. So it's like you could say draw a whole bunch of teeth or a whole bunch of triangles of light right behind each other and say those teeth are your wave. You get it?
Yeah, it's kind of like what somebody mentioned the other day about the filter that's on the the observational window of a microwave. How it has that small, I guess you would call it like a cross hash pattern, a tic tac toe pattern, and depending
Yeah,
on the
the waves
size of
are
that,
too
yeah,
big
depending
to
on the
get through. Yeah.
right, and that's because of the field geometry of microwave versus infrared or gamma radiation. Like everything has a different size geometry to it, and depending on that geometry is either going to have more power or less power. So the smaller that geometry, the more the power. That's why I said it's kind of counterintuitive when speaking in regards to fields, because you would think bigger equals more, right? But in this case, it's the opposite. And yeah, so you're blocking out that field, which is still allowing light to pass through, because light, again, has a multitude of spectrum, across its full totality that makes up light, and visible light only being a small portion of that entirety of that spectrum has a certain field geometry that it operates in.
Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about. That specific visual spectrum. Yeah.
Right. So if you put something in the way of that, it's going to change the geometry of what's being observed on the other end. And then if you put something on the other end of that, it might further change the structure of that geometry and what they call the wavelength pattern, making it still perceivable, or at least picked up by the sensor.
Yo, real quick, everyone go on to YouTube and give us like a thumbs up or something. I don't know. Break us off with some thumbs up, guys, on the YouTube. We might get new people in here. I don't know how we get new people here, but that might help. So
Oh yeah. The more the video gets likes and then subscriptions and thumbs ups and shares, like all that feeds the algorithm into
yeah, go
putting
do
out
all that.
content.
Everything Dysol just said, do that. And you get new people in here. And we ain't gotta listen to Dysol recite Ken Wheeler script all day.
You got to listen to me and Dyslow all day long. Yeah, good idea, Jeremy.
No, I'm just saying it'd be nice to get couple people in here.
I know.
If that helps. I mean, I don't even know if that'll work. So.
Okay, now everybody, Jeremy's going to sing a song for us to entertain us. Hit it, Jeremy.
There was a farmer who had a dog. Bingo was his name. Oh, I mean, I got all kids songs, bro. You want to hear some Wu-Tang?
Can we do the dinosaur stomp the earth flat song again?
Bro, I could try to. You want me to try to find that one? I could probably
No,
find
hell
it on
no.
YouTube.
Hell
They're
no,
talking
bro.
about making the earth flat, bro. And a little kid song with dinosaurs.
Yeah, it should be illegal. I know. It's like that violates the Disinformation Act completely, bro.
I mean, that's like heresy. Everything they do was with globes and spheres and shit. Numbers. I remember the little baby one. I used to play it for him. It was numbers around the globe was in it. And this little baby one. They just put the globe in your face and that's not for me. That's not me and Kosho were talking about like who are the most scammable people on earth? Like, man, I don't know. Maybe we don't want to have a conversation. Babies are you can scam the shit out of a baby. Just saying, like, if you just tell a baby salt is sugar and sugar is salt, that's what they think now. They don't fucking know. All they know is what you tell them. All right, we got 20 in the VC and 18 on the YouTube. We got a topic here, or
Where's that guy from yesterday?
What's up, Larry? What guys from yesterday?
The physicist guy, the one who was, in agreement that, gravity and cold dark matter is an incomplete model.
5 sigma, baby. 5 sigma.
Well, that's going to be a problem when they have to get rid of the lambda CDM. Yeah, I mean they're laughing now, but like when you have to get rid of the lambda CDM model, I don't know what you use after that. But we'll see.
They can have the triple L model, La La Land model.
I mean they do have other models as backups. They got like exotic dark matter and other shit, but you gotta have some magical fairy shit in there. Otherwise, your model's not gonna work. So you absolutely have to add hoc some shit in there.
Well, they don't have dark matter anymore. They don't have their gravity anymore. So I don't know. I'm waiting for the latest fantasy.
But if gravity gets taken away, doesn't the whole design fall apart for them?
Everything correct? Yes.
All right, cool.
That's the answer to like every question. Like it's either like what are the three
Refraction?
things? Gravity. Yeah, go ahead, Essie.
Go on, you got it.
Is gravity, refraction, and reference frames. There may be a fourth one in there, but
yeah, reference frame is the
no, there's
latest.
more than that.
Yeah.
All the shit I talk about.
A SE Incarnation is asking in the chat what gravity is.
What gravity is? Well, we don't know. It used to be mass attracting mass. Then it was the fabric of space and time. Well, now it's just gone. It's been disproved by a factor of 5 sigma. So nobody knows. We're waiting for the next shadow giant, next magician to tell you guys.
I think
yeah,
I can
that
answer.
kills gravity. If you don't have cold dark matter, your gravity doesn't work. That's why they made cold dark matter to make the gravity work.
Yeah.
Guess what? Now you're fucked.
Yeah.
I think I can answer what gravity is, right? It's a law that we don't observe everywhere all the time, and it's an incomplete theory that doesn't work at the galactic level or the quantum level. So I guess that's what gravity is.
Some people just simply call it buoyancy.
And just to observe it, I do have to actually click on the item, right, to observe gravity. I have to put some energy into that item to observe gravity happen.
I mean, yeah,
Well, it depends what you think gravity is.
Well, explanation from my understanding is to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson is he picked up the microphone and then he dropped it and he said gravity. So I'm just wondering about him actually picking up the microphone. He had to pick it up and then drop it in order to observe gravity happen.
I mean, forget all the fancy schmancy stuff. I would just say gravity is the effect we observe. Solids dropping on at an average rate.
Except other things we don't observe dropping. We observe some things rising.
Yeah, most solids though fall, right?
Yeah.
In a vacuum, the solids always fall. I think.
Well, most solids fall if lifted up is a more accurate way to say it.
Yeah, you gotta lift them first. That's what Killian was saying. You gotta put some energy in it.
Yeah, but what's keeping it down to begin with?
It's heavier than the air.
But if you're in a vacuum chamber and there's no air, it still falls. So what's
Then
keeping it to the ground?
Then it's heavier than the
Still
vacuum.
heavier than its surroundings.
The medium. The medium.
The medium.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
correct.
if you remove the medium, you no longer have buoyancy and you no longer have density. So what's creating it to fall down? You remove the variables that you use, to dictate something going down.
No,
What do you
you
mean
actually
remove?
made the variables.
everything?
You made
Hold
the
on, how can
variables
you?
even more extreme.
Yeah, how can you
Go ahead,
remove?
Nathan.
Yeah, how are you removing the medium?
Well, in a vacuum chamber, you've removed the atmosphere, which
Okay,
is
so
your
the
which is
the
your medium.
object is still more dense than the medium it's in. Would you agree or
But
disagree?
I disagree because there's no medium in a vacuum.
Oh, so you're talking about an actual perfect vacuum?
As close to as you can get.
Yeah, so if there's even less of something, why would you say that would have a difference on the fact that this more, if you're talking about just air, right? We drop a rock in the air, it goes down due to density and buoyancy. And then we even greater, we decrease the amount of air that we have even more so. Why would you expect the rock to do anything else other
Right.
than go down?
It's an is or isn't thing. You can't have like a married bachelor be halfway pregnant. Like either you remove the fucking medium or you didn't.
And either way, even a complete removal of the medium, if it was actually possible, would just mean that there would be even less density for this object to drop through. So nothing's going to
Exactly.
change.
Exactly.
Gentlemen, question though, doesn't the vacuum have to contain a medium in order for it to be considered a vacuum? Because if you don't have the medium inside the vacuum, how do you create the vacuum with no medium?
Let me tell you simply, there's no such thing as nothing. There's no such thing as a vacuum, right? So take it from there.
Right. So an idea then is that you're just altering the pressure within the closed system that you have.
Yeah, you can think of it that way. Yeah, by removing the stuff. Yeah, exactly. The pressure
The
gets
up,
lowered.
yeah, the up, like the density and the equilibrium, that's all easily explained, right? The only thing that anybody has yet to properly explain is the up and down vector, right? That's the only thing that still lacks explanation. Density and buoyancy is pretty much everything else. More dense, less dense, but um, why are things forming in the gradient in the way that they do? Meaning we have more heavy down, lighter up. What sets that? That's the question.
What sets that is one thing form lies on top of another. In other words, water is lighter, oil is heavier. No, the other way around. Oil is lighter, water is heavier, therefore oil floats on top of water.
You still
Yeah,
have
yeah,
an up.
yeah. But
Go for it, Napalm.
yeah, I was just gonna say what establishes that order in which we have this directionality of denser, lower, less dense, higher, right? What is this up and down? How is that established? That's what's still in question.
I think that would be pressure.
Okay,
And
so
then you could
in
say
your
what
opinion, would
establishes that. Yeah.
yeah. In your opinion, is the pressure established like a pressure pressing down on everything, which is allowing for everything to congregate in a direction we call down because it's pressing downwards?
It would appear that way. I'm not
That's
sure
what.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what David Bowie said. David Bowie and Queen explained that. Pressing down on me,
Yeah.
pressing
Yeah.
down on you.
That makes sense. Yeah.
The terror of knowing what this world is about. Millions of good people screaming, "Let me out!
Yeah.
Let me out!"
Yeah. These guys knew what was going on. Yeah. Like water. The deeper you go, the more pressure. That means more water is pressing upon you from each side. That makes sense. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think there still is an open argument as to what is the establishment of this, right? Because we don't have the ability to necessarily get outside of this reality and take a step back and be like, oh, this is the causal nature, right?
I mean,
So now we're
go ahead, Napalm.
no, you're good.
As far as it goes now, all anyone has is we have this effect. Things go down, things go up. What's setting that up and down? People have ideas. Like even the mainstream, they have an idea of what may be causing it. They don't even know. They don't have any scientific experiments showing that's the cause of it. All they have is this idea this crazy nutcase came up with.
Yeah. Yeah, we see this effect in our reality of this directionality of up and down as far as everything is concerned. And we try to figure it out. There are some plausible explanations, but I think it still needs further investigation.
Now, this directionality thing has me a bit puzzled. Now, why would you think if you pick something up that its natural thing isn't to go back down? Why would anybody question that?
I don't question it. I understand that up is up and down is down for me, and it's the same for everybody. And we live in a realm in which that does not change. There's just certain people that think up and down is changing constantly as you move. So then they try to figure out an explanation as to why things are going up and down, and they have yet to do so. To me, it's a simple understanding, but we could have further investigation if we really wanted to figure out what is the exact causal nature of it.
So, to touch on that, I think about a basketball. I take a basketball 50 feet in the air, I drop the basketball, it goes down, it bounces, eventually it comes to rest. But if I then take that same basketball into a swimming pool 50 feet deep, the opposite happens. So gravity, like we don't, or not say we, but the aspect or the idea of gravity is a bias up or down. But the actual force is the thing that is questioned, I think, versus the bias. Does that make sense, dude?
Absolutely, and you answered it yourself. Up and down is not the same depending on the medium you're in, right? You take a ball, the same ball that you would take above the water, you drop it, it will go down. You take that same ball, right? You bring it to the bottom and it'll go up. So there you go. One ball goes down, a regular ball like that you take to the beach that you float with. If you drop it, if you have it in your hand and you drop it in the air, it's going to go down, right? But if you bring it down to the bottom of the water and you let it go, the ground there, it's going to go up.
That's because air is lighter than water, so that's explained through buoyancy. But then again, it doesn't explain why. But then it doesn't explain why things naturally want to go down.
But they don't actually want to go down. I just showed you that.
No, but you're just playing with surface tension here. You're not explaining why things go down.
No, I'm showing you that things don't always go down. Because that same thing that goes down, when you put it on the water, it's just going to float. It ain't going to go down to the ground.
But take the air. Okay, but take the air out of the ball, and the ball's going to sink. So it's not the ball still wants to go down. It's just being held up by the air.
That's my whole point. Yeah.
Right. So there's still something that's trying to pull that ball down. You just have more air counteracting that force trying to pull you down. So it doesn't explain. Go for it.
Yeah, because when you take the air out of the plastic, right? The plastic is heavier than the water, right? Well, some will float, but you're probably thinking of a heavy one, so I'll give you that. So that stuff is heavier than the water, so it goes down to the ground.
Okay, but why does it go down? Like why is down? Like that's the whole question, isn't it?
I explained you why. Because depending on the medium you're in, right? Things want to go to the lower to their lower rest, to their natural resting spot, right? You can, things can't float in the air.
Well, some things
Right?
can,
Yeah, things that are lighter than the air.
not necessarily.
Okay, what's heavier than the air? That can
Bird,
that can. You
anything
gotta
that
have like air.
flies, birds, anything that flies.
Yeah, but they're using their wings to fly.
Yeah, well, they're using the air to fly, but they still want to go down, and they're heavier than the air. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so there are things that are heavier than air that fly.
Yeah, yeah, but they're using their wings. They're not going up on their own.
Well, they're using the wings to make themselves fly.
Yeah, that's my whole point.
Okay, but again, like the birds naturally still want to go down. They're denser than the air, so why would they be able to fly?
Because of their wings, dude. I mean, are you serious?
Well, there's something that's causing them to be able to fly, and their wings sure is something that's obviously something, but their wings are counteracting on something else. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, the air. The
Okay.
air.
Okay, so they're able to beat the force that's pulling them downwards by flying, correct?
Yes, and that you want to
Okay.
think of it as a force. Yeah, but there's that
Something
force
that's keeping
ain't
them
pulling them.
down, right? That's
That
the whole
what,
question.
dude? If the bird doesn't go up, ain't nothing gonna pull it down. Do you understand that, right? The bird could be walking on the ground all day, and it ain't gonna be going down. The
Of
only
course, I
way the
get
bird's
that.
gonna go down if it lifts itself up, then it's gonna go back down. If it's got an injured wing, it won't be able to fly. I mean, I don't know why this is difficult.
It's a non sequitur. Aerodynamics is not part of the conversation.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to mention in regards to the swimming pool, like the force that's being observed is hydrostatic pressure. So, like divers, when they go into the water, for every 32.8 feet, there's a pressure change of 1 bar, which is equal to 14.7 psi. So, for every 33 feet that you go down in the water, the pressure is going to increase by 1 bar. And it's the same idea. You take that same ball that's full of air, a basketball or whatever have you, something that's strong, that has a good skeleton to it, you can take it deeper. And then what happens is that ball is going to actually travel back to the surface with a lot more energy, fervor, whatever you want to call it. It's going to have a speed associated with it, right? And we observe the opposite of that when we take that same basketball further up in the sky. The further up I take it, the more of a, quote, charge I give it.
As above, so below. Yeah. Yeah, think about it. The 0 point is the water level. Think about that. Below, you have pressure going one way. Above, you got pressure going the other way. So the delineating mark is the water surface.
Exactly. And this is why they keep saying at surface level, there's the 14.7 psi observed, which is in actual fact 1 bar. So at sea level, we have 1 bar as pressure observed. And again, as you go up or down within that, the pressure changes accordingly.
Up, down. Now the boys that are model, like they believe in the model, down is everywhere, up is everywhere. This language is foreign to them. There has to be a force, and that force magically keeps you. Can't even say it without laughing. Magically keeps you, water, atmos around a sphere traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
What I don't understand is how these, Einstein people that got their worldview from Einstein, how that they can just like completely ignore electrostatic forces, and they only focus on the only force that they can conceive in their head.
Because
And
you can use diamagnetic, ferromagnetic, or non-magnetic materials, and the result is the same.
the result's the same for what now?
You asked why they are avoiding the use of electromagnetic forces, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or influence, sorry.
Well, static forces, the electrostatic forces. They always seem to ignore it.
Because static forces affect things in a much different way than what we observe things falling. Like things fall, generally speaking, at the same rate. Electrostatic forces affect things much, much, much differently. And nothing is the same. Electrostatics on a piece of wood is different than electrostatics on a piece of metal. Like there's a huge difference in relationship between electrostatics and varying materials, which is not observed in the downwards, direction.
So when I got, some, let's say an anvil, a steel anvil, right? It's pretty dense, right? Is the anvil, relatively dense, more dense than most elements?
The anvil has a different relationship with electrostatics than, say, a piece of wood that could be just as dense.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what I'm saying. The anvil is dense, right?
The anvil is an alloy, yes.
Okay, so the metal is pretty dense compared to most things. And that's because
It's
the
because we made
structure of the atoms, right?
Well, it's because we made an alloy that is denser than others.
Okay, so it's because the atoms, the way that they stack up real tightly, and these atoms have electrons, neutrons, protons, right?
Well, are we talking about a subatomic relationship between particles, or we're talking about electrostatic effects on things that I can tangibly touch?
Well, those densely packed atoms make it more dense, and it goes down, right? Because of this density?
Right, and that you're still leaving out the relationship between electrostatics and the material itself. But sure, it still does.
Which
Sure,
one's stronger?
You don't think ground is important? Go
Which
ahead,
one's
bud.
stronger, electrostatics or your gravitational dealio?
Depends on the distance
Distance of what?
between the objects being related by the force.
How so?
So electrostatics are much stronger at shorter distance. Gravity is much stronger at farther distance.
And where's that substantiated and validated?
Through an experiment.
What's the name of it?
I don't know.
So
Well,
what
it's
I'm
a
talking
it's a
about is
cool
how
story.
the atomic structure in elements and compounds that are dense, it's the electrons and everything that's, packing them tightly, the electrons and neutrons. So if this is true, then that's electric, right? Electrons are electric, aren't they? Is there electricity there? Negative and positive and neutral, well, not neutral charges, but
They are electrically charged. They're not they're not electricity,
right. But if you got a bunch of electrons flowing through, or flowing around a cord, that's electricity, right?
Yes, because they carry the charge.
Right. So this is what causes things to be dense, and if you put, this steel anvil in, let's say, some mercury, it floats, right? Do steel anvils float in a pool of mercury?
Oh yeah.
Right. So now that we understand, the mercury is more dense than the steel, and the forces that hold the mercury together, this is what's going on, and this is what's causing things to go up and down.
Yeah, but again, I go, okay, why is there no difference for ferromagnetic, diamagnetic, or non-magnetic materials? All of them fall the same. All of them have the exact same shit.
Well, you keep talking about this, but you keep ignoring, what I said about how atoms are packed densely in different elements. And then you keep saying, well, wood doesn't act the same as steel. Well, yeah, it's not as packedly tight as steel because of its makeup. But if you look at the molecular makeup of different elements, they're packed differently.
I just want to quickly address something he just said. Can you show me anything that's not paramagnetic, diamagnetic, or ferromagnetic?
I mean, technically, this is like extreme technicalities, no, but as in, yeah, obviously, wood isn't.
Wood isn't what? Wood doesn't fall under magnetoreactive?
Well, technically, every single thing does, but that's, a technicality.
Well,
That's
I
if you
mean,
have
technically speaking, then your analogy was false, right?
No, because you need an insanely strong magnetic or electric field to make certain materials ferromagnetic. The amount of literally the strength of that field would be impossibly large.
Okay. And what's the point?
And we don't, if Earth's magnetic field isn't that large, or electric field, or whatever you want to think it is, it's not that large. So, it can't do that.
I don't really think you made that great of a point, but go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that, if you go all the way down to the subatomic level, everything is, electric in nature. But yet you guys always want to ignore that and invoke some sort of mathematical space-time continuum, even though dark matter has been debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma.
Dark matter has nothing to do with gravity. Like, so I don't understand. I don't understand
Well,
why you guys bring
you
in
don't
dark
understand what
matter.
you're talking about then, because dark matter is what made gravity work at the galactic
Larry,
level.
no, it hasn't. Larry, it's cold dark matter. What SE sent you is bullshit. You need to actually read what he sent you.
It's cherry
Oh,
picked.
so you're attacking the person now. I see. So I don't
No,
understand.
I'm saying you haven't actually read what he sent you properly, and you just accepted what he said.
It was a video. You don't know what you're talking about. How do you read videos? Can you explain that to me?
No, I doubt you actually watched the full video, and you just
can't read
listened to what Essie
videos.
told you.
You
I
can't
think
read
you just
videos.
listened to what Essie
And
told
that,
you, and you
that
didn't
tells
actually
me
do your
Larry,
due diligence.
Larry,
you
in
don't know what you're
fairness,
talking about.
Larry, in fairness, you can read the sources which this video pulled its information from, which that video has no sources, so you can't really take it seriously. But if it had sources, you could read the sources in which that video pulled its information from and put credibility to it.
Well, the source is the guy who's a professor at a college, and he's saying that they're having to do away with Einstein's gravity, and they're trying to retool Newtonian gravity, which is MONS, modified Newtonian gravity. So why would they be doing that if it worked?
So if he's a professor at a university, he'll have research papers and he'll source his information because he's a university level professor. He knows how this stuff works, and that information would be readily available to scrutinize.
Well,
If
we
it's
found
not
this like a week ago.
okay,
Oh, we're
But
still
also,
getting
Larry,
it together.
Larry, I also want to say it isn't dark matter's been debunked. What that video said was cold matter. Cold dark matter has been. These are
Right.
two very separate things, and the fact
Yeah,
that
I
you
understand
didn't
that.
know
That's
that.
non sequitur. Yeah, I knew that. It's a non sequitur because we're not talking about neutrinos, right? We're talking about the lambda CDM model of cosmology. CDM stands for cold dark matter. That's
Yeah.
your model and cosmology that's debunked, bro. Do you not
It's not
realize
a.
that?
It's a hypothetical. First of all, it's a
You guys,
hypothetical. So
How much
it's
of the universe is comprised of dark matter? I thought it was like 70% or more. Is it not?
why does it matter?
What do you mean? Why does it matter? Because your
Oh,
entire relative model is based on this.
no, it's not.
yes, it
So
is.
then why do
No,
you
it's
guys
not.
claim that 70% of the entire universe is comprised of this? What is it to
Guys,
begin
the
with?
extreme of astrophysics is not the majority of our model. This is the extreme shit. You're trying to pick at the extreme astrophysics and go, guys, it's not perfect. Get fucked.
Why
What's
are you
dark
so
matter?
angry, bro?
Well, it's a little frustrating when you say, "Oh, we don't know the 5% of the universe that we live in that we know extremely well because 95% of the universe is potentially unknown." It's a little disingenuous to what we actually know.
Well, actually,
So
you
what's
No, you
dark
got
just
that
matter?
did.
wrong. You got that
What's your
wrong. Hold on.
definition?
The 95% that you don't know, it's not that you don't know, it's that you had to make it up for the 5% to work. That's the problem,
No,
buddy.
no, the 5%
Yes,
works irrespective of the 95. And the 95,
incorrect.
we built it. Yeah, absolutely it does. And the 95, we built it off the 5% that we know. So that's just what it is. As we get more information about the rest of the 95, we'll be able to fill in some of the gaps that we may have passed over.
No, you
That's
got
how.
that wrong, and I'll tell you why. If you let me speak, the dark matter you had to bring in because of gravity. You got that wrong because you observed the galaxies and they were not turning correctly. So that's where you brought that in. Now the dark energy, which is more, is because of the expansion problem, right? You had to explain that. So those are two fill gaps that you brought in to fix the 5%. Don't think you're going to get away with that here, buddy. It's not going to happen.
No, that's not the reality. SE, sorry, I disagree with you on that.
Well, you don't have to agree or disagree.
Okay.
Just read up on your own
Wait,
model
wait.
and you'll see. Yeah.
For dark matter, it wasn't just introduced because of spiral galaxies. There were two things which coincided at around the same-ish time, which was spiral galaxies and our maths to do with them, and also observations of gravitational lensing in space. Both of these two things combined is what came to the proposition of dark matter, not one by themselves.
Okay, so you had two problems that you couldn't explain. It's even worse. You
No,
didn't have
you had
one.
one
You had two
observation
problems
and
that you
one
couldn't
problem.
explain, and you
No.
made something up.
You didn't hear me. You have one observation and one mathematical, I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
Problem. So I was correct. That was your problem.
No,
Okay,
because
so
an observation was there. The main thing was the observation of gravitational lensing.
What's the difference between that and redshift?
no, don't let him get away with this, bro. No, hold on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you had another observation. The fact of the matter is you got gravity wrong. One of the observations was how the galaxies were turning the center as opposed to the edge. You can't change that. Nothing you say is going to change that. Now, the reason why that happened is because you got gravity wrong. Now, you brought in dark matter to fix that. That is a fact.
Like I said, there were the two reasons which coincided. There was gravitational lensing and spiral galaxies. Both of them happened at around the exact same time, and that's why dark matter was proposed.
Right, to fix the problem, right?
No, there's one
Yes.
problem and one observation. An observation of gravitational lensing means there's mass somewhere there that's affecting the light, and we can't see it.
So you have a problem and you have an observation, which is an assumption. You have something that you can't explain. You attribute it to dark matter in one case of the observation of the lensing. And then you have another problem which you can't explain due to galaxy rotation. So you got two problems there.
Did you say that an observation was an assumption there?
Yeah, you made an observation. You called it lensing. You couldn't explain it. So because it's due to gravitational lensing, and there wasn't enough gravity there to cause that, you assume dark matter is there.
Okay, we're going to go into real simple basics of step 1, observe a phenomena. Step 2, make a hypothesis. Then you test it, right? So 1, we observed lensing of light. We observed this weird changing of the path of light in space, and we couldn't tell what was doing it.
No.
And then
How about the magnetic field, bro?
Magnets don't do that.
Magnetic field, yeah, magnets. If you look at a ferrocell, you can red and blue shift at a rate to 1 to 5 from the north to south pole. So yeah, it's all witnessed. Well, it's no different than the Doppler effect. This is all pertaining to the magnetic field, not your phony fictional gravitational field.
Brother, place a magnet in front of a beam of light. It's not going to move.
It doesn't matter. What we're talking about here is not what's causing it, right? What we're talking about is what you guys did to explain these anomalies, right? It's not what this and that or the other thing. It's you guys did the unthinkable. Instead of saying we're wrong, you invented 95% of the galaxy. Of the universe. 95%, my friend. You can't sell that vacuum to anybody. That dog
We made a
don't hunt.
hypothesis which corresponded with our observations, and then we tested them. That's what happened.
No, incorrect. You screwed up on the observation, which was gravity, miserably. You failed miserably. Not you, this dude called Einstein that you pray to. He failed miserably on his predictions. Not just a little bit. He was off by a lot. So you had to invent 95% of what's out there to make his thing work. There's nothing that you could say or do that's going to change that.
Yeah. Dark matter is just a euphemism to get away from discussing the ether. So you could talk about your gravitational nonsense.
I still haven't found the phenomena he's observed, or Newton. When they look at apples and trees and they're like, "Oh, the phenomena." Where's the phenomena?
Apple go down.
You're trying to defend a model that's 95% made up. Somehow you convinced yourself this is plausible. You got to ask yourself, why is that? Why am I so gullible?
That's the phenomena, the gullibility.
Yes.
Phenomena.
Yes.
So again, I see we've had these conversations before. There's really no need to keep going on. But what about dark matter makes the fact that we live in a heliocentric model impossible? What is it about the 5% that we know very well that works perfectly well that is wrong because we don't fully understand dark matter?
Sure, that's an easy one. Dark matter and gravity is the basis of your cosmology. If you take those two things away, you have nothing. You can't have star formation. You can't have orbits. You can't have anything, bro. Don't you understand that?
No, because you're not really fleshing it out properly, because we can clearly see the effects of gravity. We could call it anything else, call it electrostatics, but we can clearly see the effects. We can calculate the effects. So we can do math with reality and then apply that reality elsewhere in our universe. Like, this is very doable stuff.
Your math isn't the point of conflict of interest here. It's neither are your observations. It's your explanation or lack thereof.
Well, it's a much better explanation.
We don't deny your mathematics.
Well, yeah, you need mathematics to explain things. Actually, that's the point of math.
Math never explains. That's the problem. You guys use math in lieu of an explanation, and all you've contributed is descriptions, and your descriptions are based on erroneous attempts to explain away phenomena that are naturally observed.
Mathematics is a language, a form of communication meant to explain things.
It's not.
No different than words.
No, it's not. If I said 2, 3, 4, 1, 6, what did I say? You need you need a primer or something to decode that mathematics. You need an established foundation between the whoever is transmitting versus whoever's receiving to decode that information. Mathematics
Slow.
is not a language. Mathematics does not explain. It's never explained a single thing in the history of science and never will, because that's not the purpose of mathematics. It's only there to describe, and it does a great job at that. But science is about explanation and mathematics is about description. And that's why I say you guys are nothing more than mathematicians seeking to quantize everything into discrete particle interactions rather than field dynamics.
Wait, because something isn't its purpose, it doesn't now perform it?
You never touch on the essence of the phenomena. You guys only touch on the quantifiability.
Oh wait, that's like for your maths isn't a language thing. If I walked up to a random German person who didn't know English and I said HUSH, what would he do with that? You know, there is no thing for him to do. Does that make it not a language?
Yeah, a language is something that is decodable. It's something that you can again transmit and receive and decode. Information is nothing.
Follows all of
Information is nothing unless it's decoded. And for that to be decoded, you have to have either a primer or a legend in order to make heads or tails, just like a map. A map is nothing without that legend up at the top right corner that tells you which way is north versus south, east versus west.
But by
Typo.
this,
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it. So whatever you're saying applies to words as well. Like you need a decoder to understand what words mean. If you don't understand what a word means, then it has no value. Same thing with numbers. So I don't know what
This is all established.
So what's your point?
Yeah. Words are established. Do you understand the words I'm speaking? Because we've all followed the same course of action into agreeing upon.
Dyslow, when you add a value to a symbol, so 1 has a value of 1. But what is the difference between saying hi means hello? Like what is the difference in that?
1 is to phi is to 1. This is a mathematical certainty. But again, what have I explained?
Right. The point of it is we use math to communicate. It's no different than using words. It's a form of communication.
Okay. All right.
No,
if
we
you
don't.
say so, buddy.
We don't use math to communicate. We use math to misconstrue, right? To argue a little more, to be incomplete, to be unconclusive, to say, well, it measures 5, but we're off by 0.0000090 more zeros, 0.1. But you can act like it doesn't exist.
Same goes for words. You can use words to make things up and muddy the water and make things up. It's no different.
The amount of something is never going to tell you what something is. But and that's all you got. You guys are glorified bean counters when you should have been understood upon principles versus attributes, quality versus quantity, like things of this nature, to actually get to a viable explanation behind a said phenomena, not just like quantifying the phenomena.
Well, explaining
and then
something
slapping.
is yeah, but in order to explain something, you have to quantify it and use words. So they work in tangent. They are a form of communication. You have to quantify something to explain it. It's how else would you explain something?
Yeah, but Nacho's physics said it's a form of miscommunication, so we've already debunked that.
Isn't science qualitative, not quantitative?
Supposed to be. Original denotative understanding of what science is versus the current connotative understanding. Yeah.
Quantitative versus qualitative is just two different types of data sets. That doesn't mean anything.
I'd like to see you explain something to me with numbers alone. Let's talk about a horse. Use your numbers and explain to me the essence of a horse.
Dimensions of the horse. I could describe its entire shape using an equation. I could give you the exact hertz, the frequencies the horse's body produces.
Perfect. So what is a horse now? Within all the information you've just provided.
I could perfectly describe almost everything about that horse to you.
I understand, but I'm asking for an explanation using your descriptions alone. When is your descriptions, i.e., your quantifiable personification of this horse, ever going to tell me the essence of a horse and explain to me what a horse is?
All right,
It's
maybe
no
you're
different.
right.
It's no different than like a car mechanic who understands all the specs of the car, can work on the car, versus the race car driver who's actually been
All right.
behind the wheel of the car and has
Well,
actually
Dazzler,
driven the car.
you know
It's
what?
two complete differences. I would take the race car driver's explanation as to
I
what a
get your
car
race
is
car. I get
versus
your spirit.
the
Come
car
on.
mechanic who's never driven it.
Okay, Dazzler, you know what? Prove me right. Prove me wrong, sorry. I can't. You rejected my numbers. Go ahead. Explain the essence of a horse.
Well, no, that wasn't the point. The point was is that
No,
your
don't.
quantifiable,
Don't.
your
Don't.
quantifiability of a horse will never tell me what a horse is.
Well, then you
It'll
tell me what a horse
quantify
is.
the attributes,
Prove me
but
wrong.
it'll never touch on the principles of what something is.
Okay, well then
Like,
prove me wrong. Tell me what the principles of a horse are.
I'm not a horse jockey. That's aside the point.
Well, no, that's exactly the point. The point you said is
I could
math
simply
can't do
say
that.
it's an animal, a hoofed animal with 4 legs, and
That's a description, Daislo. You've given me a description.
yeah. But where's the numbers within the description? I haven't used any numbers.
Okay, so you failed
So you're
to give
not. That
me...
was the. Remember, that was the whole point. Is you said math was a language, and I asked you to tell me something in mathematical sequences, and let's see if we can understand what it is you're trying to explain here.
Well, okay, I gave you numbers to completely and utterly describe the horse, and you went, well, that's just a description. And the best you can give me in words is also a description. So, you know, we're both at the exact same point.
Well, point is I'd get further and closer to an explanation, if not actually get an
Well, then try it.
explanation
Go
using
on, try it.
words far more viably than you could ever just using numbers alone.
You're telling me this, but you're not actually doing it. So do it. Describe the essence of a horse using words.
All right. Well, for this, I'm going to turn to Google. So let's see what Google has to say.
And funny how he said it has 4 legs too, which is a number and also a form of communication.
I don't know. I think this is just kind of so silly. Like, obviously, maths can also be used as a language to communicate information. It's obvious.
What if I say no? Does that change reality?
Well, yeah, but describe the essence of a horse, bro.
I mean, that was one thing I used to like kind of showcase what it is I'm trying to say. Explanation versus description.
Yeah,
and how when we do science, we're actually trying to get to an explanation. We're not just leaving off with vague descriptions of quantifiability and calling it a day and wiping our hands and going home. Like, that's not doing science. That was the whole point.
So all I wanted to try to say was, obviously, maths is a language. You can communicate information through maths from one person to the other. It's a language.
Well, here's the essence of a horse from American Wild Horse Campaign: a self-reliant, self-efficient being, one who makes decisions guided by nature, considering the whole around them, the herd, and the environment by environment they thrive in. That is the essence of a wild horse. Freedom.
There you go. I didn't hear any numbers there, but that was pretty nice.
I'll be honest,
Thank you.
that was still kind of... I mean, if I wanted to get really fucking pedantic and annoying about it, I could just go, yeah, that was still just a description. You called it an animal, amongst its herd animal. You're describing it. You aren't explaining it.
No, it's considering the whole around them, the herd, and the environment. It considers everything around it. In other words, the horse
so
itself.
you're describing its actions.
No, not its actions. His essence. That's the way his essence is described. Is said to be.
Is considering something not an action.
If a horse self-reliant when he's in the wild?
I don't know.
Is he
I would say
self-efficient?
so.
This is a huge red herring. They think that math explains things.
Does he make decision?
Yeah, but again, that's kind of a descriptor. Saying something makes a decision is describing it making a decision. You're not explaining it.
So
Okay, look, anyway, this was beside the point. This was just the fact that clearly we can tell that maths sends information from one person to the other. It's a language. It's as simple as that.
Well, again, I don't discredit mathematics. It's fine at describing things, but again, like we're trying to get to explanations, not just descriptions of what things do. We're trying to touch on what things are and how they work, not just the quantifiability of it all.
Well, numbers are an effective way to describe how things work.
Yeah, I agree with that. They do really well at describing things. But on the other hand, as science, you're supposed to be getting to an explanation, which takes it a step above a description, being that an explanation supersedes a description and its completeness, which requires philosophical frameworks, being that philosophy and mathematics are, all enshrouded within science.
Yeah, of course. But if you were to try to explain how something happens, you would have to quantify it in order to make it valid. If you can't quantify it, you can't validate something.
Well,
In science.
quantifiability takes part in physicality, i.e., materialism, right? And so, for example, what's the particle that makes up the magnetic field? Well, that's a problem for you because there is no particle that makes up the magnetic field because the magnetic field is not a particle and a particle is not a field. The field is ab extra to the particle itself, which requires not mathematics to explain.
But
Wait,
why is that a problem again?
Sorry, we're talking about quantum style things right now, and we're gonna just throw math out the window? Really?
No, I'm not saying throwing math out the window. I'm just saying that you're never going to get to a complete explanation behind anything with only using descriptions, i.e., quantifiability. It's why you can't explain what a field is, why you can't explain a lot of things in science today because of your materialistic framework that you guys perceive everything through. The lens of materialism has blinded you. Everything's a hammer or everything's a nail because, you guys think you guys are hammers. So if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. And this is how we get back to dark matter, dark energy, things that are mysterious because they don't follow the guidelines of materialism. Am I still there? Mic check.
Yeah, you're good. It's just these guys don't want to admit that they don't have a model.
Yeah, no, I'm not quite sure how to reply to your whatever that was.
Yeah, we just debunked you guys saying that, math explains things when we all know that math can only describe.
If I say I debunked, did I actually debunk?
Well, just, explain me mathematically. Go ahead. Make sure there's a
I
real
feel
good
like I just
equation in there.
debunked you just now by not saying anything.
Well, no, just go ahead and explain me mathematically. We'd love to see some consistency in your arguments.
Well, I just debunked you.
Bro, you're doing like this weird red herring thing? Like you're some sort of bullfighter? Do you got like any good arguments? Can you explain me mathematically?
Well, I'm learning. I'm learning how to use debunk. I was just shown an example of how to use it.
Do you think you could explain me mathematically?
There, I just debunked you again.
You're weird, bro. What's your name? What's your name, bro?
Gary, nice to meet you.
No. Talking about the other
Yo,
guy.
other guy. What's your name? What was your screen name? Oh, I didn't see who it was.
My name's Michael, and I'm an alcoholic.
Anyway,
Paradolia.
oh, is that who it is? So back
Yeah,
to
what's
cold
up?
dark matter being debunked, and therefore they're doing away with Einstein's gravity and relativity. So, are you guys going to admit that you don't have a model, or are you going to like keep on pretending?
No, but I will admit that what you just said isn't actually what's happening.
Oh, so you haven't seen the video? Okay.
No, but based off your little clip notes that you just gave me here, I can say that it's not actually what's happening.
Clip notes. So you haven't seen the video that we've been passing around?
Well, I think your cliff notes pretty much describes what the video is about. It's that somehow cold dark matter completely debunks Einstein, and I know that's not the case, so I don't really need to look further into it.
Not the claim, right? Nice straw man attempt, but the actual claim is that cold dark matter is what saved Einstein, and it's been debunked. So Einstein is no longer saved. The theory is now trash because it's not what we observe in reality. You know, reality, that thing outside, when we like look outside and that's the real stuff.
Larry, I don't think our realities are the same.
Oh, our realities are definitely the same. They're 100% the same.
Well, then you live on a globe, moving across the sky, and all those things that you guys like to say isn't happening. That's your reality. Then, unfortunately,
Dude, that's just what you see on TV. You think that's reality? Seriously?
sure,
What you see on TV is reality. Sure.
no, not what you see on TV. What the body of evidence suggests it is.
Okay, where do you see the globe at?
Wait, I need to see something in order for it to be real?
Did I say that? I said, where do you see the globe at?
Well, what's the point of your question? Because I can't see a globe, it's not real?
Is that what I said?
Well, that's where you're going, I'm assuming.
No, I'm saying that what you see on TV isn't necessarily reality.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That's not what I'm invoking.
You're not invoking reality?
I'm invoking the reality found through the body of evidence and research that we've done as a human species. I don't need to look at a TV to get that information.
So, we're talking about reality. Where do you see the globe? Where do we experience the globe?
I'm walking on it as we speak.
You're walking on a model as we speak. Is that your final answer?
The globe is a model? I mean, what are you trying to get to here?
You didn't know that the globe Earth model was a model?
Well, the globe Earth is a reality, so I don't know why you're invoking a model here. You're asking me about reality.
You're invoking a model and saying, you're reifying a model and saying that it's reality. You do know the difference between a model and reality, right?
A model is actually a mathematical thing to make predictions with.
Okay, so does it always necessarily refer to reality, or does it sometimes deviate from reality?
Well, in order for a model to be successful in statistics, it needs to make accurate predictions.
Like what?
Well, like what time the sun's going to set and rise, when the moon's going to be, when we're going to have eclipses. There's a very good form of a very good example of a success of how you can create a model. And if your model is successful, you'll be able to make these predictions accurately.
Okay, yeah, people didn't have those models for hundreds of years, and were still able to accurately predict the precession of the stars, the constellations, the wandering planets, the sun and the moon.
Eclipses.
They didn't need. Yeah, thank you. Eclipses. They definitely did not need some balls to do that.
But the fact that we are a ball is how they were able to make their
You're just
predictions.
saying nuh-uh by declaring that to be a fact. But
No,
that's
yeah, you're incorrect, man. They used to, the solar cycle was invented before they thought the Earth was a globe, pretty accurately, and still being used today on a flat stationary.
All right. So, if hypothetically speaking, let's play a hypothetical game. If
Not
somebody,
hypothetical,
if
actual.
if somebody didn't know the shape of the planet, they could still make predictions about the world they live in. So, if their predictions were correct and they made their predictions based off the math that would only be possible on a globe, well, then they were doing their math based on a globe.
Yeah, there wasn't. They were doing their math based on a flat stationary plane.
Well, reality tells you that they were not because
yes, they were.
Well, no, because reality tells you we live on a
Yeah,
globe.
you just saying nah doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah, dude, that's literally the fucking nuh-uh word salad because calling something reality. I could just be like, dude, it's a reality that you suck dick, you know? And there's nothing you can do about it. That's a reality, bro. That's reality. And now our model, based off that model, you know, but that's not fair, is it? So it's like, I'm not going to nuh-uh you. I mean, I don't know.
Well, when you
Hey,
make a model,
mathematically though, he sucks like 2 dicks a day. So I guess it'd be like
Okay, easy. Hold on.
listen,
So let's
my
get back to the argument.
model. So my
math.
model for dick sucking actually predicts I'm going to suck 4 dicks in a day, and at that it's actually accurate. So I have a successful model.
Okay. Let's
Can
keep it above
we
board.
get back to the argument?
No, but these guys are conspiracy theorists. Issa put it right last night. These guys are the conspiracy theorists. Their conspiracy is that we're on a globe.
Yeah, and the only way you can see it is with super special NASA technology or mathematics, or you got to get on a dildo fucking rocket and fucking fly to space. It's ridiculous.
You ever seen that South Park?
Hold on. 613, I have a question for you. What's one base axiom that you observe that tells you we're on a globe? One base axiom.
That I observe?
Mm-hmm.
In reality.
That tells me that we live on a globe?
In reality.
Spy would say for me, the easiest way to do it is to go in the middle of buttfuck nowhere and stare at the stars and map them over 6 months, and you'll be able to get a pretty good idea that we live on a globe.
Okay, so you would use this just to, and I'm going to class this and just walk away after this. I'll disengage. You would appeal to a celestial or the celestial bodies in order to prove the surface that you're walking upon. Is that correct?
Why, if I didn't have a basis point to measure the surface, then yeah, I would use the stars. Absolutely.
Thank you, Odysee.
Is your basis the fact that you're standing on the thing that you should measure? Is that the reason why you look away from it and try to measure it?
Well, if I make measurements based on the surface, then it definitely is a continuously curved surface.
That's an assumption. Can you prove it to yourself? I mean, are you interested in finding out? Are you interested in finding out if you're on a globe or not, or are you here just to defend it? I mean, are you like set on that, and you're not even open to the idea that it might be like it seems instead of the opposite? Are you open to that? Are you wanting to find out, or are you just here because you just decided that's the way it is, and you're going to come argue with people that it must be this way, even though it seems like it's not?
Well, I have a basis of evidence through the work that I do that it definitely isn't flat. So from that standpoint, I can say confidently that I know it's not. With that being said, I'm here for the same reason everybody else is here, and we're having conversations about it.
Okay, I just wondered, what kind of work is it again? Are you guys that does the sewers?
What's that? I've talked about sewers in the past, but I'm in construction. Yeah.
Yeah, construction. Okay.
Yeah.
But you're in construction, and when you go off the sky to to measure what you're gonna, build on or construct.
No, I would never use the sky to build something on the surface of the planet.
So why would you build a whole reality based on the sky that you can't touch or feel or measure, while you're on the ground and can actually measure and feel and experience the earth?
Well, I can measure it, but you're right. I can't touch it. I can see it. So if I can see it and I can measure it, I can figure it out. And as for the surface, well, there's more than enough evidence on the surface to tell you it's definitely a globe.
How is that?
Oh, yeah? How is
Horizon? How is that?
How's what?
How are you measuring a globe if the horizon is refracted?
Well, I mean,
Always.
you guys have had enough conversation about surveying. We don't need to get back into the conversation about surveying, but yeah,
wait
I
a
mean,
minute.
there's entire datums dedicated to the surface of our planet and everything related to it, and that's the basis point at which we use to build anything out of. So yeah, I mean, it's
You made a
what else?
claim.
Hey, will you do
we
me a favor? I just reposted something just so you catch it right away. I reposted this comp that I made from Michael Brenner about what the biggest problems are with the globe model. Will you read that? Will you just read that? Because if you don't even have an orbital, the orbits don't even work, bro. You don't have any dynamics. Mathematics doesn't work for it. You know, you can't just use kinematics and geometry as if forces are a part of the whole heliocentric deal. They
Okay,
don't even apply
perspective.
the dynamics.
Perspective. We're not done doing what he does this for a living. Let's explore this further. Okay,
No.
before we
I'm
get to
saying
the
at some
article,
point
like
read
peg
that.
him up.
At some point read that. I'm not saying now.
All right.
Yeah.
So back to what you do.
Yeah,
The question was on the table.
I
Horizon
just
being
told you
level.
I work in construction, and part of my field in construction is to use geodetic data to plot
Okay.
out future construction projects.
Okay. So question for you then is, do you actually work out in the field or do you just coordinate paperwork?
Both.
All right. Awesome. What is the largest level that you own?
Largest bubble level?
Yes.
Well, from a practical use, only about 3 feet.
All right. What's the largest level that you've seen used on a construction site?
Largest, I think the largest one I would realistically see is about 10 feet. After that, it starts to get a little inaccurate.
Okay. So you have a 10-foot long bubble level, which could be confused as a girder, a steel girder at that point, because it's made of steel or aluminum to keep this thing rigid over a 10-foot length. So, question for you is, all of these cities that are laid from South America to Canada to China to Japan are all laid on what principle, given that you work in the field?
I can assure you, none of them are level.
Okay, no. Hear the question. Please don't jump.
Sorry, what exactly is the question?
No. I'm not going to have you jump to the
No, okay. So
to my answer.
He asked
right?
he asked a question. Here, just let him one at a time, guys. Come on.
Thank you. So
it's fine.
I'll withdraw after this. Is you're in the industry. All of these cities are laid again. I'm going to go through it again. South America, Canada, and these are all cities that are built within these countries. India, Australia, Europe, etc. The principle that they're built upon is, this is where you get to answer.
I don't understand the premise of your question. The principles to sustain a large population?
No. The principle that they are built upon, you're in the industry of built form, are you not?
So if the principle in which, what are you talking about, the basis point in which they use for modern projects and a way to plot out the land? Like, I'm not really understanding your question in terms of what's the principle.
I began questioning with you, asking you about the largest level that you have local and that you've seen. You put on the table that you've observed a 10-foot level, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. These cities that are all built upon all of these different places are all built upon the principle of level.
No, I just told you that's no, that's, and again, no, that's not true. No city are perfectly level. That's not reality.
That's I mean, no, he's not saying that they're perfectly level. He's saying that they all use the principle of levelness in order to construct things to come out the way they want them to. Like, I live in a place that gets flooded quite a bit. So if you don't know, like, first of all, I came in on like halfway of the conversation because I had to step away for a second. But if you're saying that you do construction or like some kind of earthworks and the longest level you've ever used is 10 feet, or that you've ever seen being used is 10 feet, I'm no construction guy, but I have built like ponds and stuff using excavators, and we use something called a zip level, which can go about 200 feet. We've also brought in laser levels, which are simply accurate.
Yeah, but that wasn't the
get a lot
question though.
further.
Yeah, that wasn't
No,
that
but
wasn't the question.
I know. I listened to the question. He's asking you about the principle upon which all of these cities are built, and it is level. It is they use this thing called level, right?
I mean, they use a tool to level things, sure, but the way
Okay,
that tool works definitely goes against your paradox.
Please don't
My
lead me.
paradox.
Please, just give me a quick second on this platypus. Is just the idea that
Take it away,
now
bro.
these cities are all built upon the principle of observing level. They put down the level, they build accordingly, they build multiple floors of condominium buildings, etc., all at observing the principle of level. Now
No, I
that is a
disagree. I disagree with
hold
that.
on a second,
Full-heartedly disagree with that.
please. You can't disagree with a principle. That's why it's a principle,
Well,
right?
your principle is wrong.
I'm sorry that you're going
I'm sorry, but
against
your
the
principle is
principle.
wrong here.
If you're gonna cut me off with us observing a principle, I will withdraw from the question with you. Be well, my friend.
Again, I just disagree with your premise that it's a principle that cities are built to be level. That's
No, he didn't
categorically
say
wrong.
that.
No, that's not what he
That's not
said.
what he said. That's not what he said. And there's multiple people here to let you know that you are either not hearing him on purpose and misrepresenting his argument, or you need to clean out your ears because that's not what he said.
He said cities from South America all the way to Europe are built on the principle of
That things can be level, that you can measure something as level. What he said. He didn't say that they're all perfectly level. He said that they use the principle of levelness to create a desired construction, complete project. That's how we get built. That's how we get
okay.
railroads
Well,
built. That's how we get bridges built.
I'll refute that by saying that there isn't a single floor on a skyscraper that is actually level by the very definition of level. There isn't any building that is technically by its definition level. There really isn't much in construction that is actually level by its definition.
So when you're at what you said you work in construction, you're in the field and you do paperwork, right?
Yep.
And so is that what you tell your boss when they ask about how level something is? You just tell them that their definition of level is wrong and that you can't actually have level. Do you just go and like throw out all the levels on the site?
Well,
You don't need them, right?
you
don't even need a level on the site. If what you're saying is true, why do we even use levels, right?
well, on major construction projects, you hardly would find a level anywhere, to be honest.
Yeah, that's because they go in before with laser levels and zip levels, and they do all the measurements and they flag everything for the project.
Yeah, but even so, if you're going to pour a concrete slab that you think is level, it really isn't level because they need to, take care of water irrigation. They need to move stuff around. They can't have things being perfectly level. And furthermore,
well, it is based on the principle of level.
Whoa! You talking
So
about
that is based on the principle of level. Holy
100%,
shit,
dude! Yeah, spillways. Fucking.
There's gonna be a dog pile. I'm next. Please
Go ahead, Killian. Go ahead.
What's your question?
So you're not going to defame construction principles of a concrete slab, right? By appealing to the idea that it needs to take care of water. There's a specification in the drawings that requires a minimum 2% gradient so that the water flows according to the curb cut, etc. Right? Don't appeal to that to that within the confines of this conversation to try to prop up your globe claim. Right? That is intellectually dishonest crap. And we don't like that. Now, the question is, right, where we have all these multiple points, the cities that I was referring to earlier, that all are built, form, observing level, the question becomes for you to start the answer, and this is where the burden of proof gets flipped to you. Where does the curve show up when I have all these cities built, observing level? Go.
So in order to have something being level, you need to have it being of equal elevation. And every time you're going to set your elevation stick to make sure that you're at the correct elevation, you are in fact compensating for curvature.
How?
Because anytime you keep something at
elevation.
anytime
Hold
you
on, I
keep
was giving you
something.
space. You finished your answering. I gave you space. You concluded. 2-second pause. I'm trying not to cut anybody off that I'm actively
Go for it.
engaged in
Go for
debate
it.
with. Right, fine. Elevation is not the same as level. I can be at sea level, observe level at a tabletop I'll set up as a picnic to hang out with the lady in my life. I can go a mile high to Denver Stadium, and I can set a level on the court that the Nuggets play basketball on and observe level. Right.
So
These are not, these elevation claim has nothing to
it has
do
everything. It has
with
everything to do with
level.
level.
No, it in fact doesn't.
So
Elevation
you
is
take
a
your
plus
level. So
minus. Hang on, I'll withdraw after this. Elevation is a plus minus an altitude reference above sea level. Please, you can go now.
So take your bubble level. Let's say it's 10 feet. The purpose of your bubble level is to make sure that both ends of your bubble level are at the same height. So level in and of itself, its main purpose is to make sure that the 2 points are at equal elevation or same height.
Again, above sea level.
The sea level has nothing to do with this. You're even at sea level, you want to make sure that something is at the same height at 2 ends. That would make it level of equal elevation. The definition of level.
Yeah, where's the globe part comes in.
Exactly. This is the question, because here's the thing, when we have all of these observation points that are at sea level, at Mile High Stadium, measuring level, different places all over this place, China level, Australia level, that's northern and southern hemispheres accounted for, showing level. You then have to step to the table, and that's where the claim gets flipped to you. You guys then have to step to the table, and you're being representative of Team Globe, being you guys, to say this is where the curve shows up on a subterranean level.
So first, you're missing a step in here. In order to establish a level, you need to establish a vertical. So in the reality that I live in and in the world that I live in, every time you establish a vertical, you then have the opportunity to establish a new horizontal, which is effectively what your level is. So if you're taking a level in China and saying it's level, then yes, you're right. Whoever's taken that measurement in China who established the vertical in order to make a level horizontal, you're right, it would be level to them. However, that horizontal that you would run from that tangent point in China would not be at the same degree, let's say, at your tangent point, say at Denver Stadium. This data, I mean, it's too far to use China, but you could use that. You're just using the United States. This is really the nail in the coffin to tell you that we live on a continuously curved surface.
Keep stating that.
You can't say it's a nail in the coffin with no proof of I believe it would be a tangential relationship between the two cities. Right? You have no proof of that, and the proof that I'm literally putting down on the table that nobody in this chat can argue is that everybody within this chat can all observe level locally right now. That is a claim that I can stand on and nobody can defame me of. Then I can further associate that claim with dimensions and distances and start drawing out a reference pattern, right? That may show, in fact, an elevation difference between everybody in this chat, depending if we maybe have people hanging out in California or we have people hanging out in fact, Denver, right? That we can associate an elevation change, fine. I'm not arguing that. What I am saying with definitive definitive sentencing wording is the fact that everybody is observing level at the same time. Period.
Yeah, but we're not level with each other. So if you observe level at sea level and I observe level at 10 feet, we're not level with each other. We're on two different horizontal planes and we are not level with each other.
Horizontal planes.
Yeah, absolutely. A horizontal plane.
Horizontal
to establish
plane.
to establish a level, you need a perpendicular to a vertical. It's the only way you can establish a level. It's the only way you can do it.
I rest my case, Your Honor. That's
Right?
it. There you go. You get it.
Right?
Welcome to Flat Earth, dude.
Horizontal
That's it.
plane, dude.
Yeah,
And this is where
and
I
the
get to
only way you
say,
can
I'll
do
walk
that.
away after this. Hold on. And this is where I get to say that is, in fact, the nail in the coffin to the globe. Rest in peace.
No, because
The
then when you take so
body.
Killian, when you take a different tangent point and you start doing the mathematics on your tangent point, you come to see that you are in fact not horizontal to the next person. Those persons are actually at a different call it angle than you, different degree than you are. That is the nail in the coffin to the flat Earth, and this data is readily available through a variety of datums that give you this information. People have gone and tested it. They've gone and measured it. They've recorded their measurements. These datums are used for massive infrastructure projects related to trillions of dollars all over the world.
Hey, you know what? Are you sure you're not just conflating elevation with like sphericity?
You could still have elevation on a sphere.
Right, but you don't have evidence for that. You're talking about horizontal planes. You're like proving flat Earth. It took me a second to realize you were arguing for the ball.
The datums which we use to do every massive infrastructure projects in this world is proof enough that we live on a globe.
That they're horizontally perfect and you don't need to change anything. You stay
they're
within a
not.
horizontal mean
Not
line and you don't go down anywhere. In a
Unfortunately,
side view, where would you go down and stay at your elevation? Where would this happen? Tell me, how far would you have to fly for me to see you when you're plane? Fly down across the curve to keep your elevation. Not La La Land. It has to be in reality, right? Not La La Land. Not nowhere, Democ. We have a horizontal line of reference. I could imagine it. I can draw it. I can put it right there, floating in the air on a thing, right? Now, can you fly any object and represent that you're not on a horizontal plane that the elevation follows? Can you do anything but a horizontal elevation? Please, with a globe. How would you be able to do anything but horizontal elevation, brother?
Sorry, what?
How do you fly your plane anything but in a horizontal gradient, a horizontal mean line, 10 foot being in the center, 5 foot being below, 20 foot being above? Your mean line would be 10 foot. Now, can you go show us where 10 foot curves around in circles or drops below itself? You're saying you live on a ball. You're saying it's not horizontal. Demonstrate where it's not horizontal flight. 10 foot isn't 10 foot. You have to demonstrate where 10 foot bends around a curve from the center, buddy. What do you mean, what?
Hypothetically speaking, if you lived on a sphere, and let's not invoke that we do, but if you lived on a sphere and you kept your plane at 100 feet of elevation, you would basically be conforming to the surface of the sphere at this point. Like, this
So
concept
that's
is
horizontal,
doable
right?
without invoking. No, horizontal is only established at one point, at one tangent.
Democ, Jeremy says relax.
Well, sometimes I just can't tell when they're done. I'm good. I'm fine. So you describe a horizontal line. So the plane doesn't drop below a horizontal line. I'm at 35,000 feet. Do I drop a millimeter below or above that ever?
Well, technically, the plane's not flying in a horizontal path. It's flying in a straight curved line, but not technically a horizontal path.
Well, I don't know what your technical means. We can throw that out the window. We'll say in reality, I'm flying
so
at 10 foot high. No technicalities needed. I'm 10 foot off the dirt and water, right? I'm going forward. At what point in time do I go around the ball and stay 10 foot is what I'm asking you. Why is this so hard? Where can you demonstrate
by
you're
virtue
not
of
going horizontal?
by virtue of staying at 10 feet, you are conforming to a globe. If you, let's say, didn't stay at 10 feet and you flew truly horizontal, then your elevation would rise.
You need to demonstrate where this is. You don't just say, hey, Democ, you're flying in a straight line, but you just went around a ball. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you can do this. You can do the same. You can
No.
demonstrate to me how you can fly horizontally and not rise in elevation. So why don't you go ahead and do that for me?
No, you need to drop down and go back around the ball at 10 foot or 35,000 feet or an inch. It's all the same from a center when you hold a string on your plane. You're telling me you're following a horizontal line. Welcome to flat Earth. If your plane
You're
doesn't
not.
go down below that horizontal line, you're not on a ball following a ball anything. Horizontal is not a ball.
Horizontal does not establish elevation. It's just a line that you made at a tangent point.
Okay. Horizontal is the line. It is the elevation. It is the very thing. It is the horizontal gradients we live in from left to right for forever, front and back forever. There's no curve down 10 feet. It's all a horizontal line. Where do you have not a horizontal 10-foot elevation?
So a horizontal line is just a straight line made at a tangent.
Yeah, that's what represents
all
your
it is.
height. That's what represents your elevation.
No.
Show us where it doesn't. Show us where you go below it and you stay the same, or it doesn't go up or down below that. The reference frame is a horizontal line. You can make that whatever you want. If you go above it, you're raising an elevation forever. If you go below it, you're lowering an elevation. You don't do anything but that. That's what the horizontal line represents.
Okay, but that's not reality.
You're telling me you have a curvy elevation that stays 10 foot while not being horizontal. Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah, grab a sphere and put it in your hands, and then set up an elevation. I don't know, 1 inch above the sphere, and keep. Let's say your I don't know, your model plane, if you want to put it that way. Keep it at 1 inch off of the sphere, and you will maintain elevation on a sphere. This concept works. This concept works. Like this is not a concept that doesn't work.
No,
Whether or not you want to invoke that we live on a sphere,
Hold on,
the mathematics of doing that particular experiment shows you that you can stay at a particular elevation on a curved surface.
Not at all. That doesn't make any sense. I've never in my life heard anything so stupid.
Hold on, man. Demock's explaining to you how rise over run works, essentially. On Earth, you can get a ball and pretend that's what it is, but in practical reality, they use rise over run, and you can get elevation from that, and they're making horizontals. So.
Yeah, just by putting a ball in your hand doesn't make 10 foot in your room or your height change, guy. You're still 5 foot. So if you put that ball 1 inch away from your head and you try to go around it, your guy that's flying is not at 5 foot. He's below that. Do you understand that's a horizontal line? That's how it works in reality. The ball in your hand or not your hand. Yeah.
Yeah, Demock. All I'm trying to say here is a horizontal line is only established at one tangent point. After that, you have to establish another tangent point to establish another horizontal.
I don't think so. You're making shit up. For an imaginary ball, that'd be great. On your imaginary ball that doesn't exist. But on flat Earth, it's one horizontal forever. Do you understand the difference?
Oh, I understand what you're saying. It's just not reality.
No, you're not saying reality. You're saying you're bending down and staying at 1 foot above the ground. Show me where. Show me where reality's not a horizontal baseline, dude. Go below a horizontal and represent your form not being a horizontal reference lane. Why do you keep talking and not demonstrating what you're talking about? You just keep having us imagine a ball, which doesn't help us because the ball has a certain height. The ball will be 1 foot thick off the ground. Now, if I start 1 inch above that and go below, I'm going below 1 foot, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, Demock, that's not what I said. I said if you take a ball, a sphere, and you put it in your hand, okay, and on that sphere, you're trying to keep something at the same height off of the sphere, which in this case would be your elevation. So in order for it to stay at the same height off of the sphere, it would follow a circle basically around your sphere.
Yes, we understand that. Hold on, Demock, hold on a second. We understand that if you have a ball in your hands, that's how a ball would work.
Okay.
However, in reality, we use rise over run. They make horizontal lines, and if you're a foot above your horizontal line, you've raised a foot in elevation. It's not rise over run.
Okay, but if your rise over run would not be level. So if you wanted to make that horizontal that you use to make your rise over run, and you put it at the same elevation as your starting point of your run, you would then have a line that is level.
No, in rise over run, they have an elevation point. They make a horizontal line. If at the end of that horizontal line, you've raised or lowered 10 feet, you're now at a 10-foot different elevation.
That's right. That's a slope.
Nope, that's how they get elevation. Rise over run, horizontal basin.
Right, but that's still a slope. Rise over run is a slope.
Call it whatever you want. However, that's how they get elevation profiles, by doing rise over run.
Okay, I understand that. But if you start, let's say your rise over run starts at 10 feet, and at the end of it, it's still at 10 feet, you don't have a slope, you have no rise over run, and you have a level line.
What does that got to do with a curve? It's a horizontal line we're speaking of, not a slope, not sloppy joes, and not a pile of mashed potatoes. A horizontal line that does not curve like a banana. You're saying you have banana elevation. You're saying not horizontal. Don't ever call my horizontal line a banana or a curve, buddy, or a slope. That didn't make any sense at all.
All right. So you earlier, 613, asked for how we would determine level when we're flying on a plane, right? Did you not?
No.
Didn't you flip the burden at one point to Democ when you're engaged with questioning, stating you would love to know how that's done on a plane? Because I'm going to put on the floor for you, or on the table for you to observe the fact that when the seatbelt sign gets disengaged and the captain says you're free to roam about the cabin, I can pour a glass of water into a container, or pour water into a container, and I can literally observe level, providing we don't engage in any turbulence the entire way. And that's how I'm able to eat my meal and so on and so forth. So that's throughout the entire flight until that seatbelt sign comes back on in the ceiling and they're like, please take your seats. We're about to descend to our destination. So again, like, you're in a plane observing local level the entire time. And the pilot, a lot of the time, he's got autopilot engaged and he's not doing anything with the controls, nose up, nose down, adjusting the attitude of the plane. So I don't quite understand, again, where does the curve show up? Even in flight, we're observing level the entire way.
Yeah, hold on real quick. I didn't hear his response to the rise over run thing, but
oh shit.
I realize if you have a ball in your hand and you go stay 1 inch above the thing, that would be curving. However, in reality, what they do with rise over run is they make a horizontal. And then they say if you've risen 10 feet above the thing, you're now 10 feet higher in elevation. That doesn't work on the ball in your hand. So what we do in reality and what you have in the ball in your hand doesn't match. You can't take off a ruler and go across the ruler and have an elevation that doesn't work for the ball in your hand, right? This is basic building principles. I don't know. We're kind of plane flights, but we were talking about is level horizontal and the principles that it's based on and how we actually construct things in reality. Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were done.
I'm done. Can you address the point where it doesn't match the ball in your hand?
All right. Which point exactly? So are we talking about level here, something being level?
I think Jeremy's probably foaming from the mouth right now. He might be having a brain aneurysm because I know I'm fighting one off.
Rise over run.
Rise over run? That was what I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, what about rise over run? It's something you've just established at a tangent at a higher elevation, which your endpoint has a lower elevation, thus giving you a rise over run, a slope. I don't get what it really has to do with construction in general.
Because rise over run always requires a flat baseline to establish the rise over run.
No, it
Excuse
doesn't.
me? Oh, so roofs that are constructed in real life don't observe the principle of level when they lay the bottom chord of a truss?
They would follow the principles of equal elevation, yes, and of equal elevation works on a globe. It works on a flat surface. It works on really any surface because the main principle of level is that 2 points are at equal elevation.
That can't happen on a globe, guy. You can't put two cubes on a globe and they fucking be the same height. You're not making any sense at all. You would have a V from the two cubes. There would be a slant down like a roof that he's describing. Those two cubes would have a split in between, making a V between them, and it would look like a roof on top of a fucking house for the two cubes. Stop saying that your 2 points are going to meet up on a ball, dude. That doesn't make any sense. You're not making any sense.
You're right, Demok. If you had two cubes that are large enough, yes, they would have a V in the middle. And if you wanted to start from the furthest point of your cube to the other furthest point of your other cube, and you drew a line across that, given that they were both at equal elevation, you would then have a level line across your two cubes.
No, you wouldn't. That's what I just told you wouldn't. On a flat earth, you would. On a globe, you wouldn't. The cubes would not even touch. You wouldn't have to do no crazy, magical anything. They wouldn't touch. You could stand there and look and say, look, these two buildings won't touch together because they're cubed buildings. Do you see all the buildings touching each other at a mall and a strip mall? You see how that works? Not on a globe, buddy. Remember how principle of a globe works over a horizontal plane, and I don't think you're doing it. You're kind of conflate the two. You're trying to tell the audience everything about a ball matches a horizontal plane on left and right lines that meet.
I
That
never
is
said
impossible.
that. I never said that. I said horizontal lines don't meet on a globe. I said horizontal lines don't meet on a globe.
Two cubes. Do they
Yeah.
line up if you're on a ball?
I already said no. I said you're right, Demok. They wouldn't line up.
So if that's the case, then that's why you can tell the difference.
I did add if they were large enough, and if they were big enough or large enough, then yeah, you would actually see it. But on a small scale, like a strip mall, no, very very little needs to be done to compensate for it.
That's a lie. No matter what size cube you put, go get me the ball where cubes can touch or do whatever you're imagining in your mind.
The ball we currently live on, I can put two cubes one beside another on a horizontal, and they would have no gap between them because currently the planet's big.
They're not going to touch the ground if you make them meet. They're going to be on a ball. On a ball, the edges of a cube will rise up if you touch those corners and not making that V. Now, if you lower them against the surface of the ball, they're going to make that V in between. Dude, go get a ball in art class. Stop talking about what you're imagining because you're wrong. You're just wrong.
Okay, let's just relax. Everyone needs to take it down a notch, please.
I'm very chill. I'm very chill. But to your experiment, Demok, if I took a 3x3x3 foot cube and put it beside another 3x3x3 foot cube, there would be no gap in the middle. They're not large enough. But if I took a 3 mile by 3 mile by 3 mile cube, then yeah, you might actually see a gap in the middle.
I disagree with everything you just said. Go get a beach ball and prove your point, please.
Here, real
just
quick.
Get a ball and prove your point. Why is that so hard?
We're kind of going around like in crazy circles. I just want to throw this out there. Has anyone gone through the India moon landing footage and figured out which is CGI and which is what they're claiming to be real footage? Because it all looks so fake.
What happened?
Like the fucking
I saw that
India landed on the moon, dude. They took a shit on the moon, and they brought a bunch of toilet paper.
Humans?
Yeah, or no, robots. They're robots, but
oh, that's
yeah,
not impressive. They claim that there's robots everywhere. Robots can do whatever they want. Farmers rule the world.
It looks great though. The golden tinfoil on the landing module is a nice touch. I feel like India was like, no, we have to go gold. We're going gold, sir.
We're going gold.
What are we gonna do for our Rolos?
This is where all those iTunes gift cards went, bro, to the fucking space program. That's why they've been scamming America for the last 2 decades. All those calls from India. This
to
is
be
what
missing
it was
the gold
funding,
foil.
dude. The gold foil. Yep.
Dang you, India, and your gold foil.
How did they get to the moon? They couldn't even figure out traffic, bro. Have you seen the fuck? I have friends who actually like are Indian people, and they FaceTime me and shit, and they're in India, and they can't even figure out traffic over there. So how are they figuring out how to fucking go to the moon?
Well, I just want to talk to like the average everyday Indian, who probably doesn't really care about going to the moon. Like, I
I feel like this event probably created so many Indian flat earthers because they're just like, you know, space may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Bollywood basement. They're gonna fucking, you know,
our level that we made it in the 60s now.
Yeah, and what's really great too is that it was another BRICS country that did it because we had China faking space, you know, faking their little landers and whatnot. Now we got Russia faking space. We now have India faking space. So we have these BRICS nations which are completely in opposition to the G7 nations economically. And like I would honestly say it would be G7 versus BRICS in World War III.
Bro, they're trying to show us Star Wars, and instead of having it as a movie, pass it off as real life. Is what's about to fucking take place. They're BRICS versus what is it? Fucking NATO or whatever. NATO.
The G7, yeah, the G7
in
countries.
space, but in space. Star Wars, and then
they're getting.
Bro, wait, real quick. People are gonna be watching CGI battles in space, and they're gonna be coming to us like with these like space. You know how they have like Ukraine flags now? They're gonna have like the space flags, and they're gonna be like, "Yeah, bro, like you have no idea what's going on in space. You have no idea what's going on. You know, it was just like Ukraine. You had no idea what was going on. You're just a dumb conspiracy nut. Of course, they're having battles in space." And that way they can actually use the dues on us outright instead of just saying it's a wildfire. They can just outright use the dues on us and then say like, oh yeah, that was China. That was the BRICS nation when they were just out. It was just literally on the other hill where like literally it was like a couple miles away and they were just they're reflecting it back onto you. But then they say it's China from millions of miles in the sky. And that way you're
conversation we're actually moving on to some shit that we agree on. Like, holy shit. I rather listen to the content back and forth on the bullshit that is not a globe. Rights overrun slow. What's going on?
Sorry, I was just fucking talking to my boy Flatipus. I'll go on mute.
Just change the subject.
No.
Flatipus
changed the subject for no damn reason.
Yeah,
we've been through this. This is like old news, bro.
What do you guys feel like the tinfoil quote unquote is on these spacecraft? Like I hear that a lot. Like.
Well, that's gold foil on the Indian one is definitely it's a gold color.
What do they use it for? Like, why do these space vehicles have it?
It's Mylar.
Or I think it's to just look cool or something. Look science fiction-y, really.
But like, what's the explanation of the function?
Well, if it worked in 1969, why wouldn't it work in 2023? Right? Don't fix it if it ain't broke.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just looking for the functionality. Like, why do they say? Why does it?
I mean, it's the same. It's the same reason that the fucking.
There's no functionality in
TIE fighters. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say there's no functionality in a Bollywood space in a Bollywood basement other than influencing the mind of Indians. So
yeah,
the gold foil is for maximum influence over Indian minds, essentially.
Yeah, I get that. That's what you guys said like 3 times. But I'm just looking for like, what's the functionality of it?
I just explained it to you. Mind control.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just looking for the actual explained functionality of it.
Well, I actually just explained it to you.
I know, but NASA doesn't say that, right? The Indian Space Program doesn't say that, right? They're not like, this is our mind control shielding that we put on the outside to mind control you.
NASA. Why don't you ask NASA what NASA says?
But I'm asking you guys.
You're asking us what NASA's opinion on a Bollywood spaceship is?
I'm asking you what the shielding is, because you constantly make fun of it as though it's like something, yet you can't articulate what it's for.
Why? Are you gonna articulate what it's for?
I'm asking you.
No. Are you gonna articulate what it's for? Do you know what it's for?
I don't know what it's for.
Okay. So why are you bringing it up? You're just curious? Couldn't you just Google that?
I'm trying to figure it out, like why it's so preposterous for there to be this foil material on all of these spacecraft, and you guys find it so funny and ridiculous, yet you have no idea what it's for.
Yeah, so I suggest you pull out Google and type in your question into Google instead of wasting our time with it.
I know what it's for. I know exactly what it's for.
So
I'm demonstrating that you have no idea what it's for, and you're making fun of something that you have no idea what it's for, which is pretty funny.
You're wasting our time with rhetorical questions, and I'm not actually just making your point outright. You lied earlier, a deception, so you're a deceptive man, and you're now lying and wasting our time. Strange. But now you're saying you do understand what it is, so it just seems like you're a liar that's here to waste our time.
Let's just keep it on a topic and shit. Personal attacks, please, guys.
Well, you guys heard him. You heard him say, "I don't know what it's for," and then straight up after that say, "I do know what it's for. I was lying to trap you in some sort of rhetorical device." So I'm just literally exposing the tactics in fucking live time. So it's not really like attacking a person; it's attacking his argument, actually, essentially, because he's lying in his argument.
The thing on the exterior of a spacecraft is pretty ridiculous for it to be there, because I don't know what its functions are.
No, dude, you said
anything that he says has no meaning because he could just be giving you what he doesn't even believe to be true himself.
Wait, you're gonna have to be more specific. Which person has been caught lying? You're gonna have to narrow it down.
You heard the one I've been talking to.
And it ain't me, and it ain't Noah.
Yeah, Killian, it
ain't me.
It's essentially
straight up, bro. Like, I'm just trying to figure out. You say you know how it works, and here's the thing. I'm going to be really honest with you. We're all here for the actual conversation, right? The subject of conversation. Whatever comes up in the conversation, let's talk about it. Fine. This topic of the foil being on the outside of an aluminum tin, speak or get off the stage. Go ahead.
I already said what I had to say. You're making fun of something that you don't understand what it is, and you're pointing out the ridiculousness of something that you don't understand its functionality. That's my point. The end. I'm done.
Are we still on the golden tinfoil?
He says if we don't understand tinfoil, we can't laugh at it.
Oh wow. Well, he doesn't understand comedy. The reason why things are funny, the reason why we have that like instinctual urge to laugh at something that's funny is because it's true. People don't really like to laugh at things that don't have truth in them. That's why like the left sucks at memeing. The idea that we went to the moon in 1969 on a lander wrapped in tinfoil or mylar, whatever you want to call it, and that in 2023 we're using the same thing to like send little robots there, but like we're not sending people there, and we're all at each other's throats economically and like through warfare and like proxy wars down here on the planet. But up in space, we're fucking kumbayaing and fucking, drinking pee on the space station and taking pictures of galaxies. It's the most. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Drink a cup of piss and chill out, platypus. Goddamn. Stop keeping your mind on Earth. That's
change my name to Platypus, bro.
And this is where the whole idea of like, just because there's spaceships and rockets and satellites, not just disfaming satelloons, but satellites, doesn't constitute space. Like, it doesn't work like that. I built this vehicle to go to a magical place. Let's all hop in and hope we get there. Hey.
I think it would just constitute air, because I think that's what we put them in, and that's how we get them where they're at, and that's where they reside upon, air, just like water resides upon dirt. Is there anywhere we can find where dirt or water's not being held by dirt, right?
Yeah.
So where like if gravity, gravity's a thing. No, not held by dirt.
Yeah, the ocean.
The ocean is a cup. Yeah, that's a cup. It's a big cup of dirt holding water. Sorry, next.
What gas?
What cup?
Well, it's not being held by the side. Show me where you. No, it's not. That's how it works.
All you see when you're on the shore of the sea is the earth emerging from the water, and it goes deeper and deeper. You never actually see where this cup completes and goes to the other side.
Well, too bad you're a little guy. Maybe you should get bigger. If you was bigger and you could use your big boy side view, maybe you'd see how a lake works. It's just a little ocean. There's no difference, buddy. So don't make stuff up. In reality, you
But a
need
lake,
dirt to hold the water, unless you can demonstrate where the water's being held with no dirt under it. Okay?
there's
Show me
no.
where
We don't know
show
what
me where
holds
you can stack 8 miles of water, please, on itself with nothing holding the side and nothing underneath. Show me that. I'd love to see that shit.
the ocean, bro. You don't know what's under the ocean.
Dirt.
Lake is not the
Clearly.
lake is not the ocean. A lake is not the ocean. Ocean is a different thing.
No, it's not.
I
It's
think
just a
that
bigger
I know this sounds
version.
really kind of crazy, but I have this suspicion that the ocean, like all the salt water, it's hold on, I got it going by. Okay, we got the ocean, which is salt water, and I feel like, and this is just a feeling, like I've got no evidence for this, but I feel like it's resting on top of another body of water that's like some kind of special water.
Well, like more salt in it or something, like hard water or something. More
Yeah,
dense.
something like that.
Which still resides upon dirt.
No, we have no idea
Which
what.
still has dirt above the edge of the water. Where do you not see dirt
Dude,
above the
why are you
water?
yelling? Dude, you don't need to yell.
Yeah,
Why are you
Demok,
guys not
relax.
making no
Demok,
sense?
hold on, man. Hold on. I got it. Relax, man. Please,
Who
Demok.
the hell?
Demok. We want you to be part of this conversation, but stop yelling at us,
I want
dude.
you guys to be part of it. I wish you could.
We
Okay,
can if
so
you stop yelling at us.
Well, stop yelling at me. You don't understand how water
No
works in a
one's
cup.
yelling. You're the only one
so
yelling.
Somebody is. They're yelling with their mind. They're yelling. They think cups don't need to be there to hold water. And
Why the personal attack, bro? You're attacking us, saying we don't understand. I mean,
So
what he means we're yelling with our mind. Come on, dude. Like,
so
now you're dividing
so
our
It's all
thoughts.
good. We can move on.
Okay, so essentially, back to the subject at hand. Essentially,
I thought I was only
we
talking to one person,
don't
not 10. How the fuck did that work? That was weird.
All right, Demok, we're trying to
back
move
to the
past this.
back to the
Please,
subject
turn.
at hand. We don't know what's at the lowest points of the known world.
I told you, dirt.
We can dig. We don't know what's at the lowest points of the known world. We don't know that there's dirt at the bottom or that there's endless dirt that you just keep digging and there's more and more dirt. We have no idea what's down there. We have no idea when you go down to the bottom of the ocean what's actually there. I mean, we can go with the Glober's explanation that they sonar scanned and sent submarines down there, but that could all just be fucking bullshit. We have no idea what's at the bottom of the ocean. We have no idea what's at the bottom of the earth. Like if we kept on digging down, we've only dug 12 miles down. You know how not fucking low that is. Essentially, we don't know what's underground, right? The Globers claim that there's some sort of core, some liquid, but also solid, but also plasma, iron core thing or whatever. I'm not choosing to believe that, but yeah, we have no fucking idea what's below a certain point. And like the more they dug down, whenever they dug down, they find shit that they don't expect to be there. So it could be something
hotter.
It could be something completely unknown.
It got uninhabitably hotter.
Yeah,
there is geothermal activity.
It got hotter for the first 12 miles. Yeah, you're correct. For 12 miles, and then no one went beyond that point. So yes, for 12 miles, it slightly
12
increased.
kilometers.
Well, no one went beyond any point because it was a
yeah,
drill.
no one went beyond 12 miles into the earth. But yes, it got slightly
12
hotter.
kilometers.
That means nothing because 12 miles is essentially nothing. It's no fucking distance.
8 miles.
Travel across
Nobody
the surface, beneath the
Nobody
surface.
has ever gone 12 miles. The farthest I've gone is 7.56 miles.
I thought they went 12 in Russia.
No.
Or maybe
about kilometers.
12 kilometers. Sorry, my mistake. I was wrong. 12 kilometers. I apologize. But yeah, that's nothing. So we have no idea what's down there. And to say that it's an earth cup or whatever that holds the water, we have no
How do you know
clue
it's
what's
nothing? That could be almost at the end of the earth. The end of the flat
Nobody
earth.
here is claiming it's nothing. You guys are the ones that claim
You
nothing.
just said it was nothing.
Bro, if you're gonna go ahead and talk about planets and galaxies, you got to talk about an ever expanding universe that expands into nothing. Unless it's expanding into something else, because there's no flat earther that's worth his weight that's gonna tell you some shit like that. Like, oh, there's nothing at the end of the oh yeah, there's an edge of the flat earth and then there's nothing. Nobody's gonna say that. They're gonna say that they don't know. But you guys
Your model, you love to claim, love to talk about nothing.
And I think he misconstrued his words because he said that's nothing. In other words, that's nothing compared to what their globe model.
No, he's saying the distance was nothing. He's saying 12 miles
Yeah.
is nothing. How do you know
Yeah,
it's
it wasn't
nothing
12
if you
miles,
don't
it was
know
7
what's...
miles.
Yeah, but if you start with the assumption that you have no idea what's beneath you, right? You have no clue. You have no idea the distance, right? So how do you know that 12 miles is nothing?
Listen,
That could be everything.
alone
Compared to what your model said, your model says that what the crust is how thick? 2,000 miles.
Dude,
25 miles.
I travel.
How much?
I travel. Hold up.
25.
I travel fucking. Here's
25
this.
miles.
Just alone, my life alone. I travel 25 miles. When I get up in my house, I drive 25 miles to go to get to the fucking yard. That alone, my get up Monday through Friday and most Saturdays, that alone is farther than anyone has been within the earth. So yeah, it is nothing. Me, a normal, average, everyday guy, driving to the other side of the island to get to the fucking yard to grab fucking equipment, I traveled farther than the deepest hole in the earth. So yes, it is nothing. It's a very small number. That's what I meant when I said nothing.
Based on
It
your
was
commute. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so people fly thousands of miles in planes. People go hundreds of miles in trains. People have only gone 12 kilometers or 7 miles into the earth. I could run 7 miles, my dude, but I couldn't dig 7 miles down.
Like where they say the ISS is just not even the span of Florida's coast, man. That's how high they say it is. And then it's supposed to be somewhere. Come on, get out of here. That's supposed to be space. Actually, they say space starts even closer than that.
Don't they use sonar to measure things down further down in Earth? So it's been pretty accurate to a point, for instance. So you use
Really?
sonar for. No, I'm asking the question.
Oh,
You
okay.
asked me really in the middle of my question. Okay, you carry on then, if you know what I'm asking.
No, because you said it was accurate to a point. So I was like, really?
Yeah. So I'm mentioning a few things and then you already interrupted. But it's fine. You carry on then if you know what I'm going to ask.
I was
Dude,
just going. I was just go ahead.
He was honest. He was just glad that you were sharing the information. We would love for you to continue. It wasn't an interruption. It was one word that you could have just kept talking after.
I could, yes, 100%. I agree. So for instance, with a fish finder, we use sonar to. I'm asking the question. I'm not saying this is what it is, guys. Just fucking relax. So with sonar, with fish finders, we use sonar to identify, for instance, fish or obstructions in water. So I'm asking the question. So as far as I understand, they use sonar or whatever to measure things in the earth, which I understand has also been inaccurate to a point. So they present, as far as I understand it, with mainstream, is they present what they suspect is what the sonar is detecting the further down they go. I don't 100% agree with it either. So I'll be with, I would admit I'm on your guys' side to say you can't say, yes, 100% I agree, this is what it is, and it's not fact that this is what it is. But what I understand at least is that they're saying, okay, cool, this is what we are detecting and this is what we think. However, where I'll agree with you guys, I don't think it should be shown as fact because I agree, I don't think it's fact, but I think the sonar technology that they're using, they're just presenting what they think is what they're finding.
Do you know the depth?
Right. What's sonar? Right. So sonar is sound propagation. We know that sound propagates really easily through water, right? Actually, faster than the medium of air.
Yeah,
is that the same with the? I mean, but it needs a medium, and I believe
that's what I was gonna say.
Right. Go ahead.
Do you know the depth to this sonar? Because are you shooting the sonar through the water or the rock? Because if you're shooting it through the rock, dude, I'm sorry to say, rock is not like water. It's not a solution in a sense. So water is, I guess, homogeneous in a sense, not completely, but much more so than rock is. And I personally work with GPR, which is radar. It's light, not sound. But I'll tell you right now, like, the medium changes a lot. I'm a driller. I dig holes. The medium changes like all the time. There's all kinds of different shit. And when you shoot GPR through the ground, if the medium changes a couple times, you basically can't see dick all. You can't understand what's beyond it. And like, it's max 20. Like, if you're hitting 20 feet, like, you're hitting the maximum capacity. Like, you're very lucky to basically use the GPR machine and see 20 feet down into the ground and see what you're looking at. Like, that, you'll be stoked. Like, that's the best type of fucking data you can get. And I don't know, essentially, like, it's always a mystery whenever you put things into the ground. And as much as they claim all this stuff, they can't even get us correct models. And we're only digging like 500 feet into the ground, 700 feet into the ground. They can't even give us correct models of what's down there. We constantly dig out different shit, different layers, and they tell us what's down there. So I'm kind of questioning, like, what kind of sonar are they using and how far down does it penetrate the earth are they claiming? Because it's probably nothing. They say that the fucking radius is 3,900 and what, 60 fucking, or 3,000, whatever the fuck it is. It's like 3,000.
Yeah,
3,000.
whatever it is. Noah. Sorry, I have to. You've been going on for quite a while. So, for instance, with the Noah's Ark thing, I don't know if you've seen that documentary with Ron Wyatt, where they took the sonar, whatever that equipment's called. I'm going to call it sonar. Hopefully, you guys understand what I'm saying. I don't want to get put into a corner because I may be mentioning.
Ground penetrating radar.
Okay, ground penetrating radar. For instance, that equipment. I believe that, for me personally, I believe that they've detected something there where they do the whole Noah's Ark thing, and I believe that sonar has presented something, or ground penetrating radar has detected
Radar and
something.
sonar are two different things.
Okay, well then I'm probably using the wrong word. So yeah,
radar is light. Sonar is sound. So
Okay,
sonar is
cool.
like the vibration of the rocks. But I was asking. It doesn't even sound like you know how deep they're claiming to use this sonar.
No. So yeah, 100%. So what I'm saying is, whatever they're using to present the data that they're presenting. So the ground penetrating radar, whatever. I'm just saying, there's a point where I think that they're presenting what they think is what's going down there. If it's incorrect, cool. But where I will agree with you is saying that you can't present it as fact, but I think it's fair that they can present that they're using this technology and they're getting this information. They present that to us. I would say that that's fair that they present it to us, but to present it as fact, I think that is unfair.
Okay, I just want to point out that when they're using ground penetrating radar, what they're looking for is inconsistency. They're not looking to tell you what's down there. They can just tell if the ground has been disturbed or if there's hollow points. So if there's like a difference in consistency, like for example, if everything's rock, but then you find like, a cavern, they can find that. Or if it's metal, they can find that. But they can't really tell you, what kind of metal it is. They can just point at this and say, that's an anomaly. That's, something man-made is done here. Like, for example, when they're in Egypt, they could tell you if there's like a tunnel or something.
Yeah, so Hank, I think it's Hank, or whoever it is, Larry. That information that they're presenting, they've been incorrect with that many a times, as far as I understand, especially with what's being presented in this Discord. But do you think it's fair that they can present it and say, "Cool, this is what we think it is," but if they're wrong, cool, it's wrong.
But how deep how deep is their claim? What's their actual claim is my fucking question. Because you can say like, oh yeah, we claim it's this and that, but what's the claim with this sound sonar or whatever? How, like, is it a mile? Are they seeing a mile down? Are they seeing 500 feet down? Are they seeing 20 feet down? What does it fucking matter? How are you gonna tell me what's at the center of your fucking ball? Or even like that. This is what the whole discussion was about, going down and what's at the bottom of the oceans. But the thing is, we can't go down fucking for shit. Like,
No, I agree with you, Noah. I agree with you,
we don't
but I
even
think
know how far the sonar goes. Like, What are they going to tell us? Oh, we can peer 500 feet underground. That's nothing. I can walk 500 feet right now if I wanted to.
I agree. However, I think it is fair that they can present what they can present. However, I disagree that it's presented as fact, because that does change. But I'm just saying, I think it is fair that they can use the technology and say this is what we think it is, and do with that information what you can. But if it's wrong, it's wrong. I just that's where I'm at least. I'm not saying that it is what it is. I'm just saying, they're presenting some sort of information. If it's correct or incorrect, I think you should personally take it. And it sounds like, you're taking it personally and saying, "Okay, guys, I don't fucking agree with it." And I think 100% you're on the right. I don't disagree with you. I think,
Well, we were talking about sonar. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm done. I'm just trying to clarify myself here. I'm probably struggling to explain myself. I'm just saying they're presenting something, and even though it's not fact, it's some sort of information. Do with it what you can.
When it comes to sonar and mapping out the abyssal plains that make up over 50% of the surface of the dirt, they're pretty accurate. Now, when it comes to ground penetrating radar, when they're looking through the earth with light, I mean, to a certain degree, they can spot things and say dig here, and it's usually pretty accurate. But as far as them telling you anything about the model of the earth and the inner core, I mean, that's all just
Correct.
A cool story.
100% agree with you. And that's why I brought up the Noah's Ark thing, because I think I'm not saying it is Noah's Ark. I'm just saying they detected something when they used that technology. When you look at that data that came up, it seems like they picked up something. What it was, I fucking don't know.
Larry's right. It picks up cavities and it picks up metal and it'll pick up like bodies of water as well under the earth and stuff. So essentially, if there's nails in a boat and the boat is, I guess, underground, I'm not too familiar with the whole I understand the biblical story, but I'm not too familiar with their procedure, what they did. But if they used GPR and they found nails, like the nails would reflect the radar and it would show up as bright spots in the graphic once you compiled all the data, and it would look like a bunch of nails in the same spot, I guess. Or like in the design where they would, I guess, have put it in. I'm not too familiar. I don't know what exactly they did with that.
Noah, so 100%. Sorry, Noah. So I was going to say 100%. What I'm trying to get at is that we can use sonar in water to pick as a fish finder. We can't see exactly if it's a fish or not, but it's picking up something. So the same thing with the ground.
You can see the bottom shit. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So I don't think it should be dismissed completely. However, the information, there can be a lot of speculation.
Yeah, but that's the thing is this sonar that you put on your boat and you drive around and you look at the screen, you see the bottom and see how deep it is and see if there's like a Christmas tree down there or whatever the fuck. That's like fucking 40 feet, dude. That's nothing. You're not actually like going. Listen, the actual globe claim, was it 3595 or some shit, some dumb shit? It's like almost 4,000 miles. So if you're gonna if you're gonna look 500 feet with some sonar, 500 feet of the surface of 4,000 miles, it's essentially like if I looked at a woman's fucking elbow and decided if she's beautiful or not. Like,
Dude, I'm
it's
giggling as you say that. I'm giggling as you say that. I agree. It is laughable. I'm just saying that the technology is there to an extent, and I don't think everything should be dismissed as wrong.
Damn,
but yeah,
baby,
I'm
you got
giggling
some
as you say that.
voluptuous elbows.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're looking at some shit. Like you're using the sonar. I don't even know how the sonar works. I don't know about that as much. But you're shooting it 500 feet into a cave or something. But then you're gonna use that 500 feet of data and be like, "Yep, we were correct for 500 feet. Therefore, we can just assume the rest of the 4,000 fucking miles." Like, yeah, buddy. Like we got the first 500 feet. We must know the other 4,000 miles perfectly. Like, okay, we can pack up and go home. Don't worry, it's a ball. There's a dynamo, fucking plasma, solid, liquid core at the same time. Like, don't worry, guys. Don't ask questions. Like, we scanned the first 500 feet. All right, boys, we did it. Like, tell the home, prove them wrong.
Ridiculous. It's cool technology, though. I think it is pretty cool. It works to an extent. There afterwards is probably speculation.
Just like big bombs, fast jets, and big boats.
Some clarity here for the radar and the stuff there. So the sonar is one thing, right? That sound. The radar, you guys said, is, radiation, light. Now, what they use to look in the center of the Earth is, believe it or not, an earthquake. When an earthquake happens, they say those waves from the earthquake is what they use to detect what's at the center, believe it or not. There's nothing man-made that can detect what they claim is at the center. Let's make that clear.
The center is a concept, and what they're doing is they're mapping out the data onto a model and using that as a confirmation bias to reify their model.
Yeah, but you guys understand, right? It's an earthquake that they claim, S&P waves. That's how they claim they detect the center. Not by a man-made machine.
Wait, that's not a cause and effect. That's not a independent variable, though. Because the earthquake is not actually an independent variable. You're not actually varying the earthquake and causing the earthquake yourself. So you don't actually have an experiment. All you have is an observation, which is the precursor to a hypothesis. The precursor to is an experiment. So they don't even have an experiment. This is just an observation that they're begging the question fallacy. And like that's garbage. That's like if I looked at a fucking pool and I claim, like, yeah, I looked at the pool, it looked kind of curved, like, therefore ball, because of the meniscus. And do any...
Yeah, it's complete nonsense. Yeah. And another thing, for the hole, the hole you guys were talking about, the one in Russia, the Tunguska deep borehole, the one that's 7.8 or whatever, 0.6 miles down, that they got almost every inch wrong. The predictions, they're trying to tell you they know what's 4,000 miles down. Well, they got it wrong for 7.8 miles or 6, whatever. They got it all wrong. Water, temperature, microbiology, everything, heat. Just about everything they got wrong. I just want to put that out there.
I see.
I'm aware of that. See, hold on. So
I gotta tell SC something real quick.
Okay,
I'm not surprised because I'm literally working in the industry right now of digging holes into the ground and shit. And we have geologists that come and, like, essentially when we subcontract, the fucking bigger companies always send geologists out to, like, kick their ass in the field and fucking waste our time and look at us and, like, ask us questions and shit while we're trying to work. And I'm telling you, bro, they come with these, like, sheets of paper and stuff, and they predict, like, yeah, like, there's gonna be a fucking clinker zone here, ball. They don't fucking know what the fuck they're talking about all the fucking time. They're always just writing down what we're getting. They're not fucking ever telling us shit, and then it comes out to be right. They never know what, like, it's, bro, I'm telling you right now, it's a mystery what's under the ground until you go down there. It literally, like, sometimes they get it right, but like, dude, sometimes it's just like you are so like I just look at them, I'm like, you are so fucking stupid. Like that was so like literally we're looking at the dirt and then they're like telling us, and then it's like you are so fucking wrong, dude.
You wanted to get in, beer man? Yeah, you're right, bro. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, they don't know. Beer man, you wanted to say something? Guess not. So yeah, very important. Because I won't be able to talk for in a while. I gotta go. The Koala deep borehole, they got it massively wrong. Just about everything they got wrong. And when they reach a certain depth, it's like they explain it like they found like almost an exotic material. It's like they would dig into it and it would like reseal almost, that kind of an explanation. They described it as molasses. I read one report, and another one like a plastic that sorry?
Like molasses.
Yeah,
You
bro.
said they described
Yeah.
it as molasses. I was just correcting you. Please continue.
Oh yeah, thanks. Like molasses, and another explanation I heard was like plastic that would seal itself. It's like they couldn't get they couldn't get anywhere after a while.
So they dug down to about 8 miles and got most everything wrong until that point, right?
Correct.
So after that, I'm sure
Like
they
one
got everything.
example,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say one example, they got the heat wrong by about like 100 degrees, 150 degrees.
Well, I'm sure after the part that we can't dig any further, I bet they got all that stuff right. And you can't prove it wrong, so.
Yeah, it's like you know those what do they call those big candies there? The super crunchers, where you have different layers. What is it? A nutcracker? What do they call those?
Jolly Rancher.
Yeah, Jawbreaker. Yeah, or Jolly Rancher or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Jolly Rancher. I think. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but imagine if.
Yeah, so they got it absolutely wrong for 8 miles. They got it absolutely wrong, but they know what's 4,000 miles down. They know there's a molten iron core, blah, blah, blah. You can be sure of that 100%.
Oh, it's better than that, SC. It's molten iron that's also simultaneously condensed into a solid that's also a plasma that conducts electricity. So, yeah, don't worry.
Correct, while swirling around. Yeah.
It's a substance that we have no idea and cannot perform or demonstrate to exist on Earth whatsoever. But it's just miraculously we know exactly about it, even though we can't even get near there. It's dude, it's
Well,
fucking
the seismic waves.
Say it as if something is wrong there.
They say it's because of the
We're
seismic
trying to
waves.
be sarcastic, right?
Oh yeah, I was totally being sarcastic, bro. Seismic waves, shock waves generated by earthquakes and explosions is how they tell you they know what's down there. That's ridiculous.
Is it kind of like when you grab a box and shake the box around and listen to see what's inside the box?
Right?
Kind of like that, yeah. So it's like you bang the box from one side and you listen.
Yeah, there's definitely keys in that box. Like, my keys are definitely in there.
Yeah, see, that kind of goes back to the argument that I've had with all these guys where I'm like, yo, tell me what like the barrel is from across the room, or tell me which rock is real from across the room, right? Like,
So the barrel one is awesome, bro. Yeah, that's beautiful. That one for spectroscopy. Yeah.
because dude, like, well, and this kind of goes with that, right? Like, okay, so you're talking about okay, shaking the box, right? Like, you still need to touch it, you still need to physically measure it somehow, but like, you can't do that with these waves that they're talking about. You don't, even if first off, you can't tell how far down it goes because you don't know how far down the wave is going because you've never been able to measure how far the wave can get or go, right? Like, you have to have the limitations of that wave to know what the distances are and stuff, right? That you're measuring. Or am I missing something?
Absolutely, bro. Yeah. Well, it's all speculation. It's all nonsense. It's all just forget what they tell you. Me, I'm telling you what they found, right? And I gotta go after this. I'm heading for a barbecue. Yeah, they tell us they know what's 4,000 feet under the ground, right? They tell us it's a molten iron core. In reality, when they've dug only 7.8 miles, and they got it wrong all the way down. So they say
And did
one
you have
thing,
barbecues in
and
Canada?
then we go with reality. So yeah, we got good ones, bro. Oh yeah, nothing like down south, but yeah, we hold our own.
Let's see, what do you talk about at your barbecues? You ever bring up these topics with your family or your friends?
Yeah, I make the mistake once, and yeah, I try not to do it.
I feel you, SD.
Yeah, I
I
hear you.
try it as well, and it goes horribly wrong. When I start questioning it and trying to
Yeah.
get their point of view, it's yeah, dude, it sucks, and that's why I appreciate this Discord at least.
Don't look up, don't question, just accept.
I hear you. Anyways, I just wanted to say that, guys. Have a good afternoon. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah,
Enjoy
Have a
the
good
barbecue.
Later,
Thanks.
see.
I'm still tripping over the fact that I've never even thought about a Canadian barbecue. Like, now I want to know what like their traditional like stuff is at Canadian barbecues, man. Like,
I thought that was illegal. I thought they had to eat bugs at this point.
Yeah, in South Africa we call it a braai, and yeah, I'm a little bit jealous. So I'm actually heading to bed soon, but yeah, a barbecue sounds amazing. We had something similar today,
Bro,
but
I
not
want
at
a
the
fuck.
barbecue.
I want a fucking barbecue right now. Like, what if we had flat Earth barbecue? Would that not be the greatest idea of like ever?
yeah, so
Yo, that's funny.
there was a Flat Earth brewery in California, I think.
Yeah, but
Yeah, just
drinking is all right, but like I'm talking about like a barbecue, just like fat meats on fat flames, and just literally like cooking up the flat Earth barbecue.
no. The problem is in the northern hemisphere, if I want to call it that, is you guys use charcoal or these little bricks and stuff. Yeah, in South Africa we use wood and we use the coals from the wood, and that's just way better, man. It just tastes better. It changes everything if you
Shit, I
actually
gotta try that
go
at
with.
some point.
Yeah, that's like, well, okay, so the equivalent in America would be like not just using the briquettes or something, dude, but using like a hardwood instead. Like, you can get like large chunks of hardwood at freaking Home Depot, dude, Lowe's or whatever, you know? Like, people use those to smoke with, but if you just cook with them instead, it gives you like a really great flavor on whatever you're cooking.
Correct. Yeah, dude. Just wood coals versus the charcoal or whatever's used. I've seen overseas they use either lava rocks or barbecue bricks and stuff like that. No, dude, fucking wood, and then you brine those barbecue on those coals. We call it braai. Um, from the wood. Oh man, it's just way better.
Fuck, sounds kind of good. We should have that at the Flat Earth Barbecue. Wood underneath our meat on a fat grill.
Dude, there's all kinds of ways that I've seen people cook stuff. Straight up throwing like a rock in like a fire, right? And then cooking a piece of meat on that rock that's now like hundreds of degrees. That's some crazy shit.
That sounds pretty good. Also, yeah, we could have that. We could have rocks. If you want to do that, we'll have some nice flat, nicely shaped rocks in the flame. We'll have some metal grill bars. You know, we'll have some spatulas, and essentially we'll just have fat South African wood stockpiled, and we'll just chuck it in and just throw all kinds of meat on it at the Flat Earth Barbecue.
Yes,
And no Globers will be allowed. Like maybe kosher, maybe kosher.
so we got a probably a well-known wood called Camille, not Camille during Rooikrans, and it's okay wood, but there's a Namibian wood. It's a very dry hardwood from that we get from Namibia, and that's way better to barbecue on. Like I say, we call it braai. Way better to braai on is the Camille during hard dry wood. So yeah, if you do have access to dry wood, very hard dry wood, dude, that's way better to cook on.
Have you ever just went into the shrubbery and just cut down like those thorny bushes or whatever and taken their wood? Their wood isn't that bad. That's why I don't know. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
We have a lot. I don't want to call them weeds because they're not like they're like little trees essentially, almost like shrubbery. I can't really explain it, but they're like branches about an inch in diameter, and they're about 6 feet to 7 feet tall bushes, I guess. But like you could use that stem, that bark stem. I don't know if you'd dry it first. I'm just thinking if I could do this myself because we have a lot of trees over here.
yeah. I think the issue is just cooking on charcoal or these I don't know, fabricated pieces of black things that you make warm and then they become red, versus actual wood that burns and becomes these coals. I think that's the big difference. And yeah, brine or barbecuing your meat on that is just way different. It's got a different flavor, um, and you can taste it the more and more you do it. Now, I think that's probably why South Africa's barbecues, what we call braai, is probably inverted commas famous. The way we make our meat here.
I never knew that it was famous. Actually, I'm not. I'm not too much of a food fucking connoisseur or whatever. I just eat whatever. I'm not picky. But yeah, I might try this. Might grab some trees, cut them down. But we have a lot of these fucking like dumb trees, bro, and their branches are just like thorns and just goes through your shoes and shit. And the stem is essentially like a thick stem. I feel like I could cut down a couple of these things and just use their stems as the wood for the meat.
Dude, do it. You're gonna taste the difference. Trust me. um, if you Google, for instance, or DuckDuckGo, whatever you want to do, Yahoo it, and South African braaiing culture, it is quite well known this side that South Africa's got a rich braaiing culture, barbecuing culture, what we call braai, Braai, very rich in this country at least, and yeah, it's with wood and coals.
Sorry, I'm looking up South African dry right now, dude. It's a hell of a spread.
You got the spelling right? Braai. Yeah, dude, it's very well known. Yeah, if you mention Bra in South Africa, I would say 90% of people would know what you're talking about. Very well
Dude, I
known
myself
in the
invited
Irish.
to things. I need to come take a visit and see what this is all about.
When you are done, make sure you look up mesquite smoked brisket. I can't say whose is better because I've never been to South Africa, but I've heard a lot of people say, like, yeah, that Southern Texas brisket recipe is arguably top 3 in the world.
Yo, so what do you guys think about, I guess, these like fad diets that they have of like vegetarian and like carnivore and like all that shit? What is your opinions on the whole plant versus animal type of deal?
I think it depends on your blood type. I myself, I love a braai. I enjoy my meat and all that. And my body itself doesn't appreciate meat, but I personally appreciate the meat. Um, but yeah, I think it has got a lot to do with your blood type. If you look into blood types, for instance, my blood type, I think I'm A plus or something like that. I got my dad gave me the whole thing because I always said I love my fish, and I always do so well on fish. But when I have red meat, my bowels don't cooperate that well, and he's got the same issue. So I don't a genetic blood type. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I enjoy my red meat. I just I can feel the difference personally. So I try avoid it as much as I can, as much as I enjoy it myself.
Do you have different types of red meat that you've tried, or is it just like beef? Because like it's like what beef, lamb, elk. Aren't those all considered?
I do better with venison, so I myself actually hunted as well, and it just works out very expensive to go personally hunt, go on these trips and hunt for the meat itself. But still, the same issue occurs. I do very fine with fish, um, but generally with red meat, even chicken, myself, I just get very bloated, very gassy, and that's the one thing I hate about it. Um, but yeah, without it, I feel very weak. So I still have my red meats, but I try avoid it as much as I can because of that feeling.
Maybe eat less of it. I don't know. That's a bad, that's an interesting predicament where you kind of need it, but it kind of you don't
Correct.
want it.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. So, um, I do eat it probably every day, but that's probably part of the South African culture that we eat a lot of red meat. Actually,
Well,
uh,
have you maybe thought that maybe it's not that it's maybe it's the fact that you eat it every day, like you're eating too much of it, and maybe it's not the fact that it's bad or whatever, but it's just like over too much in a way.
it
I
could
don't.
possibly be. I'm very lean myself. I'm pretty fit dude. I surf, etc. So I've got no issues with weight wise or anything like that. I just think my whole life I've been fed it. But yeah, interesting topic. But my own body type and when I researched the blood type those days, told me that yeah, my blood type is not really designed for heavy red meat, even though I eat a lot of it. It
That's
explained
interesting.
why I feel the way I feel when I eat it, at least.
It's kind of interesting. Um, I I'm not sure if it's like a fad thing, right? Because like there's people out there that have been doing some of these diets that you're talking about for like years, like 10, 15, 20 years. Maybe it's just a fad because it's just like other people are catching on to some of the stuff they're doing. I
What's
know
weird
that.
is, yeah, sorry,
Go for it.
if I can go ahead, yeah. What's weird is that I never noticed it before. So I went onto the whole vegan thing about 5 years ago, and I felt great, or for a few months, and then I was like, no, dude, I feel weak, and then I went onto the whole pescatarian thing. That was a fish diet because I love fish. I eat a lot of fish. I live on the coast, so I'm quite exposed to the fish diet. Um, and then I went back onto meat after about 6 to 8 months. I went back onto the red meat, and then that's when I realized, holy shit, red meat really fucks me up. But yeah, I've always been a big fan of seafood myself. But I would say before I even tried an alternative diet, I never noticed the red meat was such a balls up until I stopped it and went back onto it. Um, I don't know if that was the break that caused the issue, or if I only realized it afterwards. I don't know. I can't even go back to imagine what caused why I feel that way
Wait, so
after
what
red
do
meat.
you eat? Just fish and broccoli or some shit?
So my wife and I, we eat fish almost 5 times a week. Um, it's just I've always loved fish, and then even
Sounds kind
that. Yeah, what's up?
what kind of fish do you eat? It sounds kind of good.
Oh man, fish is just amazing. I've always loved fish. I love the taste of seafood when it comes to mussels, prawns. I think you guys call it shrimp. We call it prawns. Um, it's just seafood is just amazing. But when you're inland, it's probably way more expensive. But because I'm on the coast, it's very affordable. Um, but yeah, I never noticed the red meat issue until I got off it and then went back onto it. So I don't know if that caused the issue or if it was all in my mind. I really don't know. But even my wife agrees. I when she feeds me red meat, she should get out the room because it's going to be gassed out in a couple of minutes. I just get
He's
very
leaking
gassy.
methane.
Exactly, dude. It's just a complete fuck up, and I get crampy and things like that. But yeah, I don't know if when I went off it, that may have triggered something. But I definitely realized that when I got back onto it, even though I love my red meat.
So I guess I'll give my 2 cents about fad diets. I think that I ignore fad diets. And if you want to eat good, first of all, you have to eat clean. No Taco Bell, no food like substances, no fudge rounds. You have to eat clean food, right? Real food. So after that, it's basically look how history um, humans have eaten periods of feasting and fasting. So the men would go out, they would get a catch, and they would come back and feast for a day to 3 days, right? And then they would start, getting hungry again, and eventually they'd go back out. And, while you're fasting, you have heightened senses, really good cognitive abilities. And if, it's kind of a different world now where we just go to the store and there's food in most places around here. I think we should still go through periods of fasting and feasting. So if you're a fat guy, from my experience, like me, and you do keto and intermittent fasting mixed with 3 day fasting. So, like when you're, really tired, you like fall asleep on the couch, like you didn't mean to fall asleep. Well, it's the same thing when you're doing keto. If you're doing keto, you have so much energy that you kind of fall into a fast. Like one day you're just like, not hungry. And that day turns into 2 and then turns into 3. And after like 3 days, 4 days, you're like, okay, I'm hungry again. Like, if you do that, you'll drop weight, like, without a doubt, in my opinion. But if you're a skinny guy, that diet may not work for you.
Correct. Yeah. Myself, I've tried to pick up weight, and when I went to my GP to try pick up weight, he put me on a pasta diet, and I lost 3 kilograms. So in my personal family, we got no fat people in my family as far as I can research. At least my father, my mother, grandmother, and grandfather from both sides, no one is fat. We all lean people. I think it's called ectomorphius or something like that. Um, I oh man, I eventually went on a beer diet, and that's where my name comes from, Beer Man. To try pick up weight on beer, and I picked up 3 kilograms after drinking a lot of beer for quite a while, but only 3 kilograms. Other than that, man, I can't pick up weight. So I struggle to fast myself. I've always got to eat. I've always got to have something. Otherwise, I feel very weak. But there's not zero fat, but I'm a very thin dude. I think I weigh 68 kilograms. I'm 5'8" or something. I'm not a big dude. I'm quite a small dude, but a very fit guy in the sense of surfing and things like that. But yeah, not at all fat. But yeah, I can't pick up weight, and I struggle to lose weight as well. I pretty much stay the same since high school, and I'm 37 years old already. So, um, yeah, I think it's a lot to do with genetics.
Sounds like me, Beer Man. I'm 70 and I'm the same way. I can't gain weight. I do fast though. I'm on a fast today. Is my like Sunday Sabbath fast or whatever. I'm not a Jew, but yeah, I do a Sunday fast, and pretty healthy though.
Yeah, I think I'm healthy. However, I struggle to fast. I've always wanted to do it, but I never eat breakfast on time. I never eat supper on time. I only eat ever when I'm hungry. So if I'm hungry, I'll eat. But I can eat 12 donuts. I can have fucking 12 beers. I can do what I want, and I don't see the change in my physique, at least. Um, no matter what I do, it really doesn't change my physique. Like I said, I tried the weight gaining diet. The doctor put me on a pasta diet, and in fact, I lost. I had more bowel movements on the pasta diet, so it just didn't work for me. Um, so yeah, I think it's genetic.
So the Globers haven't looked at that video, obviously. It's willful ignorance, in my opinion, where dark matter has been debunked with the certainty of Phi Sigma. And you got to wonder, like, if these people are like honest, wouldn't they look at that and be like, "Yeah, that's what he said." Like, I wonder what is he talking about? You know, like maybe we should call him up and get him to cite a source or whatever. But they don't do that for some reason. It's
Which
like
video,
they're
Larry?
oh, the video that everybody's been talking about where they debunk the professor says that it's dark matter has been debunked with the certainty of 5 sigma.
Well, I haven't seen
And
that.
because of that, they're having to throw away Einstein and try to modify Newtonian gravity. So this is something you can look up. Anybody can search modified Newtonian gravity, and they wouldn't be doing that if Einstein's gravity worked. So why are they doing that, right?
So what do I need to search? I would have to actually see that.
I think it's The Myth of Dark Matter is the name of the video. You could search it on YouTube or probably find it in here somewhere.
I'm searching now.
Yeah, if you'll give me a minute, I'll post it.
I got a Dark Matter Myth by Pavel Kropper, full interview.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I'll definitely have a look at that one. Interesting stuff. Because I'm on board with the principle, what mainstream says, and when they say that dark matter is not proven, it's presented, it works
Well,
in the
now it's
math,
been
but it's
disproven.
never been proven. Okay, cool, fantastic. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'll definitely
with
have a
a
look at this
high
one.
certainty.
Cool stuff. Yeah, thanks for sharing that information.
Yeah, in that one he talks about they had this theory of dark matter, and there's like this dark matter halos around the galaxies. And when they saw two galaxies collide, what they expected to see is kind of like when you drop a marble through a jar of honey. It goes like really slow and sinks to the bottom. But what they saw was more like dropping marble in an empty jar. So, in other words, there was no dark matter, and the stars move very quickly through this theoretical halo. Well, that means that halo isn't there. So, if there's no halo there, then that means that gravity doesn't work out at the galactic level mathematically, right? It's never worked out experimentally, and now it's not even working out mathematically. And a lot of people are like, well, why is this significant? Well, without gravity working correctly, the theory has to be discarded when it doesn't match reality. Because that's what theories are, right? Trying to think, I think this is what's happening. Let's test that. And when the test came back negative, oh, okay, well, that's not happening. Okay, so without gravity, Einstein doesn't work. So that was the theory. Okay, well, we obviously don't witness gravity all the time. Newtonian gravity doesn't work. So they're trying to modify Newtonian gravity to make it work. But a lot of people are saying, well, this isn't really significant. Well, the lambda CDM model of cosmology is the standard model of cosmology. And this CDM stands for cold dark matter, which was just debunked, which makes up 80% of the matter in the universe. It never existed. They just made it up out of thin air to patch up their holes in the math of their theory of gravity. So how are planets made? With gravity. How do you stick to the bottom of the planet? With gravity. But now they can't say gravity anymore. They don't have a functional model. And that was their thing. That's what they always said. You flat earthers don't have a model. Therefore, you don't have anything. Well, guess what? Now they don't have a model because gravity doesn't work. So, according to them, by their own standards, they don't have a model. There's nothing to talk about, basically. There's nothing to falsify.
Larry, but how cool is it that sort of information is shared, or at least the data is shared, and you allow to, as a personal being, as yourself, Larry. I don't know what your biological name is or who you are, but you, who I'm speaking to now, can take that information and do with what you want to do with it, and you can come up with your own idea because mainstream takes that data and presents an idea to us. you either accept it or you don't, or you take the data and you present, or you take and build your own idea from that. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool that they do that, and it doesn't cost you any money to actually go and take that.
Oh yeah, it's
Advantage
costing
of it,
money.
yeah.
People are
Yeah.
getting taxed every day.
Yeah, it costs us in that way, which is, I think, something that is very difficult to get out of. But just to accept the I'm going to put inverted commas, the reality we're in. Myself, I don't feel that my tax money goes to presenting a alternative reality than what I'm experiencing. But in a first world country, yes, you guys are taxed heavily for this narrative. However, um, without you taking your money after tax to go do these experiments, at least we're getting that data, and you can do with it what you want to do with it, which is, I think, is pretty cool. And I think that's why this Discord actually exists. Otherwise, if it was true, we wouldn't be here.
Well, to me, it's really interesting. Excuse me, by the way. It's really interesting that, you know, we were right this whole time, and instead of them going, "Hey, you know what? You were right," they're doubling down and pretending like dark matter still works and gravity still does work, and they keep attacking the person like, "Oh, you just don't understand what he said when he said we're doing away with Newtonian gravity, doing away with Einsteinian gravity, and we're trying to retool Newtonian gravity to make it work," implying that, well, that means it's not working. So if it was working, you know, I've admitted in the past, yeah, gravity works at the solar system level, right? And well, I've come to find out, well, there's dark matter in the solar system. So that means that no, it doesn't work. If it did work, and I often ask people this question: is dark matter and black holes competing theories, or are they compatible theories where they both exist in the universe? And then they'll answer and say, well, they're not competing theories; they're actually compatible theories, and they both exist in the same universe. So then I ask, so you're telling me gravity is so messed up, it's so horrible in the way that it's not working, that they need dark matter and black holes to explain it and make it work?
Yeah,
And
man,
the
it
answer
seems
is
to be.
yes.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely fascinating. But I think, as an individual, instead of accepting everything that's been presented, I think it's vital that a person tries to come up, at least tries to come up with their own explanation of the existence and what this place is, even though something is presented to them. And yeah, uh, very, very awesome, actually, that we're able to do that. To an extent, we're able to do that, at least, without ridicule. But yeah, thanks for sharing the dark matter information. I'm definitely gonna have a look at that and watch that one
Look, if
later
dark
on.
matter was real, I would just accept it. If they would have had these two galaxies colliding and said, yep, you know, it acts just like honey and a marble in a jar, it's exactly what we predicted, you know, I would just accept it. I'll be like, okay, well, I guess, you know, maybe I was wrong and dark matter does exist, but it's the opposite. So you would expect, if we're dealing with honorable men, that they would just admit it, you know, like, hey, we were wrong. And the great thing about science is that, you know, it's never settled, and we can admit that we were wrong, and we were wrong about gravity, and we were wrong about Newton, we were wrong about Einstein, and we're trying to still figure it out. But that's not what the anti-flat earthers do. Now, there was a guy in here yesterday who was a physicist student, When I explained to him that, gravity was incomplete, he was like, yeah, you're right. It's incomplete. It's an incomplete model of reality. And I said, well, yeah, like if something's incomplete, like if you got a car and it's like incomplete, what does that mean? It's not a car. It's not a working car. So that's their model at this point. But they can't like admit it because of, some sort of bias that they have. And, I'll go ahead and call it out. It's anchor bias because it's what they were taught since they were 5 years old. They have sunk cost bias because all these professors wrote all these papers and got all this funding and did all this research and all this money spent into this dark matter theory. And, now that it's not working, they just can't admit it.
Sorry, man. My power went out here in South Africa. Or at least in Cape Town, South Africa.
Sorry. Yeah, it basically boils down to this, like, is dark matter real? And if it is real, then maybe gravity does work. But if it's not real, then gravity doesn't work. There's nothing you can do or say to make it work. You can't just say, oh, well, you don't understand. Like, that's just like a personal attack, bro. I'm pretty sure I understand English.
Yeah. No, it's a very interesting topic, and I think it definitely needs the attention that it's receiving, and I think the discussion is very worthwhile, whether you believe it or not. It's really awesome to listen to and the work that's being done from the alternative side.
Yeah, I mean, at least we have a professor that's, honorable enough to admit, to get it right, to mention it, to talk about it. And then a physicist student came in here yesterday and, was in agreement with me that, it's just not working. So if it's not working, it's not working. There's nothing you could do to make it work.
If I had to go back into the live stream to listen to that discussion, more or less, how many hours back do I need to go back on the live stream?
Yesterday, about 20 hours ago,
Okay, cool.
there was a
Yeah,
guy in here. Maybe he had like a European accent. Not sure which country he was from. He kind of sounded English a little bit, but not posh. And he was a physicist student. His name was Terry. He said he was coming back today, so he might come back tonight.
Okay, awesome. Cool. Well, now that our power's out and all that, I think I'm going to probably head to bed. It's anyways, close to 10, 11 o'clock at night. But yeah, thanks for the chat and thanks for sharing that information. But I'll be listening on YouTube. And then, we'll chat soon. Thanks, man.
Peace, bro. I wonder why they can't just watch the video and we could have a discussion about what he said. I wonder why someone came in here and said, well, something about have you read it? Like it's a video. So they're telling me I don't understand it, but they don't even know that it's a video, which is kind of odd if you think about it. Like if you're watching the video and you have like firsthand primary knowledge of what it is, and then you tell me, well, judging by what you're saying about this video, you don't understand it. Well, that would be one thing, right? But they don't even know that it's a video, and they're telling me I don't understand it. So it's really weak. Like your arguments are weak, gravity's weak, your shit's weak. And it's like you think you have a model, but your model just got destroyed by watching two galaxies run into each other. And there was no halo. No cold, dark matter halo to be observed. And they say, well, we observe these effects. That's how we know dark matter is there. Because we observe these effects. Wrong. We just observe these effects not happening. So you kind of need to like wake up to reality, ballers, and understand that your shit just got debunked. And you were wrong. You didn't know. You thought you knew, but you didn't know. And now we know that you don't know. So you're in trouble. You're screwed. We observe these effects that we call dark matter. Not anymore, you don't. And to think, I'll just keep ignoring, electrostatic forces, and we'll just keep like hoping that gravity's real.
Larry, I'm sorry, I was listening in and out. Did you say that two galaxies merged? Is that what they said? Like,
Yeah, that's what he
really?
said.
The fuck? What when did they observe this?
I don't know exactly. Recently,
Okay.
I'd imagine.
Right. Recently. I've never heard that from the model before. Wow.
From the
They've
model?
from their model. What do they say is supposed to happen when two galaxies merge?
Well, they're supposed. I just went over it just a few minutes ago, but
My
I'll say it
bad.
again.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Yeah, it's all right. When the two galaxies are supposed to merge, when the stars start interacting with the dark matter halos, it's supposed to be like a marble going through a jar with honey in it. Like it's supposed to be like a real slow thing. But what they actually observed was that it was like a marble going through an empty jar. And that's how they debunked cold dark matter with a certainty of 5 sigma. So we didn't observe dark matter, therefore it's debunked, and he calls it a myth. And basically, at this point, they're retooling Einstein. They're discarding Einstein and retooling Newtonian gravity.
Wow. So would you say they have to sort of reinvent the wheel?
Well, yeah, they're basically trying to find an answer to this problem: why gravity isn't working at the galactic level. They've already given up on gravity not working at the quantum level, so we know it doesn't work there. So now it's not working at the galactic level, so it's not working at the very large, it's not working at the very small. So gravity's not working. And the thing about a law works every time, all the time. It's just something we naturally observe. So if you think about, entropy, we always lose a little bit of heat in a system, right? Like your car. You got an internal combustion engine, you're going to lose heat, right? You're never not going to see the hot going to the cold, ever, right? And another law would be energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. You're never going to not see that happen. You're never going to see that not happening. It's always going to happen. So basically, this, Newtonian's law of gravity, we observe it not happening. So it's not a law. And then when you have a theory and you say, well, if it's true, then this will happen, and then you see that not happening, well, now you know your theory is incorrect. So if you look at the lambda CDM model, this is like the mainstream model of cosmology. If, it's the lambda cold dark matter model, and now cold dark matter has been debunked, you guys don't have a standard model. Your model's been debunked. So at this point, I have to ask you, where's your edge and how come we don't fall off?
Yeah. Well, thanks for explaining that to me.
Yeah, watch the video. I mean, don't listen to me. Listen to the professor.
Is it posted on the live stream text?
I can do that for you if you like.
Sorry,
Yeah.
wouldn't listening to this professor be an appeal to authority? Just asking.
Well, then we shouldn't listen to our doctors either, right? If they say you got cancer, you need chemo. Well, that's just like an appeal to authority, bro, according to you.
Me and you agreed on that. I hated the appeal to authority fallacy that people use, but I was just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that an appeal to authority.
Well, he's not saying it's true because the authority said it. He's saying what the observation is that he's talking about. So,
Your whole model is based on appealing to authority, and when the authority doesn't work in your favor, now what?
exactly, and it's an authority that's addressing an observation. The evidence is the observation.
There you go. Posted it for you. And, look up this guy, Pavel Krupa. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but, this guy ain't no slouch. Like, this guy's an expert in his field, and he's saying that we're doing away with Einsteinian gravity, and we're trying to retool Newtonian gravity to make it work. He's basically saying that Einstein was proven wrong.
Yep. But you don't even need him. It's very simple, right? Like, for relativity to be true, you need dark matter. If dark matter is true, then when these galaxies supposedly merge, when these dark matter halos interact, then due to the dark matter that has to be there for relativity to be true, it should slow them down.
And they don't. They
Correct.
accelerate towards the center. As if the dark matter halos weren't even there.
Yep.
And that's why the certainty's so high. Because when you observe reality, doesn't match theory, you get a new theory. So Einstein's special theory, they were special, all right, but they were wrong.
Well, I mean, we know they're not going to do that, right? Because his theory was shown to not be correct over a century ago.
Right, but now the ad hoc explanation to where they patched up his theory to try to make it work has been proven wrong.
And now they're going to patch up the patch up.
Well, it logically didn't work. It mathematically now doesn't work. So now, how are they going to patch that?
It logically didn't work. It mathematically didn't work. It observationally didn't work. It experimentally doesn't work. It systematically doesn't work. The patch up doesn't work.
It's just too complicated for anyone to understand.
Yeah, it doesn't work, but it actually does.
Or is it just so simple that we overlooked it?
Nope, can't be.
Couldn't be that.
It's like when Paige yesterday we were talking about the quantum Venn diagram paradox and how it debunks the claim that that light's a physical particle called the photon traveling from point to point. He's like, no, it doesn't. You're just stupid. You don't get the math. I'm like, okay, show the math. And what they have to do to show the math is they have to invoke superposition wave mechanics. So they have to claim that the light, the photon is everywhere. The photon's already on the other side of the limit, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, it debunks the photon. No, it doesn't. No, we can claim.
It's the old hijacking of the ether field fucking shit.
Correct. Because of course the light's already everywhere. And welcome to the club, bro. Light's a physical particle called the photon that travels everywhere, except it's already everywhere.
Therefore, it doesn't travel. It's just a vibrational disturbance.
No, it travels and it doesn't travel, but that's how quantum works. You're just stupid. You don't understand quantum.
It's just too complicated, bro. Okay? Go to school.
Bro. Oh, you think the Earth's flat? I'm not going to talk about quantum.
Stultification, tactical fallacy.
Like, both these scenarios are the same. The evidence so overwhelmingly refutes the claim, but somehow you're intelligent for just claiming that it's true anyway, and then just saying, nuh-uh. It's weird.
Dude, what's it? You should have heard it earlier. They were like, well, obviously, Larry, you didn't read the text. Like, bro, it's a video. What are you talking about? I didn't read it. You can't read
And then
a
what was his
video?
answer to that? Oh, well, it was just a misconstruence of information upon the person who made the video.
Well, they always go to the personal attack. You don't understand.
Well, that's what that's implying. Whoever made the video was cherry picking information and twisting it in such a way.
It's just an unedited interview.
Yeah, it literally is just an unedited interview.
He has many papers too that he wrote about it.
Funny thing is I don't even think they watched the video or read the papers.
No, dude, they're being willfully ignorant. They don't want to watch the video. If they watch the video, then we have to talk about it. But if they don't watch the video, then they can just assume that we didn't understand it.
That's why I'm so glad I brought up like the paradox and Jeremy saw it, because now I can step away and come back a day later and know that Jeremy just been bringing it up to all the bars. So it's like now I can come back and they've had a couple days. Jeremy just keeps asking them, and then we can figure out if they came up with anything. And they just ignore it.
We had Matthew Lerner in here yesterday. Jeremy popped it on him.
Dude, Zanuck, Zanuck about stepped in, and Zanuck's like, maybe there are black photons. Like, what the?
What did he say?
There are dark photons. He said maybe there are black photons.
Well, yeah, that's Zanuck, dude. The guy that believes that there's infinite amounts of different types of pseudo forces in existence. The guy that believes,
dude, just so you guys know,
space stretches to infinity and beyond, and what's on the other side, we don't know. That guy.
When the quantum Venn diagram paradox, of course, is like the light comes through, you add a lens, you add another lens, it blocks the light, then you add another lens, and the light comes back. So it can't be like a physical particle traveling through it from point to point, because the second one would still be blocking it, but it comes back in the third one. And so they're so diluted in mainstream that they don't even acknowledge how that's just a theoretical problem for them, that like it's a logical problem. Like it physically violates their claim. They just are like, they're like just trying to figure out the math, right? And they can't even figure out the math. And to do the math, to try to get the probabilities, the number that they need, they have to literally use superposition wave mechanic equations so that they can try to get the probability that they need.
That's what I told this kid earlier when we were talking about this, and he's like, just trying to say how the math this and the math that, and I'm like, bro, that's all you guys are. It's just you're mathematicians. You guys aren't even fucking scientists. You're not even trying to come up with a viable explanation. You just fucking want to quantize everything and act like it's all fucking fine and dandy. It's not.
Yeah, but it's even funnier because the math doesn't work though. Like, so like for the photon, they have to use a wave equation. Every scenario that they claim a photon, they're using a wave equation. But even more than that, it doesn't work. The math of the photon doesn't work for the quantum Venn diagram.
Even if you give them the math, it still doesn't fucking work, bro.
I'm saying the math doesn't work, bro. They literally have to invoke superposition. I mean, I know I've said this 3 times, but they're saying that the photon is everywhere at the same time. It's already on the other side of the lens.
Well, that's my point. Is even if you give them the math, it's not even logically sound, dude.
How can one photon be in 2 places at the same time?
Right.
What the? It's a little quantized chunk of information, I bet. How can it be in 2 places at once then, if it's a little bitty quanta chunk of information?
I mean,
It's
if we
really
go over,
difficult.
sorry, if we
I was
go
just gonna
over
say
all
quantum
the,
entanglement.
sorry, bro, go ahead.
No, I already said it. Stepped on it. Go for it.
If we go over all the ridiculous things that they say, like multiverses, black holes, dark matter, I mean, all these things that they come up with to explain away the problems in their cosmology. Like, if we were claiming half of that shit, we would be laughed out of society. But at this point, you know, we're the ones laughing at them because they're saying this ridiculous stuff. Like, we're not the ones inventing 96% of the universe to make our model work. And then claiming, well, you don't have a model. Like,
Exactly,
how
bro.
foolish is that?
Dude, it's gotten to the point where as long as they have like letters beside their name, they can make up anything. Sorry, I got a call. They can make up anything as long as they have letters behind their name and it's permissible. Like literally just make up anything. And that's actually science. No, that's retarded. That's what that is. Now we got flat earthers. We got flat earthers standing beside these people defending the photon. What is going on? We've regressed.
Well, from my opinion, there's always been two sides to flat Earth, right? There's been the FEMA camp type that met in Denver, Colorado, that were complaining about the people that met in the Carolinas. I can't remember which one. You know, that they ended it with a prayer. You know, so we've always had the materialist versus the the immaterialist. So I think this is just how society is. Society is just split in two, right? But for the people who think that there's something called nothing and that nothing actually exists, I don't know how you could point to nothing, because you point to nothing and I'll point to 0 point energy. If you point to nothing, I'll point to quantum foam, and it's like every time you show me nothing, there's nothing. This whole idea of concept of a vacuum, it doesn't exist. It's just a concept. I mean, really, it's sad because these people think they have a model. Like, they believe that they have a model and that they are superior to us because we're not claiming a model. But if your model is like 96% like duct tape and rubber glue, and you think like, this is gonna work and you can like drive your car on this shit, you're insane. You're an insane person. because you have so much faith that you can't even see that, your model doesn't work. And the amount of faith that requires is just a ridiculously large amount of faith, blind faith.
That it's not only blind faith, but they deny reality. They deny what their own eyes see and tell them, and their brains can interpret. They deny what they see every day to go on blind faith of what someone that told them or they learned in school from an authority, and they defend that instead of defending what they actually see. That's the crazy part.
Earlier we were asking them, what, on your base axiom shows you that we live on a spherical Earth. And the response was, well, the stars. The stars show us that we live on a spherical Earth. And, they actually believe that. They actually believe that the stars, even though all motion is relative in their own paradigm, is somehow showing us, that we live on a spherical Earth. So, what is it about the stars in the sky that makes them think that the dirt on the ground is doing something? Is it because that's the only thing they have to point to? I see space. I see deep, dark, massive space. Therefore, everything about the Earth that we say has to be true. And it's like, how pathetic is that? Can you imagine if, they were like, well, where's the proof that the Earth's flat? And I was like, quasars. If I said, look at space, look at the sky. No, we're saying, look, if anybody's wondering what the whole flat Earth, quote unquote, flat Earth thing is about, it's about going outside and looking for yourself and checking reality to verify their story. And what we're finding is that what they've been telling us doesn't match reality. So reality is that stuff outside, not on your TV, just so everybody knows.
Here's another thing that they don't understand. Flat is just a description. It's not even a shape claim, much less if they're like a very rigid, specific flat Earth model claim. The globe is a very specific model claim. It claims all kinds of things. It invokes the sky as its evidence. It is a very specific claim. If we refute the globe model, we immediately reset back to the default position, which is that we experience the Earth to be a stationary plane. Immediately we default back to that. They think if they can come up with any question that doesn't, in their mind, work on a flat Earth or that people can't answer, that somehow it proves the globe. No, but ironically, if the globe is refuted, it immediately puts us back at the empirical default position of flat Earth. They literally don't comprehend that logic, bro. Like that logic doesn't compute to them. They respond with stuff like, oh yeah, whatever you can do to avoid providing flat Earth evidence. Yeah, run away from the burden of proof. Yeah, you can't answer the questions. Whatever, they can't even allow themselves to understand that logic. That the globe has a rigid, specific claim of a model that has very specific claims, and then flat Earth is just a description. It's the default position, stationary plane, default position. If the globe is debunked, we go back to stationary plane. That's how it works. Like, they don't understand that.
See, the claim is that they had this thing that They talked about 8 inches per mile squared. And when we debunked that, they said, well, you can't see that thing that we claimed. So they changed the goalpost and said refraction. And then now they tout refraction as if it's some sort of victory that they have over us when they're the ones changing the goalpost and saying, well, you can't never see the thing that we're claiming because of refraction. And yet they think that's like a win.
Exactly. And when it first came out, they were saying, "Oh, this is a superior mirage." And normally you can't see this because of the curve of the Earth, but there's just a rare superior mirage that causes you to see stuff that's not really there. They've changed it now to every single day, on average, the globe Earth's curvature is 15% too far away. On average. They completely shifted the goalpost. So it is crazy that they bring up refraction like they're dunking on us or something. Stupid Flurf, you can go out and see the curve of the Earth, boats disappear. Oh, never mind. That doesn't happen. You're still stupid.
Well, think about it, Witsit. They're claiming 8 inches per mile squared. And then when we say, oh, well, that's been debunked, they say, well, why are you saying that? That's wrong. Yeah, that's your claim that was wrong. That's your claim that was wrong.
Yeah, they changed their claim. See, it's like that's what makes the globe falsifiable is its mathematical claim. So the only way they can try to protect and hold on to the globe is to remove the math and say it's unfalsifiable. So now the math can be whatever. Because the one way they had to debunk the geometry claim, it did debunk it. So now they had to change their religion to like an unfalsifiable claim. That's why it's so funny these people come here all day, every day, obsessively. It's like, buddy, you're not even in the conversation. Like you changed the goalpost to an unfalsifiable claim. Your religion's unfalsifiable. So it's like, that's cute, go play in the corner with your little religion. It's unfalsifiable. Like it's pointless.
But Witsit, 8 inches per mile square is wrong. Ha!
Stupid
What?
Flurp, you think a parabola? You think the Earth's a parabola?
Oh, man.
And they real deal be like saying that like they're like smart. I'm saying I don't want to be ugly, but it's just funny.
They're so confident, too, you know?
It's crazy.
Like a video they haven't even watched, they automatically know that you don't understand the content that was in it because it goes
Yeah,
against
bro.
gravity. If it goes against gravity, obviously you don't understand it because gravity's so right, even if reality doesn't match it.
Yeah, bro. That's what Zanuck was doing with the replications of Mickelson Morley yesterday. He's like, I haven't read these, but I know that you're just not comprehending them. Like, oh my god. I know they don't say what you're saying they are. You're just not comprehending them. They can't be. He's gonna never read them. He said fuck last week he's gonna read them. Eventually he'll come back claim he read them. You can just call him out. He hasn't read them. If he ever does read them, what he'll say is, "Oh well, he's just wrong." Like, no, it's a measurement. It's not about that guy. It's been done millions of times. No, the measurement's wrong. No, that's not true. But right now, it's that I don't understand them. So it's really just kind of weird if you think about it. We bring them new information. They remain willfully ignorant with an unfalsifiable idea and belief in their head. And they just facelessly claim that you don't comprehend things. So I got to admit, it's like, really, they're kind of useless in that sense.
You know, if they would just watch what we're showing them, and then we were having a discussion, like it would completely destroy them. So they're fucking scared. For lack of a better word, they're terrified to watch that video where dark matter is debunked. And if they weren't scared, they would have already watched it, and they wouldn't be referring to it as something I have to read. So
Yeah, isn't that weird?
yeah, they're like, you didn't understand what you read. What? Are you joking? What I read? It's a video. Well, I didn't know that it was a video, but you don't understand it. It's like, I don't know anything about it, so I'm going to make a knowledge claim about the thing that I don't know about. And somehow I'm winning. Their shit's weak, bro. That's why they can't watch it. They can't watch what we're talking. They can't look at what we're talking about because their shit is so weak that they might actually have to defend it after they watched it.
Yeah, like why are you guys so scared? Like scared of information. It's kind of weird.
Don't be scared, Globers. If it's not true, it's okay. It's not even your worldview. It's someone else's worldview, so you don't have to take it so personally.
Well, now it is kind of, it's their ego now. If you've been on the internet that long, like, bashing people that question it, then you're kind of stuck within your ego, you know?
I don't understand, man.
Dude.
Like, science is supposed to be like never settled. So anytime someone says, "Hey, look at this," like, what are they supposed to do? Review it. And they're afraid to review it? That sounds like a religion.
Yeah, man. An unfalsifiable belief where you refuse to look at evidence that could be contradictory to your belief.
It's like really sad, bro. I mean, I would expect that if I brought like a satanic Bible into a Christian church and said, "Here, just read it." No, you just don't understand. Like, that's what I would expect in religion. That kind of mentality. I wouldn't expect that in a philosophical debate about science. Like, that would be the last thing I would expect to see.
This is the other tactic they use. Like Earth is Life is the perfect example. Like he should be propped up to the top so everyone can just watch him, you know? He's a perfect example of like how like regressive they've become. So it's like dark matter has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Oh, it just has to do with relativity being incorrect, and then thus the only viable explanation that your model has to explain the Earth being a tilted, wobbling sphere revolving around the sun in a vacuum. Literally, relativity is required to try to explain how the Earth is actually not stationary and in the center. But somehow dark matter has nothing to do with it and no one cares about it. No, you don't care about it because you can't defend it. It's an obvious, huge gap in your belief system. There is no defense of it. Most of you guys won't even do the research about it. It's like you have to, it's like your girlfriend's getting banged in the next room. You just refuse to open the door. Like, that's all you're doing, you know? And we're like, wow, dude, you're super soft, bro. Like, you're scared. You're just going to stay with the lie because you can't open up the door. It is absolutely important when it comes to this discussion because relativity is required to explain. Look, watch this flat reality. And this is why none of them come out of the chat because they get destroyed, right? Dark matter has nothing to do with Earth's rotation or orbit, right? It's just simply, and I just explained this.
You're cutting out a little bit with it.
To explain the observation. Oh, man.
Start over. We heard most of what you said. You cut out for like 10 seconds tops.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to come back, though.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Dark matter is required to explain the observations, claiming that the Earth is a ball that spins and revolves around the sun. This is a fact. Dark matter is required to claim relativity is correct. Therefore, dark matter is required to claim that the Earth is a ball that spins and revolves around the sun. Objectively required.
But they keep
So
trying to
no,
divorce dark matter and relativity like they have nothing to do with each other. Which, what does matter? According to them, it's mass. So what does mass do? Well, mass attracts mass, and it causes gravitation. So they need this gravitation to be there, and it's not there. And when we point out that it's not there, they're like, what does that have to do with gravity? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? That is like so weak that I can't even like comprehend that they don't know that their own model requires dark matter to work. Like they're just like, oh no, we come up with these theories like because we think it's cool. Like, wouldn't it be cool if there was like this thing called dark matter? No, like you came up with the theory of dark matter to save special and general relativity, to save your gravity, to save your Earth being a globe. That's why you came up with that. That's the only reason you came up with that.
they'll never actually address it though. Like they'll just never be honest and address it, right? Like relativity is required to explain the observations, making it look like the Earth is in the center of the universe and stationary. Relativity is required. There has to be a relative equivalence of reference frames why it looks like we're in the center. Gravity, specifically a relativistic gravity, is literally required to claim that model. Literally. Now we know to claim relativity, you have to claim dark matter exists. So dark matter is specifically relevant to the discussion of is the mainstream globe model true or false? Just keep ignoring it. I'm not just going to keep saying it. So it's all good.
You know, it's really sad that they don't know how dark matter works. And if they do know how dark matter works, then they're being dishonest. Because, like, how long has the Principal movie been out? Since like 2014? And flat earthers and other people have been talking about it like this entire time. And they haven't watched it. And, you know, why do we have dark matter? But it's really interesting because yesterday there was a physicist student on here named Terry. And he was like, yeah, totally in agreement with me that the theory of gravity is incomplete. And if dark matter isn't there, then it doesn't work. So how come this physicist student can understand it, but these anti-flat earthers, you know, they don't get it? And I'm saying they don't understand it because they haven't watched the video yet. So if you haven't watched the video, there's no way that you can understand it.
This is basic stuff, though. This is not even like, this is such basic stuff. So they're actually choosing to be willfully ignorant, and then they just have a script, and they all repeat lines off the script to avoid it. Oh, what does that do with the shape of the Earth? Oh, you're scared of the measurements of the Earth. Oh, you're so stupid that you think this has something to do with the globe. Oh, this isn't about flat Earth. Oh, this has nothing to do with anything. Oh, dark matter doesn't matter. Oh, dark matter and relativity has nothing to do with the Earth being evolved. It's just a script. And this is probably the most telling part right here. Think about this. So FTFE was just covering Dave Weiss and claimed that he lied like 76 times or something, right? One of the things this dude said was that Dave's a liar. He just said that east to west is the circumnavigation works on both the flat Earth and the globe. And he said you're just updating relative to north. He said no, because you'd have to be going right the entire time. And on a globe, it's a straight line. This dude claimed that going east to west around the globe is a straight line. And then he said he would bet Jaron $200. This is all like all public. And then he's like, wait, I think you're wrong. He goes and talks to like Mattoon and a few other people, then comes back and admits he's wrong, okay, and that it isn't just a straight line. He was wrong and apologized. Then you can read the comments. It's all these like anti-flat earthers that have been in the conversation for 6 years, 5 years, being like, oh, what blew my mind was thinking about how it's not really a straight line and blah, blah, blah. They're just now thinking about something we all figured out and understood 7 years ago. It's 2023, and they're just now understanding one of the most basic parts of flat Earth. And it's because FTFE publicly admitted he was wrong. So now they can all actually look at it and admit that it's a certain way. 7 years later, they're just now figuring out one of the basic parts of flat Earth, which is east to west circumnavigation. So if you really think about that and put it into context, of course these people don't understand it, bro. They don't even understand like the stuff we figured out in the first week. And I'm not even trying to be ugly. I'm not even saying it's that they're stupid. They are just willfully ignorant. They just don't look at it. They all just repeat scripts. Like, that's pretty telling, dude.
How do you not know that a straight line can't happen traveling a distance over a sphere? Have they never played with, balls and rulers? How do they not know that?
How do you? That's what I'm saying. Jaren's having to talk to FTFE like he's 12. He's like, okay, let's think if you were 10 foot away from the North Pole and then you went around it. So it's like 30 something feet and you go around the North Pole. Is that a straight line on a sphere? And he like couldn't understand it for like days, bro. And then he finally drops a community post. He won't say it in a video, right? He drops a community post admitting he's wrong. And then once he publicly admitted he was wrong, go read the comments. These are the most veteran anti-flat earthers. They've been in this conversation for 5, 6, 7 years. They're just now all being like, oh, wow, I never really understood that. I'm just now trying to understand it. It was really hard for me to wrap my mind around it. Dude, it's 2023, bro, and they didn't understand east to west circumnavigation.
I go to this normie server. I go to this normie server, and they present like an AE map, right? And they do like a standard map where it's northeast, southwest, and they put that over like the center of the AE map, and they're like, "Explain this." I'm like, "Really, guys? Like, really? Like, you want me to explain this?" And then I explain to them, if you're at the North Pole and you go in any direction, which direction are you going? And they're like, south. Okay, now you explain what you just showed me after you said that. And they think that they're winning, and they call me an imbecile and an idiot, and they think that they're winning. And this is just like a normie group in Discord that I go to hang out in.
Dude, we're talking about FTFE, the guy whose entire existence is built around obsessively talking about flat Earth. Like, his channel name is Fight the Flat Earth. He's like their hero that supposedly debunks flat earthers all the time. He's been in this for many, many years, and now it's just his sole source of income. His entire life, his entire purpose, his entire existence, his entire channel is based upon flat Earth. And it was 2023, just a week or so ago, and he didn't understand east to west circumnavigation. And now you have dozens and dozens of his followers now being like, oh, wow, okay, now I get it. I just think that's so funny, bro. That sums up this whole thing. They literally don't allow themselves to comprehend the actual conversation. They turn their head from it. That's what they do to you when you bring up dark matter. They just turn their head to it. They're like, let me scour this text. Oh, there's Earth is life changing the subject. Yeah, let's amp that up. Let's just call it stupid and Larry stupid and talk about geodetic survey. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what they do, bro. They don't actually look at the information. So they could be in this for another 20 years. They won't even comprehend the conversation yet because they don't actually even look at it. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's why I don't even fuck with them dudes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Here, we're willing to get down to the nitty gritty of shit. We're not, we don't just like breeze shit away. We get right down to it, bro. This is the spot, dude. I would just let them dudes fizzle out, bro. Real
Yeah,
recognized, bro.
That's why I suggested they should have their own chat, though. Because if you read the chat right now, look who's in there. It's just like, I mean, for me, I read the chat while I'm on here, like driving or whatever. I'll look down the chat and stuff. It's like half the experience in Discord, bro. And it's like all these people. I mean, you're right though. It doesn't matter. We can just talk invoice, but it's pretty crazy to me. I guess that is their whole purpose, is to like try to get some, like, get attention or something, or like get you frustrated. Did you hear anyone answer your QVDT? Q.
That's your shit, bro. That's your shit. No, I didn't hear a good answer. QVDP.
Yeah, there's no answer, bro. I want to help you out with this too, by the way. So when they try to make the
I
math
got the
work,
answer, bro.
it doesn't work. So what they have to do,
KMDP.
what they have to do is they have to use what's called a superposition wave mechanics. So they claim that the photon really is just a wave and that it's in multiple locations at the same time. So the photon's actually everywhere on every part of that lens, in front of it and behind it. The same photon is at all those places at the same time. And if you assume that the photon is in all the places at the same time with superposition, and you utilize wave mechanics with superposition, then you can get the probability to work. So they have to claim the photon is all over the place, the same photon at the same time.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense for reality because we can see the photons, right? Like it's visible light.
Of
but we're
course,
not
it doesn't
seeing
make
it.
it doesn't make sense. Just logic. Like, how can one photon be in multiple locations at the same time?
I'm just saying, if it was there, we would see it. If it was there after, we would see it, but we don't see it. Before you put the third lens on, like, it's not there. We would see if it was there. You can say it's everywhere at once, but we don't see it there.
Well, that's where it's actually interesting. So they pick and choose where all the photons are, and they claim that some of them are going through the polarized angle, and that changes the oscillation of the photon that they treat like a wave. And then they can pick and choose which ones are traveling through and which ones are not. And then they try to get a probability equation based on picking and choosing which ones have which superposition. So then they're saying that it gets blocked down the second one because some of those photons are actually traveling through the center or into the center lens at an angle. It doesn't make sense, obviously. I mean, none of it makes sense. My point is, when they're claiming that it's just a math problem, no. It's a huge math problem where the only way to fix it is assuming superposition, and none of it can be explained physically with the photon model at all. This is well known. There is no explanation.
Superposition is them trying to explain away that everything is more like a field, and they're trying to say, well, it's, in motion and still at the same time, and it's in two places at the same time. Or you could just, understand that it's a field. I mean, unless I'm wrong. I think that's a better descriptor than saying, yeah, this particle's all over the place at the same time.
Oh, the math doesn't even work then either. They still have to like tweak it to pick and choose. So it's just funny. But yeah, you're correct.
That'd be dope to see the double slit with that, because then it's like, well, is the photon going through the two lenses?
They won't
The
answer.
third lens there, then what?
Yeah, they're not going to answer like specifics about it, bro. I mean, but it's what's so crazy. I had to bring this up, not even for the ballers, but for flat earthers.
Well, I'm glad you did, because I don't think a lot of us were privy to this whole thing.
Yeah,
Like I
cool.
said, even I knew this was a thing because I saw this like 10 years ago. I didn't even think nothing of it because I wasn't in all this 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, oh, that's neat, and I went out with my life.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, it's good that you brought this up because I do feel like this absolutely destroys the notion that light's a physical thing traveling from A to B. I don't see how that's possible with this. Like a photon, this little ball going from A to B. If it was going from A to B, we would see it after the second lens. But the third lens sees it. That shit is crazy, bro.
Solution. So I can just individually.
Is he breaking up or is it me?
Yeah,
Yo,
some
mic check.
videos roboting.
If it took them 8 years to understand what a straight line is, how long do you think it's going to take them to understand, that gravity doesn't work?
15.
Quick, what's it? Where's the spot where the interferometer measures different with seasons? You got those measurements?
What?
Zanuck was in here.
Yeah,
Interferometry.
I told Zanuck which test to read.
He said he didn't. I don't even think he looked at it, to be fair. He was like, yeah, because I brought it up again. I'm like, yo, Witsit dropped you mad papers and shit. He's like, yeah, but he's like, I saw some of them. I was like, I don't know, bro. I'll ask. You told him specifically where to look.
Like, I'm going in and out of service. So yeah, I told him the paper. Hey, I can block people from my account so I can't see them anymore.
Yeah, these people from the text chat that be harassing you and shit, just fucking block them, bro.
I didn't even think about it. So I'm just going to start blocking all these people. I won't see them anymore, right?
Yeah, you don't need that shit clouding your thought process.
Cool. I'm just going to start blocking them.
I mean, that's if you want to
Earth is
interact
light is gone.
on the text
No,
chat.
I'm blocking
I just don't even fuck with it.
I'm blocking them.
Honestly, if they want to have a conversation, make some arguments. We got this new technology where you can hear voices from hundreds and even thousands of miles away.
What are these voices saying to you, Larry?
What are these voices saying to you, Larry? Yeah, I mean, it's called the telephone, and we have an even more modern version of this where we use the internet and computers instead of telephones. And the whole text chat thing, it's kind of like caveman stuff. So if you guys didn't want to argue in the text chat, you could come in here and argue in the voice chat.
What the fuck is the internet? That was a Jay and Silent Bob thing.
Do y'all ever get messages in your inbox, like they're personally messaging you?
Yes, they're called DMs. We call them DMs here, and that's a thing that happens.
Oh yeah, then that's annoying.
Bro, it's the best thing going. I'm blocking these people left and right, dude. What was I doing?
I mean, you can't mod them in text chat anymore, but whatever. If it's that bad, like, yeah, just fucking do. Just block them.
Yeah, I don't care if I don't have to see them. I don't care.
You do be reading text chat way too much, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if heads want to talk, I'm gonna talk. I'm not much for text chat either. Some people love the text chat. I'm not crazy about it, so.
No, it gives you an ability to be so dishonest and just avoid what the person's saying over and over and over. It's coming VC. I'm not even gonna know you're talking to me anymore. This is incredible.
Exactly.
Hey, Whit-
Yeah.
Hey, Whitson, I reposted a clip of a video that Truth Prevails posted, and it shows a free energy device. It's like a half a minute clip, maybe 10 seconds. It shows the device as an experiment that a vacuum creates a negative pressure, and if they say that outer space is a vacuum, then it can't be a vacuum because we don't have a negative pressure here. We have a diverse system, right? So it just debunks like outer space totally. If you watch that video clip, you'll understand what I'm saying.
All right, cool. I'll check it out, bro. This is awesome, bro. Little blocked messages popping up everywhere. Oh, I don't know why I think this is so cool. I feel like so stupid for not doing this. You said it's a couple minutes up. Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, the thumbnail's got a guy with a beard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did with it. I just the dogs, the people with dogs. I don't know. Dogs are gods, and the other dog person, I don't know. I can't remember his name. I just blocked him straight away. I'm like, he's out. I don't care what he's got
I
to
just
say.
realized I got a 12 pack in the fridge. I didn't know I had. So shit's about to get turned up. This is the evening Sunday shit show
This
taking
guy
place here.
equally applied rules. I think he might be my next victim.
Oh, he's already blocking him.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, like,
Earth
how
is
many years I've been, like, in the voice chat, and there's, like, all these text chat people, like, arguing with me, like I'm in the text chat looking and caring about anything that they have to say.
I keep getting people I've never heard of before or seen before sending me friend invites, dude. This shit's like weird.
Who is Seafoam? Is Seafoam like somewhat reasonable or no?
I actually think he's decently reasonable. He's actually a Christian Glober, and he has admitted to me that him seeing the ISS in the video doesn't prove the heliocentric model, and in my opinion, is not bad.
He just immediately called me intellectually dishonest.
Oh shit!
As soon as I started blocking the people that are harassing me, he's basically accusing me of being intellectually dishonest. Look, this is probably triggering them so much. All right, anyway, what are you guys talking about?
I would say keep him if you want. What's it? I think he's a decent Glober, in my opinion. To you.
Yeah, I know who you really are, not who you associate with and defend. But I'll give him a chance.
Like I said, he has told me when I told him, "Hey, you observed the ISS. What does that prove? It doesn't prove the heliocentric model." And he said, "Yeah." He's like, "You're right. It doesn't prove the heliocentric model." So I kind of like that about him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I wonder why nobody's in here, but yet people have time to text. Like, for me, it's harder for me to, like, text than just to speak, right? So how come people aren't in here, like, speaking? It's Sunday. Are they at work?
So it's easier to be
Some
dishonest.
people might be home. Some people might be home with their family and shit, and you can't really, people's wives and shit. My wife don't want to hear me going on with you guys about fucking QV, but DPs and shit. There may be other reasons.
You mean
Yeah,
some people's
like
wives control the house? Well, I guess if it's either that or child support, guys, go ahead and stay in the text chat.
very assumptive of you guys to say they all have wives.
I'm just saying, I spent 4 days in text chat recently because I was on vacation with my wife, so I couldn't come in VC, but there may be reasons why you can't come in VC, or maybe just it's easier to do other things. When I was in the text chat for those days, though, I'm like, dude, I'll just get up with you in VC sometimes. It's just way easier for you to ignore all the points I make in VC than in text.
That's why they do it.
But you gotta have some crazy endurance to be on the text chat for hours.
Yeah.
Bro, they're in all of the text chats. Like every channel you probably have, you'll see the same guys.
Well, I just checked out the YouTube Earth Awakening, and that channels, the text chat is decently active as well. The chat on YouTube.
Just much easier to repeat scripts in text form, bro. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, that's true. And
Like,
plus, you can always edit your message as well. It was edited and.
yeah, then you can claim that someone didn't say something that they did. And they have to scroll back up and take pictures. You just pretend it didn't happen anyway. It's just this weirdo like way to antagonize people.
Dude, can you imagine if we had to invoke like 96% of the universe just to make our model work, and then pretend like it's not even needed?
Like it's not relevant at all.
Like, if we were that pathetic, I don't know if I'd be hanging out with you guys.
I know I wouldn't be.
We can't even get a video of them sending whatever the fuck they sent to the moon. We can't even get a video of that.
No, evidence
We
is
still
just
don't
too
have.
much to ask for. You can't go asking for evidence because that's just not acceptable.
We still don't have we still don't have video of the India thing.
We have the couple 20, 30-second clips, but that's it. That's the only actual video.
Why?
You know,
Where's the video?
they're gonna say basically what do they say? It's not cost effective to for the video. It's not it's too hard. Maybe I forgot what their excuses are, but it's along
I don't
those
think they
lines.
even have to have an excuse. Like I think they just show a couple pictures staring at the ground, and people are like, "Oh, that does it."
Oh, have you guys seen? Okay, this was the video that convinced everybody when the spaceship landed, whatever the fuck landed on the moon, and the robot came out of it. The ramp came down, and then the robot came down the ramp and then onto the moon. It was about like that one was about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's them right there saying, "Hey, look, here's the video. They landed, got our little
Yeah.
robot out, and now it's just driving around."
Yeah. How many times have you seen something
equal to this. For example, in 2009, when a Chinese rover landed, or the module they used, you have the exact same setup, you have the exact same ramp, you have the exact same 20 seconds of showing how that thing drives down and drives 2 meters forward. It's so lame. It's absolutely insane how people still buy this bullshit. It's the biggest Ponzi scheme I've ever seen in my life. And whoever buys this, I'm sorry, man. I'm just sorry for the person. And especially regarding the poor quality of the imagery. Still, I think the Chinese one in 2009 looked even better than the one now in 2023. Anyways, it's all real.
I believe that China and India, that their videos and setup were somewhat similar, in which simulation was actually what the people saw in the command room. It was almost the same thing. It's a different country, basically.
Hmm. Wait, I'm gonna post the video.
Yeah, if y'all haven't seen that 20-second video of the robot exiting the module that landed, it's terrible. Really, really insane.
Like in those Cheech and Chong movies when they're driving and you could just see like the back windshields like a green screen. That's what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
It's literally every country that has put something on the moon. It's literally the same old bullshit. Funny enough, how many times the moon surface changes, but anyways. So
There's only
boring.
four yeah, the four countries just to land anything on the moon, man and rocket or whatever. I think it's just America, China, now India, and Russia. Just those four countries who've landed anything on the moon.
So boring, it's unbelievable.
Right. You would think they'd come together and actually work together, like what they did with the whole CV-91 stuff. I'm gonna say it like that. But question I always had: do these space energy, do they help each other out, or are they competing against each other? Is that so what they're doing?
Look at the Chinese space station. I mean, there's no
That's
words.
probably hilarious.
It is hilarious.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Is there any footage of the Chinese space station being built up? Apart from some little videos where someone is screwing a screw? No, right? Same with the ISS.
Never thought about that. Right? They don't show any footage of the ISS being put together. They don't have that.
Well, there is a little bit of it.
Okay. Okay.
A little bit, but like the major thing of creating such thing in space has not been documented.
Okay, so let me ask a question. Like, when you see a fast forwarded video of an entire building that got put up in like 5 years, and you see the time lapse video, like a couple minutes, you don't have anything like that.
No, there is not a. Why is there not one time lapse video of a rocket launch? No, I don't care what rocket, but just a time lapse in front of the rocket pointing upwards, where you have a time lapse where the rocket goes up all the way through the atmosphere, in through the barrier that leads into the pressureless space, and then docking onto the station. Why has that never been done? Same with, again, why is there no time lapse of a human being sleeping in space? I mean, have you ever seen a time lapse of a human being sleeping on Earth? How many times we like move around and readjust and whatever, Why is there no time lapse of a man sleeping in space? All like full 8 hours or 6 hours or how many hours they sleep. or not even a time lapse, just a full video of it, like a live stream. I mean, where's the problem? I mean, you're just sleeping. It's not like it's going to expose anything about you. It's what we all do, right? So privacy bullshittery as an excuse makes no sense. Sorry for my language. I should really stop using the word. Anyways,
Play, I would say if you want to see footage like that, watch Hollywood movies they show about space. Watch Interstellar. Watch
yeah, but
dude who got stuck on Mars or whatever. You know that's they provide for us. The Hollywood.
is there any study done on dreaming in sleep in zero gravity environment and like live recording of someone like sleeping for 8 hours and then you can make a time like this is literally like sleeping, resting, the human body resting in space must be actually the most well documented because it takes so low effort, you know, it takes no effort at all. You just need a camera, your smartphone, and they have hundreds of cameras on board the ISS, and you just need a guy sleeping. Why has this never been documented? I can tell you why. It's pretty simple. Because they're not in a zero-G environment, and they cannot record someone sleeping in 8 hours because no one is sleeping in a zero-G environment. That's the simple truth.
Yeah, I'm with you, brother. There's just so many many videos that they can provide us. Easy,
Yeah, but
fake
you know,
videos that they can provide that they just aren't providing for us.
but what you get is hundreds stupid clips of an astronaut, you know, spinning backwards or putting some weird water bubble in the air and lets the water spread around all over the space station, and how to make a pizza or how to brush your teeth. All these bullshit clips with hundreds of cuts. That's what you get. But like a you know, wonderful documentation of very long video series of how does human rest work in a zero-G environment. Like the most important thing in our life is sleeping. It's like it's literally a part of life that is the most necessary that there is, and it's the least documented when it comes to video imagery. I think there's just a few pictures of some guy closing his eyes, apparently flowing. Why is this not a thing?
I never thought about it that deep, Clay. Yeah, you're right though. There's so many things that they should provide some evidence for. Like, yeah, how do they sleep, etc. Everything you just mentioned, and
I think there should even be a video of how do they poop. You know, like I mean, we don't. They can censor the parts of it, but at least like give us some belief, like anything that I can believe, because what they've shown me so far is easy to pick apart or show the flaws in it.
you know what I think, Clay? When they're actually challenged with a decently hard question, like basically if you were to question them, hey, why don't we have this X, Y, and Z? So there's a question the guy asked the astronaut Don Petit. Asked him, what do you do if you have a leak? And he didn't know what to say. I think it was a question he actually wasn't expecting.
I tell you what you say. Oh, then you have a leak, and you probably would have documentation where you would read how it's so stupid, man. It's so annoying. It's literally like, and then you see the smirk on his face the whole time, and he knows that he's just, you know, a scammer.
I feel like that's one of the most important things to know if you're in that situation, if you're in there, like if you're in the ISS, like everyone on board should need to know what to do when there's ISS. Not, I'll go look it up. What if there's not time to look it up?
Yeah.
What if the leak's coming? What if the fucking leak happened where that book was and that book's outside now? Like, you need to just know what to do if there's a leak.
you would probably shut the whole cupola off but when you have a leak, my first response will be you have a leak. Oh wow, that's amazing.
Dude. Dude, that shit is so. How do they defend that? I believe if we presented that, they would try to avoid that guy at all
Oh,
costs.
dude.
Might just
You can
again
present
throw him under the bus.
to these religious zealots, you can present anything and they will find an excuse, something to tell themselves, a branch to hold on to, like a little child that just wants to believe that Santa Claus is real. They will make anything up in their mind to hold on to the vain belief of a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball where there's some people in a can of aluminium floating around it and doing backflips.
Yeah.
As long as they can have their Star Wars dreams, their childhood dreams, they just can't shatter them. They just can't let them go behind. It's literally a childhood problem. You know, there's something being burned into you as a child, and it's such a major part of your life. It is hard to let go of it, especially
course.
when it would require you to rethink your whole life. Especially maybe the education field that you have wasted most of your time on. You know, people like aerospace engineers that specifically doing stuff with rockets and whatnot. I'm not saying that everything about aerospace engineering is bad, but when it comes to space and rockets and anyways.
Hey, I believe they usually tend to say things he they basically say who cares what he said about that. Or they might even say, oh yeah, that was a bad answer, but who cares? And they'll just divert from that. It's like they don't really see that that's a huge problem to have expert who's claiming to be an astronaut doesn't know this procedure. He doesn't know how to explain this procedure. There's only like 3 people in the ISS. Like, you don't see that problem.
Have you ever listened to Don Pettit explain anything and not sound like a? Sorry, I don't want to say the word. Yeah, he literally sounds like an. Sorry to say, but he sounds idiotic. He sounds really like as if he is a teacher in a high school that teaches like history or something.
He sounds
I
like
don't think you need to talk about high school teachers like that. High school history teachers deserve way more respect than that.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
Yeah, he honestly sounds like a claiming to be a subject matter expert, as in he's an astronaut. I think he's a NASA engineer. He's claiming to be that, but he doesn't sound like it at all. Like if I were to interview him, be an engineer or the field he's in, I wouldn't hire him. I'd be like, he doesn't sound like he knows what the hell he's talking about.
Another thing about space videos, especially when they do space missions with Moon, Mars, etc. It's literally like these videos on YouTube you can watch of like people with ghost sightings or like Bigfoot in the forest, whatnot. Always make sure the camera is the shittiest quality you can imagine.
Yeah, basically, yeah. The shitty, like the Indian 20-second clip of the little robot exiting. It was just
make sure it's just 20 seconds with the shittiest quality it's possible to make it believable. Same with make sure the guy in a costume in the forest is being recorded on the shittiest quality while he is 500 meters away behind some bushes. So everyone believes this must be some kind of extraterrestrial Nephilim being or something. So annoying, man. And people buy it. They just buy it. I've just today watched a short video on YouTube, where it was literally made in CGI, where a ship gets trash out of the ocean, and people in the comments like, "Oh, look at all this trash! Oh, we human beings are the worst," and blah blah, not recognizing that the video is literally CGI.
Damn.
Anyways.
Yeah, no, in 2023, Probably me as well. But maybe there's some videos I didn't even realize that are actually CGI or AI generated. Now they do kind of have the ability to really trick us
Yeah.
if they want with really really realistic stuff. But it's like they're choosing to stick with the let's just give them a blurry video. So
Dude, my phone has a zoom of I think 50 or something. I can zoom onto the moon and see literally details of the surface, if I can even call it a surface. I can see details of that light in the sky we call moon, right? With my smartphone camera. How is it that they still use the most trashiest pixelated camera system that is worse than the fake Apollo missions to capture all kinds of stuff regarding the missions? That's like the first or not but the first okay, maybe I need to think about what they're actually doing here and about the money that has been invested.
yeah. Good point. The Apollo mission footage actually looks better than like what we're getting in 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes absolutely no sense how they couldn't get better camera technology in space. Just
Oh, but if you ask a zealot in here, a religious zealot, he would tell you why that needs to be the case. He would, if you would ask Zenik, he would have the best answer to explain it to you. Why, unfortunately, it needs to be this or that way.
Yeah.
At this point, it's just pure amusement most of the time, listening to these people stuck in a childhood dream.
Yeah, that's funny. Today, my in-laws came over, and they're from India, and yeah, that's all they're talking about. The Indian landing that shit on the moon, India, number one, And I'm just over there laughing, and then my brother's like, "Dude, you're gonna school him? You're gonna tell him it's fake?" I'm like, "No, I'm not."
They're not getting it anyways, even if
No,
it's a waste of
not gonna.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
In a setting of like that, it's a waste of time. You can only maybe take one individual and have a serious conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Sure, man.
Before I go, actually, Clay, do they have any footage of the moon from the ISS, like looking out a window? I'm not sure if they ever tried to fake that one yet. I think the answer is no. Don't think
Not
they have.
much.
Yeah. No, I don't
There's a
think they
little
have.
bit. I think there's
There
like
is. Okay.
photos of moon rises and whatnot where you see, but there's still some odd things to see, which I forgot about. There's so much stuff I already saw and pointed out, and then it just gets overwhelming with the inconsistencies that you just forget about certain obvious frauds. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. It definitely requires a lot of time to go through all the footage, see all the contradictions, asking all the questions that we're asking, like why can't they do this? Why can't they do that? If they can do this, they should be able to do that. And yeah, it's a lot. It's like maybe so many inconsistencies and contradictions that it's like maybe a list of 100, maybe of 1,000. Who knows? I'm sure there's definitely people out there though. Like I've seen videos where they take the time, they go through the footage, they see the inconsistencies and the contradictions. But like I said, it's a lot of footage to go through. Possibly thousands of hours of footage that NASA, is fabricated.
Not to mention the Challenger hoax.
That's the one that blew up, I think, in like 70 something. That the Challenger hoax? I forgot.
The rocket where there was no human being on board that
Right.
blew up.
Clay, yeah, they, in my opinion, they blew up that rocket. Like, forget, yeah, I understand there was definitely nobody on it, but they blew it up so they can say manned space missions are too dangerous. And
well,
yeah,
that's what they're gonna do. What they're going to do soon when in like 5 to 6, 7 years when they finally are pressured to actually put people back onto the moon, and then these famous people is gonna start with the rocket towards the moon and just gonna have some failure, some catastrophic thing. There's some catastrophic thing that is going to happen about space. Either it's private or it's by the state, whatever. That's going to set a mark where where they can change the Ponzi scheme into saying, we're gonna stay on Earth for some more time now, and actually we're gonna put more focus on putting like robots and digital things in space,
yeah,
because
yeah,
that's what they're gonna give, spew out. They're just gonna do another big traumatizing event, so they can say, oh, sorry, but we can't go back to the moon. It's just too dangerous.
yeah, absolutely. When I talked to a couple of older cats in my workplace, sometimes I'll pick their brain about the whole moon landing stuff, and they straight up, I get mixed responses, but a lot of them say they remember when they were little, the ship blew up, and then that's when they were arguing, saying it's too dangerous now. So we had 6 successful missions years ago. We stopped sending people to the moon. Waited a couple of years. We tried the 7th mission. It was a failure. We have to stop the manned missions. To me, it was really smart for them to do that, so they don't have to keep faking sending people there. It's then and there. We're gonna send robots. Now we're gonna do other things like work on the ISS, 200 miles, 230 miles above Earth. On
What I
BS.
just realized? Just in this very moment. They say the moon has almost no water, right? Or there's like no water actually, like from the visible side and whatnot. The moon is a rock that is supposedly reflecting the sunlight of the sun, right? Makes a super bright full moon at night, according to their model, right? Right? So, how is it that when the Earth is almost, most of its land or coverage is like water, why is it that Earth that is being constantly shined upon by this supposed sun has the most reflective surface you can imagine, but is not acting as if it's a glowing ball like the moon is? Isn't that hilarious if you think about it?
Well, what do you mean? It is pretty bright in the sky. The Earth is.
How?
It's way more reflective than the moon is. It's also larger.
Okay, that's interesting because last time I checked and looked at the surface water of an ocean, I can see a line when the sun is a little bit. A new model is when the Earth has spin backwards and the sun is just as an illusion lower close to the horizon. I see a perfect straight line, so it's not equal applied lighting that is being reflected. It's actually a straight line. So how is it that the moon that is like kind of on the full moon is behind the Earth, right? Reflecting like a full bright balanced spectrum of light. How is that possible? How does that equate to this experience or observation? It doesn't make, for me personally, it can't. It makes no sense, especially when we look at the reflections of the surface of water.
So the light side of the moon, the part that's in daylight, reflects quite a bit. The nighttime doesn't. Same with the Earth. If it's daylight here, then the clouds and water and land all reflect pretty brightly, but at nighttime it doesn't reflect as much.
I think you don't understand what I'm saying. Does anyone else get what I'm saying?
Are you saying that different things reflect differently? That's true.
No. I'm saying, how is it the moon as being a rock or water is reflecting the sunlight so perfectly that it's lighting up as its own light almost? You know, it's literally some full moon nights it's almost like as if it's a daylight again, lighting up the whole place, while the Earth itself is not behaving this way, and the Earth's surface, which is purely made out of water almost, so it's even higher reflective than the moon.
What do you mean that the Earth isn't behaving the same way? I thought it was.
No.
Well, during the daytime, the
Are we
surface of
glowing?
water.
Are you is during the daytime you look at the ocean? Are you glowing? Is it like
Yes, that's how you can see the ocean. If it were dark, you wouldn't see the ocean. In fact, at nighttime you don't see the ocean, but in
I'm
daytime
saying,
you do.
is it bright, so bright that it blinds you?
No.
See, that's what I'm talking about. How come that the moon produces enough light, a reflective light, on a surface that is not made out of water, that is in comparison to the Earth is a way lower reflective percentage? How is it that light is still penetrating the atmosphere at night, making the moon look like as if it's almost inside of that atmosphere, making this place light up once again at night after the sun is according to your model behind the Earth? And I bet you still don't get what I'm trying to point out.
You're asking why the moon reflects light, or why it appears so bright?
I don't know how to differently explain it to you.
So I think what you're trying to get at is that the water is supposed to be more reflective than the moon, right?
Yeah, exactly. Why is the Earth not blinding our eyes? Why is it not like we're so? Why is it not acting as if we're a mirror, like the sunlight is acting on the moon, which is a surface that is way less reflective? Why still funny enough, if you want to say, oh, it's just the atmosphere protecting the Earth, and that's why the water is not reflecting, and that's why we don't turn into a second sun, you know, as a mirror. It's just because of the atmosphere. Okay, that's a cool story, bro. But how is it then that the same atmosphere that is there at night is able to not give enough coverage where the moonlight that is being reflected off a surface that is way less reflective than our Earth's surface according to their model? How is it that moonlight, which is just reflected light of the sun, is still penetrating the atmosphere as if the moon is literally right next to us, like in our, as if it's a light in the heavens?
So a full moon, let's say it's midnight during a full moon, you're outside, the sun is not hitting the Earth, so even if it is more reflective, you know, the oceans, the clouds are all going to be dark, but the sun is hitting the moon, and so it's going to glow way brighter because it's in the sunlight, whereas at midnight, the ocean and clouds aren't in the sunlight.
It's not what I'm trying to point out or what I'm talking about. I'm saying the moon is only creates an illusion of being a light in the sky because it's reflecting sunlight. Do we have that base, both of us? Okay.
Yes.
I don't believe that's to be the case, but I'm saying this is what it's according to your model, right? Okay,
Right.
we have that. We're on the same page now. Okay, now we compare it with the surface of Earth, which has water almost all over it. Which means we have a way higher reflective surface. But
Right.
we know for a fact that we're not going to get burned up, that we're not seeing everything in a bright white light, and so we don't behave as if we are like a moon, like a huge mirror that turns almost into a second sun. That doesn't happen with Earth. Now
So
what?
during the day, you're talking about when it's daytime on Earth, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. When it's daytime on Earth, and let's say you're out in an airplane above the ocean, you look down at the ocean, that is brighter than the moon is. The surface of the ocean is brighter than the moon is.
I don't believe that to be the case. Especially when I can still see the moonlight or the reflected light of the sun from the moon at daylight. So that proves to you that if you can see the moon in midday while the sun is out, still you see the reflected light of the moon, which is just sunlight in your version of idea of a model. You're still going to believe that the reflectiveness of Earth, which is according to your model must be higher than the moon's one, is still not able or penetrates enough to cover the moon's light actually reaching our point of view. So again, we see that the Earth is obviously reflecting way less than that moon surface, which is a paradox or which is an inconsistency, because in this case we have a surface that should actually do the opposite. So the moon should be actually the one that would be almost always not visible and not giving us enough light, while the Earth is reflecting so much light because of the reflections of water that it just almost covers everything, and the sky would not even be blue anymore because there's so much light being reflected back into space. And that doesn't happen because it's trash, and the idea that the moon is a surface that reflects light is debunked just by the simple thought of it. There's nothing you can come up with.
So you're right that clouds are more reflective than the surface of the moon. And during the day, if you go outside and you see clouds and you see the moon, the clouds are brighter than the moon is.
Now you're turning again to something else.
Clay.
I'm talking about the ocean, the atmosphere, and the moon. Don't go to clouds now.
Clay, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is this about the Terminator line, kind of like being on the moon during the daytime? Is that what you're getting at?
No.
Okay,
I'm
forgive
getting
me.
at the. We need to think in simple terms, right?
Because the Globe explains that Terminator line pretty good.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
I
I'm
do
not talking
give
about that stuff. I'm trying to point out the inconsistency with the idea or belief that the moon, the rock that we're seeing in the sky, is a reflective surface, and it's just an illusion that is glowing by itself, but actually just reflecting sunlight. Okay, that's a cool idea. So now please explain to me, if the Earth is purely made of water, and we know water is a highly reflective surface, how is it that still during daytime, and experienced myself, I can be at the ocean, I have no clouds, okay? No clouds, just the atmosphere, the blue sky, ocean. I still see the moon's bright light while there is the sun in the same sky. How does this make sense if we are on a surface, which is Earth, that should be reflecting more light back into space while it's being hit by the sun, as the surface, which is the moon, that has way less capabilities of reflecting, is still reaching its reflected light onto the sky? How is this not, like, how does anyone oversees this as a simplistic thought?
Yeah, the ocean is brighter than the moon. It does reflect more, you're right.
Okay, again, if we would be reflecting more,
we are.
Why can I still see the reflection of a surface or something reflecting light in the sky if it's reflected from a surface that is way less sufficient than the surface that we are upon? Why is the reflected light of water, and it's almost like a mirror water, we know that for a fact, there's 100% validation for almost everyone in here because they experience it themselves. Why is it that that light is not making that moon disappear automatically? Because the light from the moon should be way, 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 way less than the blockage of reflection we're giving with the Earth's surface. Is that so hard to understand?
No, and you're right. The moon is dimmer than the ocean, but it's not so dim that the ocean completely drowns it out. So the ocean is brighter than the moon, but the moon is still visible and the ocean's still visible.
I think even if I repeat it 10 times, it's not going to change what I'm trying to point out. I think you're just not trying. You're not really comprehending the thought idea here, right? Maybe I try it like this. Okay, moon, very bad reflector, makes reflecting light very weak, more or less a low voltage of light. If we're going to, I'm just going to use these types of words. Okay, moon, bad reflector, low light should be reflected. Earth, very, 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 almost like a mirror, perfect reflector. Hence, would be reflecting a lot of sunlight, bouncing back into the atmosphere, back into space, back to the sun. Okay? So, very, very bad reflector versus very, very crazy reflector. We are on this very, very crazy reflector on the beach, still seeing a very bright white light, which is the very, very bad reflector, the moon, simultaneously next to the very, 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 very bright light that is the sun supposedly hitting the surface of Earth. How does this make any sense?
I posted a picture. The wave is brighter than the moon. So you're right. But you can still see both. The wave reflects more light.
Is this, first of all, is this midday?
This is at sunset, which makes it even worse. In midday, the waves would be even brighter than the moon.
You don't
Well, I
get it,
think
right?
that's the point you're trying to make. Like in you can see the moon in midday sometimes. But I think what he's saying is you shouldn't be able to, because that would be, the peak time for the sunlight, reflecting off of the water, which would be a lot stronger than
the moonlight. Be able to.
It is. No, it is. Yeah, you're right. Like if you go to the beach and look at the waves, the waves
Matthew,
are brighter than the moon.
Matthew, you always say it is. You always say, yeah, I agree. Can you accept the fact that it's unlogical for us to see a way lesser light in the sky while apparently the Earth must be 10 or 100 times brighter reflecting than that very bad surface of a moon as a reflector? Why is it still possible that I see a very bright white moon similar to the whiteness of the clouds in the sky if we have such a crazy reflector as Earth?
I don't think it's 100 times more reflective, but if there are two objects that are both of different reflectivity, it's still possible to see both of them if they're close enough in reflectivity. So it's not drowning out the entirety of the moon. You can, if there are two things of different brightnesses, you can still see both of them sometimes.
Anyways, let's forget it, man. There's no. I think no matter how I'm gonna try to tell it to you, man, you're not getting it either way.
I posted another picture. There's a plane flying along in clouds there, and you can see that the plane and the clouds are brighter than the moon.
Okay, again, I'm saying I don't know how it's brighter. I think the moon is still brighter than that airplane or the clouds. But anyways, maybe it's just me. Maybe I have something bad with my eyes. I'm just saying, man, think about what I told you. If you're honestly thinking about it, you understand what my conclusion is. If we are the stronger mirror, how is it that when we are on that strongest mirror, as the Earth is, that would supersede the moon anytime, why is it that this moon with a very bad reflective surface is still visible at daytime?
It's similar to like Sweet River Phil said. If you light a candle in the daytime, you can see the candle still, even though the sun is way brighter than the candle. So sometimes you can see dimmer things and lighter things at the same time. Have you ever seen a candle burning during the day?
No. Let's not make these weird comparisons. I'm not talking about candlelight. I'm not talking about your car's light. I'm not talking about any artificial light. I'm just simply basing this on the one light, which is the sun, that is hitting the earth. Oh, I'm getting tired of this, man. I don't really. Sorry, but I know that no matter how much I'm going to discuss it, you're not going to wanting to get the point.
I believe that I understand it perfectly, and I'm not explaining it to you very well. Sorry about that.
Anyways.
I mean, I didn't really understand. What was your point exactly, Clay?
My point is this: if the Earth is almost like 80% water, right? The surface of the Earth. So, Jeremy, you would agree that is a very reflective surface, right? Like it could reflect a lot of sunlight, according to the model, right?
Okay.
Now compare this
Water reflects
reflectiveness.
sunlight, yes.
Yeah. Now compare this reflectiveness to the poor reflectiveness of the moon's surface, right? The moon doesn't produce
What
light
about it?
itself, right? The surface of it is, according to their model, reflecting sunlight, right?
Yep.
Okay. So
What's
how
the
is
point,
it?
though?
Yeah, the point is this: when I stay on the beach in midday when the sun is the highest, how is it that the Earth is still not reflecting so much light? Why is the Earth not reflecting so much light that it is not that the weaker light, which is from the weakest surface being reflected midday, is still be able to be viewed from Earth midday? Why can I see the moon midday? Why there should be the highest reflectiveness of Earth during that time? Still perfectly white, bright in the sky. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
You're
right?
saying the reflection. Hold on, man. You're saying the reflection from the Earth should make it so that we wouldn't be able to see the moon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
It is brighter. Look at the picture I just posted of the moon above the clouds and mountains. Sure enough, you're right. The mountains are brighter than the moon.
The moon is brighter than the clouds that are being directly hit by the sunlight, and
No, they're
the
not.
mountains, they are.
The mountains are brighter than the moon.
No, the moon is brighter than the clouds that are over the mountains, and the mountains are not only as bright because there's snow on them.
Yeah, because
Would the
snow is
distances
more
come into
reflective
it?
than the moon.
Would the distances come into it though? Because the mountains, obviously, in that photo, aren't as far away as the moon apparently is, right?
Exactly. Again,
I still don't get it.
Again, how you don't get? How is it not possible, dude? The moon is very bad at reflecting light.
Right.
So what it is reflecting is a very low percentage of sunlight.
Right.
The Earth, on the other hand, is superior in reflecting light, especially when you have snowy parts, when you have a lot of ocean water, which the Earth provides. Why is it that I can still stand on these waters, a big ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, or whatever, midday, seeing a full moon in the sky while the sun is also out, and
Yeah, but why would?
And the moon.
Why would the? Hold
Are
on.
you
Why
also
would the?
saying?
Hold
Go
on a
on,
second.
sorry.
Why would this? Why would the reflection or the light that's reflecting out off Earth make it not possible for you to see the moon?
Well, you'd be in the blanket of that reflection, wouldn't you? You'd be.
Yeah. Have you
What do you
ever?
mean the blanket? What does that mean? Hold on. What does blanket of that reflection mean?
Well, if you're surrounded by water, which pretty much we all
No,
are.
the water's under you. The water's under you. You're not surrounded by it. It's just
Have you ever noticed what happens when it rained and you drive your car and the sun comes out? That it's getting very bright to your eyes, and it's almost impossible to see very far. Or let's say when you're at the beach, most people wear sunglasses because of the reflectiveness of the water to make them actually able to look forward.
Yeah, but the light, I don't know how this relates, but because the light that's coming off you, in those cases you made, the light's coming at you. In the case of this Earth reflecting light, that light's not coming at you, it's going away from you.
Yes.
So how is it relatable?
That's the
But
question.
you just said a whole bunch of scenarios that really, I don't feel like they don't relate at all to the thing that you're saying with the reflection of the Earth. I don't know.
According to this logic, we should have a blue sky, and we should also have no visible moon during the daytime because of all the reflective light from the. Where's all this reflective sunlight is going? Like if we look at the moon,
Back up into the sky. Back up into the sky. Where else would it go?
Right, so wouldn't that be interfering with what's coming in? If it's not, if it's dimmer than what's going out, I don't know. Like,
Well,
wouldn't it?
I mean, it does interfere for what comes in. We can't see stars because of that. Maybe that's part of the reason. I don't know, but I don't see how blocking the moon out would, or just this whole Earth reflecting sunlight thing would block the moon out. I don't know.
Okay, this is interesting when you say we don't see the stars, but according to the model, the stars are their own lights. They make their own brightness, while the moon itself. So see the paradox here again. They tell you can't see stars because of the sun that is sunlight that is hitting Earth and reflecting back into the atmosphere. So hence you just get a blue sky and you don't see the stars, right? But on the other hand, they tell you that these self-illuminating bodies can't be seen, but the one body that has a very bad reflective surface, which is the moonlight, is still clearly visible during the daytime with no problems. How does this makes no sense at all in my mind.
I don't see the problem with it in their model. I don't think their model's got a problem with being able to see the moon during the
Okay,
day.
I can't help you if you don't see it. I see it. I see the problem.
I don't think it is a problem.
I think it is 100%. If you think about, maybe you just need to think about it a little bit more.
You're saying that there's too much light being reflected back from the surface of Earth into the atmosphere. That's what's pushing it over the edge of why we shouldn't be able to see the moon?
Yeah, that's why I would actually even go as far to say that's why we should not actually even be able to see a blue sky. It should actually just be pure brightness.
Pure brightness?
Eye destroying brightness.
Eye destroying brightness?
Yeah. Have you looked at the moon landing footage and the filters they use? According to them, how reflective the surface was and what it did. It wasn't even able to. They weren't even able to take photos of stars because of this reflective surface, this rock that they were sitting on. While on Earth, you can be on this extreme reflective surface with extreme reflection through the water that is on there and other things like snow or clouds. Still, you see the very bad reflective surface of the moon during a day. Is it how? I'm happy that at least one guy gets it.
Well, here's the thing: try and make it smaller and make it something that you've experienced before, where you've got a brighter light and a dimmer light, and you can see the dim light until you turn the brighter light on. So, you know, I think we've all experienced something like this where you've got another light on, and you know there's another light, but you can't see it while the brighter light's on.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. For example, if you I mean, if you put on your car's light at day, do you see any difference in front of you on the ground? No. Because the bright light is literally making it possible to see your headlights of the car. And that's the logic I'm trying to point out with the moon. If you get it, you get it. If not, you're not. It's okay.
Yeah, but if you turn off the sun, then you'll see the moon, right? Because it's lit up.
But that's the reflection of the sun. Can't turn off the sun.
I see no sun. I see the moon getting brighter and brighter.
So again, the sun is just weak enough to somehow still reflect the light of another rock that then gives a lesser light back onto Earth, while Earth is way more higher reflective. Then we can simultaneously still see that lesser reflected light next to the very bright source of the light that reflects the light, that puts light on the very reflective surface while we stand on the very reflective. This makes no sense. The heliocentric model is absolutely ridiculous in whatever they claim about the moon. It is not a light being reflected, or it's not the sunlight. When you're dishonest to yourself, you can believe this trash. That makes sense. But if you're honest to yourself with real life experience, you will understand that it would be impossible to see the moon's reflected light of the sun while the sun is right next to it during the daytime while you're on a surface that is highly reflective.
I'm honest with myself, and it makes perfect sense to me, and
I know
I'm not
everything
lying to
makes sense
myself.
to you. Yeah, Matthew, I
It
know.
does.
It always makes perfect sense.
I'm
to
pretty intelligent, so that's why it makes sense
Yeah,
to me.
your intelligence
Who told
has
you that?
corrupted your mind. Your
My
intelligence,
students and my friends.
yeah, your intelligence has corrupted your mind. It has made
No,
it
it hasn't. It's made me
has.
smarter. What are you talking about?
No,
Like more intelligent, like you're more capable, or you have more information, you have more accepted information. Like, why is your viewpoint making sense to you? I mean, how does that outweigh it not making sense to other reasonable minds?
I was saying the heliocentric model makes sense to me, and Cleander Seal saying that it doesn't make sense to him.
Oh, I see. But you could walk through. You got 3 reflective surfaces and 1 light source. How are they deciding which one's the brightest?
You mean the sun, the moon, and the earth?
Well, I guess you got some other surfaces out there. You got spaceships, satellites. How are they all deciding like what to light up?
What do you mean deciding? They don't decide anything. They just reflect light.
Like so, which one was his argument? I'm not sure, but was his argument right that we have dull, dusty rock, right? Like supposedly, like if that's what it is, right? How is that brighter than the shiny, watery, glistening Earth?
Yeah. So if you look at the picture at 59 past the hour, he's right that the moon is dimmer than the Earth. You can see the moon isn't as bright as the snow-covered mountains, and so I think that's fine. I think he's right about that.
Interesting.
They say the moon is about as reflective as asphalt.
Well, they say. I mean, I think
The reflectivity called. Hold on, no thanks. What's the reflectivity called? Libido.
Albedo. Libido is
albedo. Albedo. That's it. Settle down. Albedo.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like so somebody looked up at the silver moon and was like, you know what? I think that thing is made out of like probably silver and titanium. I mean, is it really just that simple?
That would be a good guess. Then you'd like figure out the reflectivity of those different things and test it and see if it matches.
Is there also, surely they've obviously done tests on what what magnitude a light would need to be, or a reflection would need to be, to wash out another.
I mean, that's one. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, if Matthew has something on it.
Well, I mean, you can see a candle during daylight, so there's evidence that you can see dim lights even if it's light.
Right, but to try and work out how bright the daylight would be to not be able to see the candle. Right.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Like Clay said, if you're driving during the daytime and you turn on your headlights, you're unlikely to see the difference in the road in front of you. I suppose you might see a difference if you have really, really bright headlights and you're looking carefully, but he's got a point there. There is some threshold where it wouldn't be visible.
Yeah, interestingly, they've measured the light of the moon, right, to have the same radius of light as the sun. I mean, so what is the light from the moon diverging or parallel as well?
Just like any object, the light rays coming to your eyes are coming straight from the moon into your eyes. As far as the size goes, I think it was designed that way, that the size
No,
of the
no,
moon and
like
sun
on the
is.
ground, it doesn't matter about your eyes. Like, you just follow the ground, right? You can just trace a line around the light, right? And it would be the same. It would light up the same amount of ground as the sun. Same
Yeah,
shadows, same everything.
right.
So it's like you could take a 12 midnight shadow and or 1 a.m. shadow and a 1 p.m. shadow, and they're the same.
On the day of a full moon, yes. I mean,
Right,
they're
yeah.
going to be different amounts of light, but the shadows should look the same.
So then the moon, I guess, like not its own light. You're saying definitely a reflection. So it's reflecting and then diverging, coming in parallel onto the moon because
Yeah,
it's evenly lit up. The moon.
So the sun is a circle of light, and so it has a little bit of fuzziness to the shadows. They're not like a point source. So at noon, then you would see certain shadows. Then you wait 12 hours, and it's midnight at the during a full moon, and you'd see the same shadows, the same shape, and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I changed it to 1 because it'd be like no shadow. But yeah, I get what you're saying. So then it would be it would be the same. Somehow it's mimicking the sun circumference. How's it doing that? Just the happenstance, just a lucky chance, or
No, by
38,000?
design. The sun's circumference is about the same apparent size as the moon's apparent size.
What's the need for the? I mean, if it's by design, God made it by design. What's the need for the moonlight? What's the design per? You can. I mean, it couldn't be purposeless, right? Like, what's the purpose? If it does it.
Well, Genesis 1 says God made the sun for the day and he made the moon for the night. I think that he made them the same size on purpose so that solar eclipses could happen.
Well, yeah, that's the size, right? But now it's got the light, that I guess you'd have to say is diverging, like just as if it, because it's much closer, right? If it's in the heliocentric model, it's much closer. So then it would have to be diverging light as it's getting reflected from the sun. Even though I don't see that, but that's what it would have to be. And it's making the same circumference of light that you could trace, like on the ground. You could trace it all the way out. It makes the same. Covers the same amount of ground. What's the reason for that light being cast onto the ground, being the same size? Like, what's that all about?
If you have like an empty light bulb just sitting in a dark warehouse and you turn it on and there's no lampshade or anything, it just casts all directions. That's what happens with the moon and the sun. It's just giving off light in all directions. I don't know what you mean. So it is diverging. That's what you're asking.
It is diverging. All right, I just wanted to make sure it can't be coming in parallel then, the light and the moon.
At one spot on Earth, it's mostly parallel because it's so far away. But if you're talking about two different cities, they diverge.
Well, yeah. So I mean, just in reality, like not at midnight moon time or whatever, right? Like not at its zenith or whatever, right? But so then it definitely stands to reason that we could just change the sun's size and distance, and then it would serve the same purpose. Like if
Right.
we wanted to change the numbers.
If the sun were only 3,000 miles away and it was only 30 miles wide, it would look about the same.
But why is the moon now? Why can't so now the moon's 1.5 miles away? Like the moon's not 3,000 miles away, is it?
No, I'm saying if it were, it would look about the same.
Oh. If it was the same size, I see. Like, why does it have to be 3,000 miles away? The moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, but doing the same thing as the sun, same light on the ground. So why would it have to now be 3,000 miles away?
Well, it doesn't have to be any distance. I mean, you're talking
Oh,
about the apparent sizes, like a baseball and a basketball can look the same exact size in your field of vision if they're the correct distances away.
all right. So I mean, so it doesn't have to be a certain uh, distance away. Only if it's going to remain a certain size and give off a certain. So if we don't know this distance, then we don't know the size, but it does do the same thing. What's the reason then you think for, like what's the purpose of the light on the ground then? Does it only serve one purpose, like to see at night? Is that the
I
only
think it's
purpose?
also for helping for mark the times and the seasons. Like, that's where a month comes from. It's about a solar, 29.
Yeah.
One
Well,
solar
like
cycle is a month.
yeah, for sure. Like I'm just getting to the part where, all right, well, like so if God made two lights, one's the sun, one's the moon, right? If one is a reflection of the sun doing the same exact thing, heating things up, um, why? Why are you making two of the same thing, right? So why would one serve the same exact purpose as the other one?
Well, it's not the same exact purpose. One is for the daytime and one is for the night. Although the moon is
Well,
out
what's for the
in
night, but like what's it doing for the night? I'm saying if it's just for light, then I could say, well, then you could say, well, it's just for light, so that's it.
But yeah, I'd say it's for a light during some nights, and then it's also to mark the months.
Well, yeah, I get yeah, but you're talking about like the moon in the sky. I'm talking about the light of the circle of light that it puts onto the ground and divert, in the same diverging, but doing the same exact thing. Right? So, like, yeah, we could say, well, light is just to see things, but we know that light from the sun it grows plants. We know that it evaporates water and puts us in the biogeochemical water cycle of evaporation, and actually creates like the high and low pressure systems on, from the sun and all the convection currents, etc. Right? We know it has a purpose. So, like, what's the moon purpose? Like just to see?
Well, I mean, in general, that's a pretty profound question. I would say that it does help us see some of the nights of the year. It'd be like asking, well, why are roses beautiful? Is it just so that they look beautiful, or is it to attract bees, or what why do they smell good? Well, I don't know. I think God delights in making interesting things would be part of the answer.
Yeah, these are age old questions. Why is the sky blue? Why is water wet? Why did Judas grab the Romans while Jesus slept?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, like, under the pretense of God creating something without purpose doesn't seem reasonable to me, right? And then to
Right,
say,
right,
well, I just made two things that serve the exact same purpose, but I went through all the trouble of making two of them for no good reason, also doesn't seem reasonable to me.
right.
Yeah.
But they're
So,
not. They're not. They
yeah.
don't serve the same purpose. One is for the daytime. One is for the nighttime. They have different purposes and different
Yeah.
uses.
Right. Yeah. One being for the day and one being for the night isn't really a purpose, right? It's like,
Well,
so if you were
why
to say,
not?
well, one's to see during the day and one's to see during the night, right? That'd be like a purpose. So if it's just for seeing during the night, that's the purpose.
Well, the moon is out in the daytime just as much as it is out during the night, maybe a
Mm-hmm.
little bit less. So it's not only for the nighttime.
Ah, okay. So he didn't make it for the one for the day, one for the night.
That's what he said. He said he made the sun for the day and the moon for the night. But I'm saying
Oh,
that
okay.
the moon is out sometimes during the day too.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
what's the eclipse that happens where the sun and the moon are above the horizon?
Oh, it sounds impossible
Solenoid.
though.
It's the Selenium, that's right.
Right, right.
And that one is explained because of the reflection of the light off the Earth, right?
Refraction.
No,
No?
the Selenilian eclipse happens when it's the full moon and it's right near sunrise or sunset, and you can see both of them sometimes.
Right, but it's supposed to be the Earth that's creating the shadow from the top of the moon, though, right?
Right, but then if you're standing on the edge of the Earth, you can look both directions and see both the sun and the moon.
Right. So it's like, but then if, like, let's say the sun and the moon were above the horizon, how, like, I mean, I guess that's the question of the Selenium is how is there darkness coming from the top of the moon if it's above the horizon and it's supposed to be the occlusion of the Earth.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a refraction shadow. That wouldn't make sense.
You know what I mean? Like
Well, it
that's
could
a
be
weird.
any angle because there's a whole edge all the way around the Earth that you can see it from any angle. So it doesn't matter which.
Right, but why?
edge
rather, why is the shadow coming from the top of the moon?
Well, for some people it's coming on the top, some people it's coming on the bottom, and some people it's from the left side, some people the right side. It depends on where you're looking at it from. So it's from all directions at any one time.
I've always seen the like the shadow on the moon. I guess maybe it's my location. I haven't seen any other. Maybe I mean, I guess it's all wild how that. I don't. I mean, I'm sure. I believe you. There's the potential for it, but I don't know if it's because someone's in, a more southern latitude or something. But it is weird though that the shadow comes from the
No,
top of the moon.
Yeah, I
you're
posted
always
a picture.
You're always on top of the globe, right? And there's no way you could see those things. There's no way you could see that 180 right from anywhere besides the top. So you're on the top when you're seeing that eclipse. If you're seeing
Yeah,
the sun
but
and moon at the same time.
somebody else could be 180 degrees around the Earth and see it.
Yeah, but they wouldn't see. Yeah, but they wouldn't see the eclipse happening at that. Or they wouldn't see the Earth's shadow blocking it if they're right at right in the center of it.
If they're in the center, but
Or they're at,
180
they're at a
degrees.
different location. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. If you look at 22 past the hour, I showed like two little stick figures looking at the same thing, and they'll see it from different perspectives. It's not the scale, obviously.
So again, what's the explanation for that?
If you're if you're close enough, if those sun and the moon are close enough to the horizon, sometimes there can be slight refraction that raises them up slightly above the horizon, so you can see them both above the horizon at the same time.
How tall? I mean, they're not to scale. I think is kind of important because I'm looking at your picture that we see the full sun and full moon above the horizon, 180 degrees apart from each other, and looking
And it's
horizontally.
it's supposed to be the Earth that's in the way, creating the shadow.
Right.
So how does the Earth make a shadow on the top of the moon if both of the objects are above the horizon? I mean, like,
because in reality they're all in a perfectly straight line, but the refraction can bring the images of the sun and the moon up slightly sometimes. It's pretty rare.
wow,
That's
man,
why
I think, dude, like, you guys are like the Russian, like, you're like the version of, like, like those, like, Russian gymnastics that, like, it's like the Cirque du Soleil, but like just unreal, unimaginable stuff. You guys are like the mental Russian gymnastics of like
it's because I have a
cosmology, dude. I don't
preconceived
know how you
notion.
try. I mean, dude, like, you tell yourself whatever you need to tell yourself, man. But I'm
No,
telling
it's
you, like,
because I have a preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe and
right,
the heliocentric model is correct, and you're
right,
asking
and
me to explain it, and I'm
you're
coming up with a
rejecting.
reasonable explanation.
It's not
Well, it's
reasonable
reasonable.
though.
Yeah, it's reasonable to you.
That's where you drop the ball, bro.
What, the
It's not
refraction
reasonable
doesn't
because, like,
exist?
take like if I have like a refraction doesn't exist, come on, bro. Now you're reaching. Like, dude, if you have like two, let's say I put like a fucking light and a fucking mirror on the other side, or like, you know what I mean, something that like a sphere that fucking reflects light, and I'm shining the thing, and like, they're both like at 6 foot, and I'm sitting down in a chair. Okay. And then I'm on a rolling chair. Better yet, I'm on a rolling chair, right? And I'm gonna ride like, uh past the light and between these two objects, right? On a rolling chair. And I give myself a push. And I come up and my head is gonna intersect the light over here. Or, like both these light, this light shining down on me. And I roll in between these two objects. In reality, there's no shadow gonna be created on the object that's reflecting the light. But what you want, like, that's a fact. So, like, I don't know why you would use the word reasonable. when you propose that this is reasonable, or rather your explanation is reasonable, because there's no way that if I'm looking at two objects above me and then I'm lower than them and I, go in between them, that I'm going to affect the light reaching the reflector.
Right,
Like
and
there's no
I'm saying that they're not above you; they're in a line. The sun, Earth, and Moon are all in a straight line.
Actually, or apparently?
I mean, would I be
Actually,
how would I have to if I wanted to fucking take a use a if I wanted to use a what do you call it? Why can't I think of it, man? The angle
Rolling chair?
measurement for no, the angle measurement for the sextant. If I take a fucking sextant measure to the moon and the sun, I'm gonna get an angle, which implies that they're above me, right? So
not very far. It's going to be like
no,
one
the idea
degree
is
above.
if I were to put a string from one to the other, and I can get angles that there's angles of elevation on each object, like 180 degrees away from each other, and I can put a string in between them. That string is going to be above me. So for you to then think that they're in a straight line, I mean, I can understand, like, let's say, like, you guys were talking earlier about, like, the moon in my head, I was thinking of the moon and the Terminator line and how that works because of distance, proposed distance. That can make sense to me. This, however, doesn't make sense to me. And I'm amazed that you're just whimsically, like, just like, I don't know, because I think it's kind of a mystery of even science today. You know what I mean? Like, just to explain it away with refraction.
I've never
But
seen it. To your point, I've never seen it in reality ever happen, except for begging the question that that's what must be happening.
well, I've
Wait,
seen lots of
so
footage of it personally.
explaining 0.5 degrees of change based on refraction, which we see all the time, that doesn't seem unreasonable to me. That's just what happens. You'd be right if they were like way up above the horizon. We're talking about this rare selenilian eclipse where the moon and the sun are both just at the horizon, just barely above, like half a degree above, basically. And that's not unusual.
I don't know about half a degree, bro. More like about 15 degrees,
No,
20
if it's
degrees.
15 degrees, that would totally debunk the heliocentric model. That's why nobody's ever seen
Yeah,
it.
I'm thinking there's some 15 degrees out there, bro. To be honest with you, I
Why
think.
not?
Now I
And
don't
that,
know.
I mean,
I tell you what. How about this?
you
Fair
should
enough.
collect
Let me
those
explain this.
and debunk the globe with that.
Let me say this. The sun, I'm not too sure about the exact measurement, but the moon images that I've seen, I think, have been above 15 degrees. Now, granted, I can understand what you're saying as regards to a straight line to some extent, maybe, but I'm gonna have to check for that because I don't know the exact degrees that you would still get the selenium with the sun above the horizon. Let me
Yeah,
look
the
into
answer
that.
is 0.5 degrees. It's not much more than that. Maybe 1 degree, I suppose.
And
But
they're
it's
saying
not
the
going to be more
moon's
than
at,
one.
and they're trying to say that the moon's at 1 degree also, or is it just the sun?
Yeah, about the same. I mean, they're both less than 1 degree above the horizon. They're in a straight line, but they can sometimes be slightly bent upwards by refraction by half a degree.
What's the
Less
what do they? There's, I mean, what's the guy? So you got 0.5 on the sun. What's the? Because I think that I've seen ones with higher degrees than 0.5, bro.
Well, yeah, like half a degree from what? From the horizontal horizon, or from the imaginary tangent point at the top of the globe? Like what? Like
That's
a
a great
degree from
point.
what?
Uh, from the horizon where it's visible. So if you're like standing in the middle of the ocean, something like that.
Right, so on a globe, right? Like that horizon. I mean, how many degrees down is that? Like how far down
At
is that? If we're seeing the sun down there, it has to be, pretty far down. It has to be a quarter way around the globe then.
right, if you're at the sea level,
Plus a half a degree.
if you're at sea level, then the horizon would be about almost exactly 90 degrees from vertical. So basically straight horizontal, 90 degrees from down.
Mm-hmm. It's not just half a degree then, right? Because it's going. If you're imagining you're imagining half a degree from horizontal, like below horizontal. But you're saying the actual position of it is behind. I don't know, a quarter of a way around a globe.
Yeah, I'm
Flags it up to
saying
the
that
horizon.
in actuality, at that moment, the sun is at 90 degrees below vertical. The moon is at 90 degrees below vertical, perfectly straight line from the sun to the earth to the moon. That's why you see the shadow. but sometimes refraction can bring that up a little bit, so it might be 89 degrees or 1 degree above the horizon for the moon and the sun. So if they're even 1 degree above the horizon, then you can see the sun and the moon.
But they're not on the horizon, like 3 miles away from a 6-foot, observers, right? So where are they
No,
really?
we're not talking about distances. We're talking about angles from straight down.
Right, but you're
Distance doesn't
imagining,
matter.
like in your picture, where is this moon and sun then really? Like we see it on a horizontal, like, and then angles from that 0 point horizontal line. You're saying that it's below that horizontal line somewhere, and then you're measuring a half a degree up from the horizontal. I mean,
Right.
but in actuality, you're saying that it's actually a quarter of a way around the globe.
Right.
That's a lot of degrees. That's like 46 degrees. 15 was generous. Should have taken it.
I'm talking about where it is visibly in the sky. It's on the horizon, basically.
Yeah, but you're saying in actuality that it's down behind, the however many miles of curvature that would be.
I'm saying in actuality, the angular distance above the horizon for that moment in time, the Selenilian eclipse is visible, is 0 degrees for the sun and 0 degrees for the moon. However, refraction can make it so it looks like it's 0.5 degrees above the horizon for the sun, maybe 0.5 for the moon. And so we're talking about the difference between 0 and 0.5 degrees. That's all. We're not talking about much.
From the horizon, not the tangent.
Yeah, from the horizon up.
Uh-huh. Which measures from the observer to the horizon. How many degrees is that? Is that 0?
Yeah, so basically perfectly horizontal, like 90 degrees from vertical, 90 degrees from down. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Straight horizon. And it'll be the same. If you're at sea level, then the horizon basically is at eye level.
It's tough. Yeah, so what, I mean, unless you have something else to say on it. I mean, I don't, I mean, if you believe it, you believe it. Yeah, everybody has their beliefs,
Right.
I just never seen it.
I have my beliefs and I have a reasonable explanation that makes sense in my mind. That's what I was explaining. I don't expect you to believe it, obviously. Because you don't even think
no. You want us to believe that, like, let's say, I just put up a little bit of footage of the occultation of the moon. And, like, so if the sun is remotely above the horizon at all, I just don't see how you're going to make this kind of a reflection on the moon, especially if it's supposed to be nighttime on the other side of the Earth. Because, like, the moon, like, the Earth is coming in front of the moon, let's say in this image that I showed you from, like, the top left of the screen. But if the sun is above the horizon, how is it casting the shadow on the, like, top part of the moon? Because it would be, I mean, it just seems like it would be casting a shadow on, let's say, the exact opposite side than it is casting a shadow. Even if you're proposing that the moon is actually lower on the horizon than it appears. Because, like, if it's nighttime on the other side of the Earth, obviously it's not getting any sun. Well, I guess it just, I don't know, man. There's a lot of conundrums in there. Dude.
That's
really
that's a cool video, Isa. I mean,
yeah,
Matthew, you should be aware that video will probably turn somebody into a flat earther right away without anything else. Like, do you have an explanation for that?
Yeah, in fact, this partial eclipse can happen at high noon. It doesn't even have to be in the middle of the day. In fact, it did happen at high noon for some places.
Oh, but I thought you said that the sun was at 0.5 degrees and that the moon was at 0.5 degrees or something, and that it was a straight line.
Yeah, it's a straight line for the Selenilian lunar eclipse. But the video you posted, the type of eclipse that you posted, that can happen any time of day. Well, during the daytime, like, if the sun is high noon, this can happen.
Wow, bro. Fucking lost, man. I feel like, God bless you, dude.
What's your explanation for what's happening to the sun in the video that you posted?
Oh, well, that would be Rahu and Ketu. No, I'm not kidding. I really don't know, man. My point is, it blows my mind. It's more mystifying than anything. I can't just explain it away. For me,
But
as
so
being
so
like, well, it's just refraction, bro. It's like not that special, bro.
fair enough that you can't explain it, but
Fair enough. I can't.
why
What?
why
Neither can
wouldn't
you, dude. Not reasonably. Neither can you. That's the problem. Is you think just because you throw look, if I give you a diatribe about Rahu and Ketu, it's about as reasonable as what the fuck you're proposing, dude.
not really
That's my point. That's my point about bringing up Rahu and Ketu is that I could talk about, well, what you don't understand is Rahu and Ketu and the nodes are actually these alternative planets, these dark planets that you don't fucking perceive because you can't trust your senses. You know what I mean? I could make up a whole bunch of shit too, is my point, dude. But I don't because I'm honest. Whereas you're believing a bunch of dishonest, disingenuous fucking shills, bro. In my
So wait a
opinion.
minute.
That's what I
So
think.
why what are some of the reasons you can't see the sun? And the answer is if you put your hand up in front of the sun to shade your eyes, or you go underneath like an umbrella. And so it seems reasonable that one way that the sun can disappear is if something goes in front of it. That's all that's happening here. Something's going in front of it.
Yeah, but it's not logically happening. That's
Why
the
not?
point. Is that like if it was to happen, like I could more understand it and I would totally embrace your somewhat of your explanation or be more inclined to believe the globe's explanation if the fucking shadow happened from the other side or the shadow happened from like but the fact that it's happening from the top side is what like fucking guts the whole fucking idea of what you're talking about because the idea is that the shadow would be it's like if I make a you know what it's like if I did a hand puppet on the side of on the wall and everything was upside down and that doesn't happen.
So the sun has certain cycles throughout the sky, and the moon has
The
certain
fuck
cycles
has that
throughout
got
the
to
day.
do with the
And
upside
then
down
what?
nature?
And
Yeah.
when they overlap, then the moon goes in front of the sun. That's all you're seeing here. It's a really
Yeah,
simple explanation.
that only makes sense with on a flat Earth. You got to explain how it makes sense on a beehive globe with different bodies and having cycles. As we're chasing the sun 66,000 miles an hour, never to be in the same position again. A billion miles a minute? How do we have sight? It makes sense on a flat Earth, like with the sun and the moon and the stars making circles and cyclical patterns to repeat every 18 years above us. It doesn't make any sense in a galaxy far, far away.
Still, there are cycles, and the moon sometimes goes in front of the sun. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, we can do that on a flat Earth. How can you do that on a gravity globe?
The orbits line up sometimes, such that the moon
Yeah.
goes in front of the sun.
That's what I'm saying. How can you have a galactic alignment and gravity not have any effect? How can we lose 400 billion tons of mass of the sun per day and still have gravity not move? And you got to explain. I mean, it makes sense with an electric sky. It doesn't make sense with the globe.
Yeah, the percentage is pretty small, but I'm saying that gravitational equations still are in effect, and based on those, the moon sometimes goes in front of the sun. That's what a solar eclipse is. There's one
Right.
coming
So
up in April, by the way. Are you anywhere near Texas?
no, nope,
Indiana?
no.
Maine?
I don't know. I'll have to look up my solar cycle to see when the next one's coming for me.
Well,
I'm on the
you
East
should use
Coast.
the globe math to figure out where exactly when the eclipse happens.
And if I had 365 fingers, I could just use my fingers to count the days. 6,000 something is 18 years. So
No,
it's
I'm
just a
talking
count. It's
about
just
like the
counting.
exact location on Earth of the shadow, like in exactly what minute it's going to happen.
Shadow. So it's maybe it's a shadow.
Hey,
I
you know
don't
what?
know.
Forgive me. If I'm not mistaken, I may have been corrected because I was under the impression that the selenium was like, or well, most the selenium I was trying to find an image of was the one from the left and the one to the right. Gentleman in the chat is trying to correct me, and he may be right because I didn't really research it. I just looked up selenium. I was under the impression that that was the possible moon with the Earth shadow coming through it. If that's the sun and then the moon, that's different. I'm looking and I'm trying to reference the selenium wherein I look to the east or look to the west and the sun is setting and the east and the moon is rising. That's the kind of idea I was talking about. I don't. And maybe you can correct me. Is that video of the sun being eclipsed by the moon?
Yeah, so selenilian.
And if
No,
that's the
you're
case,
exactly right.
then this is a poor video for me to make my argument. Then I have to
No,
completely
I thought you were
withdraw.
talking about something different. So, yeah,
Yes.
the
The
selenilian is a lunar
Sun-Hellenian eclipse is known as the impossible eclipse because the shadow is in the wrong place. You have the sun and the moon up
Right.
of the horizon, but then the shadow is in the wrong place. It's impossible. That's why it's called the
Well,
impossible eclipse.
how about this? I have to withdraw my argument in regards to the video that I put in the chat room. I'll say that because I was under the impression that it wasn't that. I thought it was a shadow on the moon. And let me go looking for something like that too. But
Yeah,
that's an
no,
interesting
your
one. Then,
video
if
is
that's
a solar eclipse, and the
Yeah.
selenilian is a lunar eclipse. But your
fair
video
enough.
is
Yeah,
still
forgive me.
interesting.
Yeah.
Still interesting.
Still fucking incredible. Yeah. But let me find the shit. Hold on.
Yeah, solar eclipse makes a lot of no problem on a flat Earth. It's really this
You know what,
lunar
too?
eclipse. Yeah.
Well, you know what it is. A lot of people don't get the probate motion of the moon sometimes, which allows for that's what trips people out. I think, and I remember when the eclipse happened in 2017. We went learning about eclipses a bit, and everyone was freaked out because the moon's coming from this side when it should be coming from the other side. But in reality, the moon in their model moves faster than it makes sense in the model still. So, but there is that confusion, and there's so much little details and imaginings you have to do to try to
I would just
understand the globe. But I was trying
warn
to make
you,
the point.
nothing makes sense in their model. You can't have.
Well,
I mean, not
I
to quote
don't.
Demock too much, but you
I'm
can't
not
have
so bold.
physics on a globe. You can't have weight on a globe. You can't have anything on it. You can't have lines on a globe to measure the globe. You can't have any kind of reality on a
Well,
globe. So
I mean, the
don't.
issue with the globe for me, and this is where I will entertain it to some extent, just as a I always you entertain ideas. So the idea is that they do have interesting explanations. Let's say, or there's things that I could try to justify on their behalf. But the selenilion is in the way that I'm referring to it. The issue of the shadow coming from the what you would think is the opposite side of where it should be. That's the selenilian I was referencing, not the one where it's a lunar eclipse and they're all in the same line. I could totally understand that, but this one, the other one, is the
To
one that's
rebut the point that somebody had made and said, well, no, that would be perfectly acceptable. That's where they predicted it to be. That's definitely not where they predicted it to be. They said, everybody stay tuned. The shadow of the Earth is going to start coming from the bottom up, and to eclipse, this during this eclipse, and it came from the exact opposite of their predictions in the exact location they predicted. So it's definitely not, hey, this is supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen. That's what makes it impossible.
Which eclipse was this? I'm not aware of anybody incorrectly predicting the shadow during the lunar eclipse.
The year of it? I don't know. Maybe it was the 2017?
I saw the 2017 eclipse. It was pretty amazing. I recommend trying to get in a place where you can see the 2024 April 8th eclipse.
Yeah, do you guys remember when Riley bet Mark Taylor a grand that every year there's every month there's an eclipse or something? I guess you guys weren't around.
Well, there's a new moon every month, but not a lunar eclipse.
Why is the new moon never seen? I can't remember. What's the reason for that?
Because it's so close to the sun, and we're seeing the dark side of the moon at that point. So there's nothing reflecting to us, or not enough reflecting.
We're seeing the dark side.
It makes sense.
Sorry,
man.
the dark side of the moon is facing us, and so
it does make sense, man.
In the sun's glare.
As much as I hate the globe,
dark side.
As much as I hate the globe, bro, they have their own little things, and there's certain reasonable explanations like that. I'll give to them.
I didn't know the dark side was the moon stopped rotating during the new moon. The dark side faces us. I don't understand that part.
becomes
the dark side changes. There's the front side of the moon and the back side of the moon. Separately, there's the light side of the moon and the dark side of the moon, and the light and dark shift throughout the month. But the front and back don't shift. We always see the front side.
Okay. Yeah, so there were some photos. I gotta get a hold of them, right? But there were some photos during these wildfires, right? Which is pretty cool, right? So not the ones in Hawaii, but the ones in Canada. People were photographing the new moon in the sky with all the smoke and everything. How would that work? refraction again?
Well, not yeah. It's if it's within a day or two of a new moon, you won't see it. But if it's a few days before or a few days after, then you can see like a small crescent moon. I mean,
No,
just
it's
type
a
in a
new moon.
Google
They saw
image
the
for
full.
crescent moon.
Yeah. No, it was a full moon. Like you see the full moon, still the same. That's why I was a little confused when you said the other side was facing us, because in the photographs that I saw, which I should save soon, people were on like TikTok showing the fires, but look at all this, right? And then you look up in the sky, it's the dates on there or whatever, right? And it's the date of the full moon in that location, it's the day of the full moon, and in that location they can see the full moon. I don't know, due to the smoke, or was it refraction, like Earth shine? What's going on there?
Yeah, so the full moon is pretty much exactly opposite the sun at the moment that it's a full moon. But before at dawn, before the sun rises, and at dusk after the sun sets, the full moon is still could be in the sky at those times. And then if it's plus or minus one day, you can see even more of an effect because the moon changes about an hour every day. It rises about an hour later every day. Actually, it's 29 days for the lunar cycle, 24 hours, so it rises 29/24ths of an hour later each day.
Yeah, so it was like the photo. I think the moon was below the sun in the picture, like if you took the location, it was like a little lower or something.
Yeah, I mean that can happen sometimes.
I don't know, man. You've seen it. You've seen a new moon all lit up.
A new moon is not all lit up. You're talking about full moon.
Well, you just said it could happen sometimes. They saw the new moon when that nobody else had ever really seen or photographed, right? Because you've seen the picture of the first camera ever made, right? That was so maybe they've seen it with their eyes, but they didn't photograph it. But they were to photograph this, the new moon, because of the whatever was going on in the atmosphere. I guess the fires were active. Doesn't prove or disprove any. I mean, does it? I don't think so. Right? You're saying the light from the sun just doesn't
You
bounce
said a
off,
couple
or
things. You said fully lit up. You said full moon, and you said new moon. So which one are you?
well, they could see the moon fully. They could fully see the moon during a new moon phase during the wildfire. Right. So nobody's ever really seen a full moon. They just calculate where it should be.
Okay, so a
But
full moon and a new moon are opposite. A new moon is 15 days later than a full moon. So which are you talking about?
I'm talking about a new moon being seen in its entirety. Same face we always see.
If it's a new moon, it's too close to the sun and we don't see the face.
Well, no, I mean, if there's no other explanation.
Yeah, he's talking about fires on Earth casting their light onto the new moon. Like the fires on the surface of Earth are so bright, they're shining a light on the unlit moon in Earth's shadow. Or I mean, not in Earth's shadow. I'm sorry. Although, but that would have to take place, man, during the day, right? So you're talking about seeing the new moon during the day. Even though the sky is blue, but you can still see because the fires are. Wow, that's some crazy powerful firelight.
That's one,
especially and during the day too. That's crazy.
I don't know I don't know the reason. I mean, but it was just seen during fires. I mean, from the fire, I don't know. It was smoky out. What do you think, Matthew? Is there an explanation, like a globe, like a refraction or something going on? Or
seeing the dark side of the moon during the day because the fire is on the land of Earth.
Yeah, I'm unaware that that's ever happened. Like seeing the dark side of the moon during any time.
Yeah, I gotta get the clip saved or something. But yeah, I was watching them. I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah, why is it so fucking hard to find videos that used to be so readily available? Even with the Rumble, and it sucks.
Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the algorithm. So when something says the Earth is flat, we're gonna say that's not true, right? Yes, exactly. That's what we're gonna do. That's what I
Like,
thought.
yeah, there used to be like so many videos that would be available if you put up like selenium, or it seems like I just can't find the ones that I was trying to think of.
You got
Anyway,
to go
dude, like
to
I think just that
flatearthdave.com.
even if we don't have the, even if, forgive me, we don't have the evidence. I know it's, you know, I think it's readily acceptable that we can both assume that, you know, people agree that it exists. Is that there is an eclipse where the moon occults or forgive me, the Earth occults the moon when both celestial bodies are above the horizon, and if that is the, you know, and when that is the case, the shadow seems to come from the top of the moon, and that is just so, you know what I mean. Like I don't know how people can just explain that away with refraction. You know, it's just crazy.
This thing here, copy. You're having a hard time. I'll tell you, like people talk shit on Dave Weiss, but like I know
Oh,
I can just go
I
to his
like Dave
website.
Weiss. Dave Weiss
Yeah.
is fucking. I mean, I like. Hey, man, I got a big respect for all the flat earthers out here, but yeah, Weiss is good. But he's just, you know, yeah, Weiss is good.
I was
But this is about the Earth. It's not about people, you know. That's the thing too.
I might copy the wrong thing. No, for sure. I was just going to say about his. You can go to his website and find the stuff. Like I don't know how I would. It would take me forever if I didn't have that resource. Like to just go to his website and copy shit. Like he's just copying everybody else's shit, but still.
Like, that's funny. What is what is so what is again the explanation for the moon coming on the top, even though both celestial bodies are above the horizon and the Earth is in the middle?
Refraction. There's your one video I put up from his website. Let me see if I can find another one.
Refraction, and I posted a not to scale image at 53 past the hour that shows that depending on where you're standing on the globe Earth, you will see the shadow either at the top of the moon or at the bottom of the moon. I suppose at the side if you're standing like 45 degrees away from those two stick figures.
Amazing.
I mean, I just don't get it if, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess I can see where you're trying to make the connection with that image. I just that doesn't justify it because granted it's not to scale, etc. I just don't know if.
Well, they're using like a flat
I
Earth
just
to
don't
say
know if
how it's
that's
possible.
the.
Yeah.
It seems really hard for me to like.
Oh yeah, I don't
It's just
expect you to
weird.
buy it, obviously, because none of those things are in your model.
I'm trying to,
I'm
you know
just
what I mean. I'm
explaining
trying to
why it
mull it
works
over.
in my model. Why
I'm
I
trying to
think it
mull it
works.
over, and yeah, no, fair enough. And I'm trying to digest it, to be honest. Like, you know what I mean? Because I really have, like, I've heard different explanations. Like, it's the reflection of the, like, I don't even know. I've heard all kinds of different explanations about it. Where, well, the Earth light lights up the. You know, I don't know. I've heard a bunch of different varying explanations, but this one is interesting. I just, I don't know if I'm gonna buy that. Like, I
Yeah, I
don't know.
mean, in
I
that
don't know. I'm having a
illustration,
hard time
they're
with it.
yeah, and in that illustration, they're looking. Everything is down. They're looking down, but in reality, we're looking up. So I see why they're telling you, hey, when you're looking up, you're actually looking down. When you're looking straight, you're actually looking down. So it's yeah, so it's really confused. Like to try to
Well,
digest it. That's what I was trying to warn you about. Don't really digest it. Just I mean, just
right?
know that
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
you're right
so.
because it eliminates. It really, it is. I mean, again, without the, you know, because you're dealing with stick figures, also. You know what I mean? Like, but like, I'm sure there's a little more nuance to it, but I just
No,
figure.
even without the stick
Yeah,
figures.
no, but hey, bro, you're so right though. You're right because you're looking, and granted, like from the perspective of the observer, like it's still above the horizon, and like this is why my question initially was,
If we live
what
on
do
a,
we
if
have?
we,
Hold on, real quick. What do we have for calculations? Like, do we have selenelions with, let's say, like it's not a sunrise, but the full sun in the sky? That would be my next question. You know what I mean? Because if the full sun is in the sky, then I would imagine it'd be really hard for me to justify that angle.
No, you'd
If the
be
sun is
absolutely right. If the sun is anywhere, let's say above 10 degrees above the horizon, then you wouldn't see a eclipsed moon in that case.
well, how about this? At what degree above the horizon is the complete sun above the horizon for the viewer?
During
Like, what would you reckon? What would be the discrepancy of like the sun's angle? Like, if the sun at full from top to bottom is above the horizon, like just at the horizon, what would be that
yeah,
angular diameter?
yeah,
Rather,
it's
the
it's
degree.
0.5 degrees is how
Forget. That's
big
what I
the sun
thought.
is.
Okay, just okay, because and
Same
then
with the moon.
give or take refraction, right?
Right.
So, like, I got you, but because I'm just wondering, do we have footage or do we have like evidence of a full sun above the horizon? Even if it's even if it's at just 0.5, like you were kind of bringing up that number before, like even if it was at just 0.5 degrees above the horizon, I think it would, and the moon is at all above the horizon, I think it would negate kind of what this image is proposing. But I think you've already negated the image with the idea of the angle of the way you're like, that Riggs right there, or no, forgive me, but no.
Yeah, my
Who's that?
image
That was
was
hanging out.
more to describe why some people see the shadow at the top and others see it at the bottom. Does that part make sense?
Yes, I could. In the image it does. In the context of the image, it does. I don't know if it necessarily clarifies my issue with reality. You know what I mean?
Sure. I'm just saying in our model, that's why.
Yes, I understand what. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And again, I've actually even put out the call, like, do we have any selenelion footage where the sun is actually above the horizon? And, the moon, obviously. Because that to me would negate this. And I know you guys kind of lean on the distances. Like, what trips me out, man, is the frickin', like, not, I guess, because there really is, I mean, unless we're going to delve onto it for hours, but like what do they call it? The perihelion? Or no, what the fuck? The figure eight? No, the
the
figure eight.
analemma.
What the fuck?
I beat you, dude.
Analemma.
I'm
Thank you,
smarter.
sir.
Sorry, you lose.
You're smarter than all of us. Fucking
Yep.
A. But what trips me out is the idea that you would think that the selenelion, oh my god, analemma. Like, I've brought this up and talked about it at length before, and I'll just introduce it again because it's interesting in regards to the movement of the sun. Is that the sun doesn't change that much in angular diameter, but if you film the analemma from anywhere on Earth, the northern side is closer together than the southern side of the southern side of the analemma, right? Like during its summer months. Like, so forgive me. In June, the sun's circle, that smaller part of the analemma is smaller. In December, the bigger part of the analemma is always bigger from anywhere on Earth. But the angular size of the sun doesn't change that much. And yet it's equated due to distance, which is another weird one. Because you would think that the angular diameter of the sun would change in regards to the drasticness of the size of the analemma differences. That makes sense. But I'm always fascinated that all of a sudden, like when these things come into play, it's like, no, it's because it's so far away. And the distances start to become like, are you familiar with like Hipparchus? Who kind of like, do you know who Hipparchus is? Have you ever
The
read
guy who
King's
calculated the distance to the moon or something like that?
Well, he's, I guess, done a lot of things, but one of the claimed thing was like, saying how the stars had to be infinitely far away. Like, he's kind of the one who decided, almost like philosophically for the scientific community for however fucking long now, that everything's far away. that, like, everything's so far that that's why it appears the way it appears, and then it becomes this catch-all excuse. It appears for a lot of other phenomena, and
Well, didn't
for
that
better or
Germany?
worse.
Didn't that Germany flight of recording the stars? Didn't that prove that they're like infinitely far away when they didn't process upward?
Oh, and say that again.
The recent, I guess, I can't remember who put it out. The video of the recorded flight both ways, north, south, south, north, of the stars not processing overhead as you went towards them. Doesn't that show that they're infinitely far away?
Well, I mean, we assume that the stars are infinitely far away to do celestial navigation.
Yeah, I mean, just assuming something for practical reasons. Does it prove it? I don't know. Dots in the sky.
Nobody thinks the stars are actually infinitely far away. They're close enough for practical purposes.
But yeah, I mean, did you see that video, Isa, of he goes from like Germany to South America or something, yeah, and back and forth. And Google Earth shows the stars processing to be over top. If you're on a ball, right, then you're going down, like like a quarter way around the globe, like the place where Matthew thinks that the eclipse is actually happening, but then refracting up 45.5 degrees to about,
No,
but,
0.5 degrees. It's only refracting 0.5 degrees.
But it's actually a quarter of the way down, because as you travel over the globe, you got to nose down, you go over the curve, and it's actually down there.
No, I'm talking about the sun being at 90 degrees versus 89.5 degrees. That's the difference we're talking about here.
And then, so in the video, right, like of the stars, right? So the guy's going from Germany to South America, and on a globe, we'd expect this. I expect it on a flat Earth though too. So I'm a little confused, right? So maybe they are infinitely far away. So on a globe, you'd expect as you're going towards the stars, at some point, it's going to get at your zenith. It's going to be 90. It's going to be right above you. He never gets there.
Yeah, every star is exactly the zenith to some point on Earth at any moment in time.
Yeah, but he's traveled. You've seen the flight. He's going 3,000 miles, Germany to South America. North to south, and the stars he never gets. He never gets to any of them. None of them None of them ever get above him. None of them.
Well, there's always some point in the sky that's directly above you. You're saying that none of the stars ever go through that point?
He's looking out over like whatever it was, like an 8-hour flight, 500 miles an hour, 400 whatever he's going miles an hour. It's nighttime the entire time. He's going towards the. You see the stars on the horizon as you travel 3,000 miles, right? The circumference is 24,000 miles, but he's going 3,000 miles of that circumference, and none of the stars process upward. None.
Well, so if he were looking up, he'd see stars directly above him, but he's looking out sideways, right?
Yeah, he's looking out the front of the plane, and none of them ever get. He went 1/16 around the globe. Nothing. They didn't go up at all. They went down, if anything, or I think they went right to left. I don't think they went down. I think they went right to left or down.
They rose in the east and set in the west, like they always do.
Yeah, but then he did the same exact flight the next day, right? You're saying like the rotation canceled it out, right? So then he did the same exact flight on the way back. They should have moved twice as fast then, because now if they were counteracting that. With the rotation of the Earth and in that direction, right? They're counteracting on the way there. They should have went twice as fast on the way back. Same thing. Nothing happens.
I guess I'd have to look at it more closely, but I mean, I don't see any problem with that.
What? How do you not see a problem with that? So if I'm driving on a road and there's I'm going 50 miles an hour, right? And I'm like, well, I should see the car next to me kind of like zoom back, right? But then you find out, it was actually moving with me at 50 miles an hour. I'm like, all right, let's try it again. And I go the other way. Now it's 100 miles an hour in opposite directions. How you don't see a problem that neither time the car was moving? Like neither time. I turned the car around, went the opposite way of the other, and it still stayed next to me. How do you not see a problem?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the footage.
But you do see a problem. That's why you'd have to look at it.
I don't understand what you're complaining about with this footage.
Stars are on the
Yeah,
horizon, right?
I feel like I'm at the back of a class, and I'm like, I just don't get it, teacher.
Well, listen up, teacher or student. If we're on a globe, right? We have all the same stars in the sky every single night. At some point, I'm going to be able to travel to the zenith, right? To have that star be right underneath of me, right? And I'm going to go around the curve, and it's going to, at some point, I can get every star to be underneath of me that I can see, right?
Right,
Out
but
there in the night.
but the only problem,
Right.
well, I mean, still talking about the movement of the stars, still talking east to west. I mean, it's just like it's so much like that's why, like the star, like I'm saying, like I feel like you're trying to take a snapshot of the stars and then drive accordingly. And
No, he didn't take a snapshot. He took a time lapse, but yeah.
Right. I'm just because the stars are always in in motion or
Right.
motion.
So that's right. Well, that was just step 2 of it, right? So step 1 is if we froze the stars, we should eventually be able to
Right,
get
that's the
underneath
you
of it.
got to bring that part into it. Yeah, but it was kind of like, wait a minute, because I get like lost on the whole positioning. Because like finding a fix from a star is like, okay, good luck. Now you got to deal with that 5 hours after you do, after you figure it out. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
the
for
stars
sure.
are wild. Dude.
Yeah, they're moving. Yeah, the stars are definitely moving, right? And then, or are they? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm starting to question it, right? Because this guy took this flight and he sees the stars on the horizon. I mean, there's one thing like, okay, well, we got this globe model. We know that all right, we froze it, right? We froze the stars, right? We would eventually get underneath of them, right? And they would just process, and we go around the curve, and then that one would be at our 90, then that one would be at our zenith, and that one. Right. Eventually, we get them all. Then we got the rotation. Right. So, if you were to explain away why didn't he get underneath any stars, or none of them even moved up a degree, a half a degree, nothing. They didn't move up at all. Right. If you were to say, well, the reason they didn't move up, right? None of them, not even a little bit. Not that he got underneath of them, but they should have at least moved up because he's traveling around the globe or towards the star, whatever. Right. They should have went up a little bit in his field of view. Right. Something should
It's time sensitive, and I'd love. That's interesting. Yeah, like the brother said, I'd have to see the footage.
Yeah, I'll post it in a second. I just want to get the premise.
Yeah.
Maybe it's way off. Yeah, and
No,
then
that's interesting. I gotta just
yeah.
well, dude, like half of this shit, I gotta like be like, okay, let me just sit in a corner and think about this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like half of the shit is like, let me go do and I'm retarded anyway, so I'm like, I gotta go sit down and figure this out. But yeah, cool, man. Post a vid. That's interesting.
Yeah, and then I mean, what do you think, Matthew?
Yeah, I would expect that as he flies in some direction, the stars directly in front of him would slowly get higher and higher in the sky compared to where they would have been if he had stayed stationary.
Yeah, right. Me too. I mean, I would expect that on either model, right? I think that only.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about if he went to if he saw Polaris, and then was flying north? That's interesting. I'd like to see
Yeah,
that.
that'd be a good example because it
You know
is
what I
a
mean?
moon.
Because then
It
you're
doesn't
dealing with
rotate.
right. Because then you can find that's where
He sees the Great Rift. I'll put the video up. I thought everybody saw this, but yeah. And then on the way, so like if somebody were to make the argument and say, well, it must be that the rotation, whether flat or round, right, or the rotation of the Earth or the rotation of the stars, is just counteracting that rising. In your view, right? You'd say, well, that must be what's happening, right? He must be flying in the perfect direction that just counteracts the rotation.
I mean, was he traveling west? Was he traveling west?
Yeah, so he's going southwest one way, right? Or
you know what I mean? So if
whatever it
that's
is.
the case,
Yeah.
if he's going west and some kind of proportional,
yeah,
I wonder.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what you would imagine. Yeah, right. Yeah,
Like
but
if he
then
was going west, I don't know. I don't know you'd have to calculate what the difference would be because the sun, they're all moving in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
They're all moving west.
But either way, you would agree that okay, that must be that's what's happening. It must be what's happening, or something, right? Then you'd have to agree that okay, well then if he flew the exact opposite direction, you would see it double the speed. It would move twice as fast, where it evened out. To make it zero movement, one direction. Well, if I went the other way, then I'm going, with the spin, that would double. That would double it.
Right.
Yeah, it would just be common law. That would be just a logical conclusion to come to. But both directions, nothing happens. The Earth didn't spin the other way. All he did was turn around and fly the opposite path. So that I only brought that up because somebody proposed a second ago that the stars are infinitely far away and then being projected into our field of view. Maybe they just said infinitely far away, but Maybe they're right. Maybe they're out there on the outskirts, and somehow we see them in the sky because this video doesn't show these stars moving at all. It's weird. I don't have an answer for it. It doesn't work on a globe. I know that.
You know, I wonder actually about the visibility of stars at certain angles, at certain elevations, rather. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder, like, if you're in an airplane, because anytime I've ever flown in an airplane, even at night, I don't really recall. Maybe it's just I'm unobservant, but I don't really recall seeing any stars. I've flown in at night, right? Am I wrong on that? Like, the people film stars. This is something. Because I mean, like, I'd have to see the video footage, but I just wonder what you could actually view of stars at like 35,000 feet. Because the astronauts didn't see any stars, right? Also, too, in regards to the analemma thing you were putting up, like the analemma changes your changes in regards to your latitude, only just like the moon does. But just like the moon is not in two different orientations, it's just in one one orientation, and yet up above the equator you see the man in the moon, and below the equator you see the bunny ears or something. Like, in the same way, the analemma is like that, but the small circle is always in the June months, and the larger circle is always in the December months. And it's weird because the angular size of the sun doesn't change that much. So, like, it's kind of like one of those things where it kind of shows, let's say, it could be used as, let's say, evidence for the idea that you would have a tight sun, like, swirling around a flat Earth and then going further out around a flat Earth and then swirling back in, above the, North Celestial Pole. Do you know what I mean? Hey, no tanks. Did you post that video you were talking about? Was it something I said? Sanic, you here to explain the analemma to me? I lost my resident Glober that was just here.
Yo, fuck that. Xanax about to tell us what a dark photon is.
Dude, I heard that at some point. Yeah. Actually, I was asking you if you posted that video too. I'd like to see it at some point.
I went on
I can tell you what a dark photon is. This is the dark photons that
Dark photon, dude. That's your
at,
screen name now. That should be
if
your
I
real
look,
name.
if I look into Jeremy's eyes, I see dark photons. Lights are out, dude. Jeremy, you there? So, when you talk about this paradox, as they say, you talk about a polarized lens, and not another polarized lens cracked at 90, but another polarized lens cracked at 45. Then the polarized lens at 90. You have light escaping. So what happens is you have a divergence before the second 90-degree angled lens. So the light ends up like sailing, tacking out of the two 90-degree opposed lenses. So it's in
The light,
between.
so the light is sailing. The light is sailing. Sailing
yes.
light.
So you
sailing
got it
photons.
confused with. Hold on. You can't do it by getting two lenses and make it so no photons can escape by putting it 90 degrees. You can't put a lens after that and suddenly it brings it back to life again. That's what you were insinuating yesterday.
Yeah,
the
you
lens
can.
has to be between the polarized
No, it doesn't.
lens, number one, and
No,
then the
negative.
No, positive.
No,
trust me.
No, negative.
Yep.
Absolutely negative. Ghost Rider pattern is full. Listen
No,
to
the
me.
pattern is not full.
It's full.
Don't.
You put it
No, it's not
outside.
full. Requesting a flyby.
Hold on. Just hold on.
Requesting a flyby. Ghost Rider.
Hold on, Goose. Listen. You got two lenses. It's blocking all the light out. You can't see no photons. No photons are making it to your eye. It's blacked out.
Correct.
You put the third one in front of it.
No.
In between you and the two lenses. Yes. Yes.
No, negatory Ghost Rider.
True
The
story.
pattern is full. Do
True
not fly by
story.
and spill coffee on my chest.
True
Do not
story.
spill coffee on me again.
Okay, true story. I can show you.
And we're going to talk about
see
that
video.
circus stunt flyby later.
You can see
Then you can
videos
tell me
and
about the
videos.
sighting of that MiG. And go
You
fuck
can
that
see
girl
videos.
in San Diego at that nice little house on the corner of the beach.
You're spiraling. You're spiraling, Xanax.
No, you have it completely wrong.
Your gyroscope is
Absolutely not.
upside down.
Yeah, your gyroscope.
Jeremy, you're confused. You are confused. The only way that's possible is if you have a sandwich, a Big Mac, with the middle bun being the 45-degree opposed polarized lens. That's the only way it works. You are confused. You are wrong. Trust me, because I am the citation.
Xanax, you get two lenses. You can get two lenses and put them in such a fashion so that no photons are getting through.
Correct.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, and then you can put a third one in between you and those two lenses, and you can now see photons.
Correct. And incorrect. No, wrong. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The only way it's
I can
possible.
show you multiple videos of this happening.
No, you can't. It does. It's a sandwich.
I can.
Go
Many
ahead.
videos.
Produce it. Because the technology, the math tells us, the physics tells us that the only way that's
the
possible.
Math doesn't work for you.
The math and physics works if you stick that.
It doesn't
lens.
work. That's
You're
why
not
they call it a
listening. You're too busy
paradox.
talking, say it doesn't work. Listen, I want you to get my story. What is my story? Steel mine my argument.
Steel mine it?
Steel man.
I'll steel mine it. I'll steel mine it for you. You're
Steel
saying
mine
that
steel man. Whatever you want to do. Steal something. Steal it from me.
You're saying that it's not in between you. The third lens isn't in between you and the two lenses that are already there, but it is.
No. What's my argument?
Yeah, it is. Your argument is that it's not in between.
I said it's not. It's not in between you and the two lenses. No, where is it?
Yeah, you're wrong.
Where? No, answer
It's
the
in between
question,
the two.
knucklehead.
It's in. You're saying you got to put it like the Big Mac, that weird bun in between the middle of the Big Mac.
Yes.
You're saying that's the third lens, but it's not. It's,
Now stop what you're doing and go
no, you
research
stop.
it. Get back to me.
Stop.
Go do some homework. That's your homework assignment.
No, I don't give you. Don't. I give you homework.
Yes, I do.
Okay?
On the citation.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
I can show you many
I will
videos where
send
they
you
put it in
$10
between you and.
if I'm wrong. I will send you $10 if I'm wrong.
All right. Okay, that's fine. That's fair.
He could be right. I mean, I'm starting to, ever since I saw that India moon landing, I'm starting to doubt everything about this flat Earth. I mean, obviously the moon is landable.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
It's a moon.
Saw it. Saw the little
Cheese-
jets kind of
cheese
popping
ball.
out of
Big
the
cheese ball.
South Park looking spaceship from India.
Cheese ball moon.
They should just play the South Park music with that moon landing. Dun, 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 dun. Jesus Christ! I showed my
Jeremy's
dental
like-
assistant.
Jeremy's on YouTube right now going, oh fuck, Xanax, right? Shit. Shouldn't have been so hard on him.
No, I'm
So are
not,
we?
dude. That's not what's happening.
Yes, it is. Because I understand the physics of how light will be diffracted.
Are these the two opposing options? That there's three lenses, right? One is saying that you take 1, 2, and that you block out all the photons, then put a third one after those two, and then you can see the photons. And another argument is that
which is fantasy world. Or the real answer is you put a third one in between the two 90-degree opposed lenses, and that allows the photons to escape. That is the correct answer.
No tanks. Here's what happens. Listen, here's what happens. You can get 3 lenses. Okay, there's 3 lenses in this. You can have a light source, and then there's a way where you can put 2 lenses, and it blocks out all the light. Then, like, no photons are getting through to your eyeball. You can't see any photons. Then you can take a third lens, put it in between you and the other 2 lenses, and now see light.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
It's called the quantum Venn diagram paradox, or QVDP for short.
Wrong answer. Try again.
It's an application
right.
of Bell's theorem.
So it's a wrong answer. I think we have someone here that actually understands light. Jace can back me up. Jace,
Yo,
290 degrees opposed, 290 degrees opposed polarized lens blocks the photons. You stick a third lens in between those 2 lenses at a 45-degree angle, and that will end up straightening that light out to the point where some photons will escape. They will tack out of it.
Yes, correct.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. I win. Sorry.
Well, I can show you. You don't win because I can show you videos where they just put a lens in between you and the other 2 lenses.
Yeah, but it's a sleight of hand. They're not showing you the sandwich technique that they're using. They got to open the sandwich up, stick the lens in there, put the 45-degree angle between the 2 other lenses, and then it works. And you're thinking, oh, 3 means 3, another additional must, and I'm assuming it's going to be on the outside, but it's not. It's inside. Has to be
outside.
inside.
I've seen them do it.
You didn't see
it. Doesn't have to be on the inside.
Go
I've seen them do it on the outside.
You didn't do your homework. You came back without your homework complete. Either your dog ate it or you just didn't do it. Which is it?
Yeah, I've only seen, right, a lot of the times I've seen this, it's to demonstrate what's called Bell's theorem in a really deceptive way, in my opinion. But nonetheless, yeah, it's usually done with polarizers. And like Xanax said, you orient them 90 degrees to each other, and then you stick one in the between the 2. I've never seen anyone do it on the outside and like get the light to go through. I've seen them stick it in between. Even I've done this before too. And you'll get the, with just 2, it'll be blocked, but you stick a third one in between, and you can move through the angles and kind of measure, how much of the light actually gets through at which angle that the third polarizer in between is at.
And the operative term there, if you weren't paying attention, Jeremy, was I've never seen. So here's someone who's never seen what you're talking about. I can't imagine it working. And not only that, I have 3 polarized lenses right in front of me, and I just did the trick. And it doesn't work when you put it on the outside. If you put 2 90-degree opposed polarized lens, it's black. You can't see through it. You put one.
I know it's difficult to look at my phone screen with my polarized Ray-Bans.
Well, I have loose lenses, which makes it easier. I have some scratched polarized lenses that I could do this trick, and then I can put it in front of a polarized. All my sunglasses are polarized. I can just put a sunglass in front of it or between it and see what happens. And lo and behold, you put it between it at a 45, and you can see some light through it, even though they are 90 degrees opposed from each other. So, Jeremy, you had your chance to win $10, and you couldn't do it. Or maybe I should have said 5,000, like Winston always says. I'll give you $5,000.
I know. Why does he want 5,000? I mean, that's his number.
I think he needs $5,000 for something particular. We should find out what that something is.
That is his number.
He's looking for something that costs $5,000. I wonder what it is.
He used to have other numbers, but it's come down to 5,000.
I've never personally tried to put the third polarizer on the outside because I've never seen, anyone do it like that, because like the idea that you're usually trying to demonstrate when you do this is like the whole superposition thing, and that there's two like polarization states. So if you have the two states opposite in each polarizer, when you just have two, then you block all the light. But if you introduce a third polarizer in between, then after the first one, you're forcing a half and half split of the two polarizations again, and thus you get photons at the end. So like when you're demonstrating that, there really isn't a purpose of putting it after. So I don't know. I've never seen anyone do that.
Still some light. Was it like that? One of them not polarized?
There's the black. Right?
Okay.
See? Okay. So here I have a witness here. My son almost graduated in college in computer science. Okay. When I have them parallel, what do you see?
I see through it. It's
Okay.
very dark.
Okay. Now what happens? I make it 90 degrees. What happens?
I can.
It's black. Just say it's black.
I can't see it anymore.
Okay. Now I'm going to put a third one in front of it. Can any light show up? Is any light? Is it making it lighter in any way, shape, or form?
No.
No. Okay. Now I'm going to put it between it at a 45-degree angle.
Whoa.
See?
Why does that work?
See? The magic trick has just been shown to an independent third party.
I wouldn't say I'm an independent.
Hey, shh. Hostile witness. I don't want to hear anything out of you. Just flatter with court. Anything that you say can and will be used against me.
Take a picture.
I could. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah. Why didn't you put the third one in at a 45-degree or all sorts of different angles?
I could do that.
Well, I just figure you might as well give it an honest shot.
That's weird. So what do I do? Put the third. Yeah, I got the middle one is at a 45. What do you? And I can see through it now, which I couldn't.
No reason other than fairness. I mean, you're tilting the middle one all around. Might as well tilt the other one.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to put the third one now?
Just how you put the center one. You start tilting that one around.
Yeah, nothing happens. Just still black.
All right.
You can do anything.
You gotta be fair about it.
There we go. Oh, I can still see the light through it, even these. I'm sure it's not perfect polarization, but putting a third one makes it darker.
Brighter?
Darker. Putting a third one on there in any direction makes it darker. If I put it between, makes it lighter at a 45. Anyway, that's the basic theory. I don't think we need to go any further with this, do you?
I don't know anything about it. You have to just Jeremy's. This is his. But Dio just shared a video that I might check out later. But
okay.
So how many like density gradients do you think are in the sky? Like how many lenses do you think are in the sky? Just one lens or?
No lenses, as the lens is defined.
None.
No lenses in the sky.
Oh.
What do you mean by a lens?
Like a lens. Like how many lenses? Like, well, I mean, you got at least one, right? You got at least one because you don't see parallel sun rays. So you got to have at least one scattering the light.
No, I don't think
No?
there's a lens in the sky.
Oh.
I don't think anybody thinks there's a lens in the sky.
There's no polarization in the sky?
No, polarization is not, the sky doesn't polarize.
Well, I mean, you got the sun coming in at an angle or coming in straight. And I see it coming in like with that, I see it diverging sun rays in the sky.
Well, like crepuscular rays?
Yeah, I see them.
They're not diverging. They're actually parallel.
What lens are you looking through to see them parallel? I see them diverging. I look right up and look at them.
Your brain perceives them as diverging. It's an optical effect of perspective.
But I can put a stick in the ground and see a shadow to prove that it's diverging.
No, that doesn't prove the diverging.
If I put a stick in the ground, right, at when the sun is right above me, there's no shadow, and then when I see it kind of move in the sky, and I see the diverging rays through the clouds, and I see a shadow on the ground.
It's diverging is not. You have a different angle to the sun. That's a shadow you're seeing. Is the angle to the sun. The rays are still parallel. They're just diverging. Then they're just change their angle to it. That source's light is all straight.
Oh. So there's no scattering of light up there in the sky. It's all coming in straight down.
That's a non. Let's see what logic fallacy. It's a straw man. Yeah, it's a straw man.
Is it? I don't know. Is the light coming in straight, or is it scattering and coming in all different directions?
Well, it comes in straight and then it does scatter. Sure, there's some scattering of light. That's the blue. That's the
Mm-hmm.
blue sky you see.
Oh, okay. And then it straightens back out.
No, it just scatters, and that frequency, which is the molecules or the atoms it's hitting, shows that blue. The interaction between those molecules are what gives you the blue color. They're bouncing off other molecules, and they give you a frequency that you see. That's from the scattering of light through the atmosphere.
Oh, you think that the light is blue? You think the sky is blue because it's a wavelength of light, and then when
Yes.
it's red, it's because it's further away, like a red sunset.
No. I mean, you're scattering light off certain elements that have a red frequency when they reflect the light.
Red elements, like what?
Elements, smog and things
Like
have
like what?
smog. So certain types of pollution have more of a red hue to them. Nitrogen and things have blue. Why water
Yeah,
is
nitrogen, argon, oxygen's like
how
clear
much?
and blue. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about where the colors come from. I know generally that's what's happening, but you're making it seem like there's some type of lens or there's some type of divergence or convergence of the light, which is no one's ever said
Well, I
that.
mean, what would a lens? A lens would be like like you'd have like a density change, right? Like
He said three
right with like a
things.
meniscus. Everywhere there's a density change, there's a meniscus, right? Like
No,
there's that forming right at that spot.
no,
No, it just goes right from the one to the other.
it's a constantly progressing density gradient. You have
Uh,
high density at the very bottom of the ocean and very little density at the top. There's no meniscus or any kind of bending of light as light would go straight through it without altering. If you're looking straight down,
without changing.
what does it change?
I mean, so
Slows
no,
down.
you're good with no atmosphere, no lenses, no lensing, and
Lens,
like no magnification of the sun to the sun, none of that
no,
stuff.
no one's seen the sun magnified. Usually, it distorts its shape. That's not magnification. You get a little wider and the same height, but only goes wider, stretches out. Sometimes it actually reverses and has you can replicate the image on the surface of water. It's more of a reflection. I know what you're getting
Yeah,
at.
I got that.
What do you think?
No, nothing. I just didn't know. I mean, nothing
What do you
anymore.
think you
Unless,
know
I
about
mean, if you're just
light
good.
that's contradictory to? I don't know what you're trying to get at. I mean, what do you think is happening with light? What's the point?
Well, I just didn't know how many different like polarization filters did you think were in the sky? Like, I mean, how many lenses do you think were stacked on top of each other to get the light that we see on the
Do you
ground?
know what? Do you know what a polarization filter is?
Like vertical and horizontal, like different way to direct the light.
But how? How does it do that? How does a
Uh,
polarized lens differ than a lens that's just made out of glass and is convex?
I, I don't know exactly.
That's probably
Directs the
something you
light.
should learn if you're going to say the atmosphere is doing polarization. If you
No, I'm
don't,
just asking you if there's any lenses in the sky. Like, do you think it's going from one gradient to another? I'm just asking you. Without changing, like any scattering, any direction, any angle changes happen. You think that's what I'm asking? You say there's a density gradient that's changing all the way up to 93 million miles without without the light's path ever changing. I'm asking. That's what I was asking.
no,
Somehow it
light.
breaks through all these different density. Like you're like a refraction denier. Like it's going through all these different density changes without ever changing the angle of the light or anything else.
Well, is there a filter? Is the atmosphere act as some type of filter? Yes. Is it organized like a polarization? Why would it have any preference to vertical or horizontal? Polarization, by definition, is only filtering out the vertical, assuming the horizontal light waves, right?
I mean,
It blocks.
I mean, that's
It
how
tries
they
to
get
block
it.
all the horizontal light waves. That's why when you make them 90 degrees, you can't see through them because now you have two lenses that are basically filtering out things horizontal and then vertically. So both vertical and horizontal are blocked. That's why you can't see. but there's nothing in nature that in the sky that is a polarization. Remember, polarized. If we're polarized, like right now, we're polarized on who knows something about polarization. That means there's two poles, like there's a North Pole and a South Pole. There's a right and a wrong. There's polarization. There's a left and a right. Polarization. How is the sky polarized? How is anything to do with a liquid or a gas polarized?
Well, that's what I was asking you. If there's any
Well,
lenses
there's not.
in the
Yeah, there's
sky.
not. The answer is no. So it's an easy answer, and I know, and you're being cool about, curious about it, which is totally normal. Asking, hey, how does this work? Could it happen? No, can't. There's no polarization in the sky. There's no polarization filters in the sky. Nothing in the atmosphere acts like a polarizer. Because that
And
means
all
you
that
have a
would take,
vertical versus
all that would take would be like a horizontal gradient and
no,
like a
not a
vertical
gradient.
light.
No, it's got to be a type of filter that actually blocks the light in
Yeah, so
a
you
particular
that's what you
direction.
said.
Well, if I had a filter that was made like if I spray painted a black piece of glass, I could say that's a filter, and I'd hold it up against a flashlight, and I wouldn't be able to see through it, or maybe I see very little through it. I would be filtering out a good portion of the light. If I polarized it, I would do that same blocking of the light, but only in a specific direction, whether it be horizontal or vertical. That's called polarization. I'm only filtering out light that comes in from the sides.
So how
So
often do we have that polarization in the sky then?
never.
You tell me the chances of light ever being perpendicular to a gradient is or a filter, i.e., the air or clouds, is zero.
Don't IE the air as being a filter. I
Well,
mean,
that's what you
as a
said.
polar. Well, it can filter. Yes, you can filter out. Yeah, smoggy day, cloudy day. That's a filter. But a
Right.
polarization is a specific type of filter which has a directional preference. You don't have a directional preference with clouds.
Well,
Show
it's
me a
just
cloud that only
perpendicular, so it's just
doesn't have a
perpendicular to the
preference.
light.
It doesn't have a preference. It acts the same way with perpendicular light as it does with horizontal light, or vertical light as it does with horizontal light. There's no preference. That's why lenses on sunglasses are called polarized lenses. If you wear them
Yeah, how
vertically,
does
they won't work.
if you wear them vertically? If I look up,
Yeah, they don't have the same filtering down.
well, that's what I'm saying. What's making the light come in horizontally to my eye, to the sunglass?
Well, it's designed to reduce the amount of side glare and light, so you can see straight away. You don't want to be blinded by the glare. The glare is the light coming
I'm
from the
just,
side. It
I'm
focuses.
just saying,
It
if I'm
only
walking
allows the
around
light.
with these, yeah, if I'm walking around with these
Great.
sunglasses and it's like at like 100% of the time, or 99%, because I don't lay down that much and wear them, it's hitting some kind of perpendicular light. You're saying there's zero chance of that happening without the sunglasses. I mean, it seems like it's all the time.
Why don't you just go look up polarization and just kind of do research on how they work?
Nah. I mean, yeah, maybe. I did once upon a
Light
time.
waves. So you don't agree? Light waves. The French physicist back in 1800s. He basically discovered that light waves from the sun vibrate in all directions,
All right, so then
but
it would
can
be
be
100%
aligned.
of the time we're polarized.
But when they reflect off something, they reflect in all direction. It's going to be in one direction. Like when you're reflecting off the water, it's coming off a direction, right? If I look down the water and I see the sun, that water has been aligned in one direction. That light wave is now in one direction now when it's reflecting off something.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying the odds seem like 100% that something is being polarized at all times. If that's all it takes is like a filter, which is always in the air, right? Of some, or other,
It's a very specific type of filter.
right. But if two things, separate things, are always pointing in all directions, at some point they're perpendicular.
It's a vertical fence in
Right.
the lens. It's a vertical fence. Only
Yeah,
allows
yeah,
things to pass through vertically, and everything horizontally does not get through.
yeah. But like, no matter where I walk with my sunglasses, like they still work.
Yeah, you're
How,
getting the light in a that's coming to you vertically, not horizontally.
right, but I mean, if I'm tilted on a ball, I mean, the sunglasses would stop working like every time I moved. It only work in one position.
Wait, how
I
so?
mean, how's the light coming in horizontally, like and staying with me? So I'm asking.
It's not. It's coming in all directions, but the glasses you're wearing only allow the light through that's polarized in the direction that the polarizer is in your glasses.
The polarimeter. Yeah, so I don't know. Zach said that all the light on the ground, all the light everywhere that we experience is coming in horizontally, and the glasses have a filter on them that
Never said that.
polarize vertically. No,
I said it's coming in all directions. I didn't say it was coming in horizontally.
it blocks the light coming in horizontally.
Yes, that's what the lens. That's what polarization does.
Yeah, so everywhere I go, the sunglasses work. So everywhere I go, there is light coming in horizontally at some point
It's in all directions.
in all directions.
What, dude? You gotta be. You sound way too articulate and intelligent to be not fucking with us right now. It's like, come on,
Yeah,
Tanks. Come on, really. This is kind. Really, come on.
no, I'm not fucking
Come
with you.
clean. Come clean. Just for a second.
Yeah, especially like down here on the ground, right? We're getting the light that's been scattered primarily by like oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, and stuff. So it's coming in like a 360-degree kind of sphere, from all around you, right? And so your sunglasses only allow in a certain type of light that's polarized a certain type of way, but the all the light that's coming into them originally is coming from all directions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down with the lights. The light is just there, luminescing, and from all, I'm down with that. I just don't see how, I can't connect the sun coming down vertically into this thing.
Well, it's because down here on the ground, that really doesn't, whether the rays are parallel or not isn't really um doesn't really matter, because all the light that's getting to us down here, at least most of it, is already been scattered. So it's coming from all different directions from way up in the atmosphere. There has to be a certain space
Yeah,
between the air molecules for them to scatter the light. So this is happening way, way up in the atmosphere.
yeah, and it started
And the
with
light's coming from all directions.
yeah, it started with me asking
So like
Xanax,
it's not
when
going
does
to
it?
be parallel because it's been scattered.
Yeah, it started with me asking like, when does it start scattering? Like, how high up that we were able to observe ever parallel sun rays hitting the ground, you know, of a sphere. So how far up does the lights? How far up did Eratosthenes measure? Like how high? And then he started counting because we all see diverging sun rays. So now, what height is it actually? What height does it start scattering?
I don't know how high Eratosthenes measured, but you could determine the the height at which it would start scattering. Right, there has to be an equivalent wavelength space between the air molecules doing the scattering of the light, of the wavelength of the light that's being scattered. So if the wavelength is like 420 nanometers, right, there has to be that kind of scattering can only happen at a distance in the atmosphere where the air molecules are at least 420 nanometers apart. So you just have to calculate the density at which that distance occurs, and then you can figure it out. Like the Rayleigh scattering blue sky thing explanation, right? It's really happening at like the very, very edge of what we would really consider to be the atmosphere, where the density is fairly low, and thus there's sufficient space between primarily the nitrogen molecules or the N2 molecules to do the scattering. And so it's happening like way, way up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, no, I mean I agree with part of it. Yeah, for sure. How about you, Jace? Did that like if you were ever like teetering on the side of the flat Earth, did that India moon landing like bring you right back to reality of the globe? Or I heard it did it for a few people.
It brought them back to the globe.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I was saying earlier. I showed I showed a dental assistant the video. I said, "Look, we landed. India landed on the moon," and they were like, "No, that looks like some bullshit." I just showing them the video, right off of like Guardian.com or something. Like, nah, that's fake. Like, what is India doing? They
Well,
going rogue or?
I don't know, man. I mean, I've heard that they did something with space and the moon and all that, but I've had my own kind of stuff going on for a while now, so I didn't really pay it much attention, to be honest.
Yeah, it was like breaking news. India's gonna be the first ones to they're gonna open a 7-Eleven on the moon. Yeah. first 100 customers get a free Milky Way.
Free Slurpee.
Get a free Milky Way. Yeah, free Slurpee maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, they got beef with 7-Eleven. My birthday is July 11th, and so growing up as a kid, they would let me, at least my local 7-Eleven, they would let me get a free Slurpee on my birthday. But now they let everyone get a free Slurpee on July 11th. It's like, what? It takes all the specialness out of it.
Oh. I heard they downsized. What did somebody say? They made the big gulps like smaller or something because they said it was wasting. I don't know. They made the drink. They're not legally allowed to make them as big anymore. That's what they said.
Huh. Yeah, my mom used to, when I was a kid, my mom loved those big gulps.
Yeah, the Slurpees are pretty good though.
Yeah, they are. It's still, there's one on my way home sometimes, so I'll stop and get a Slurpee.
Yeah, I should have used India's opening the first Dunkin' Donuts on the moon.
I don't know. I haven't seen any of the footage or anything yet. I've just, I've heard you guys talking about it the past few days, but that's all.
There's nothing there. It's embarrassing. I mean, it's like super embarrassing. They got a video of like the prime minister. Like, oh, the prime minister is now looking at this with concerning eyes, or some shit they say, and it's just like, man, like it's bad. They must have gone rogue. They must have. I don't know how they. Maybe some. There's got to be something to it. Like who let them get away? What powers that be let them get away with this nonsense?
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Has someone posted a video?
No, I can put one out. It's bad though. Just for fun.
Zanuck, what you think, man? What's going on? India's not keeping the standard of the deception going.
What's that? About the videos?
Yeah.
Which one? The one that Tanks posted or the one that Geo posted?
Well, I haven't seen either, but Tanks is saying, that the video looks bad.
For me?
Yeah,
No,
and I'm just saying, not your video or for you. It just for them claiming to have gone to the moon or whatever, it looks bad.
Yeah, India's video, not the polarization video.
Oh, you guys are going way too fast for me. Around the. Oh no, that little picture of the lander as it was landing, I think it looked pretty realistic actually. Looked like a little outhouse. That was little shiny stuff on it, and they videotaped it landing on the moon, and all the Indians guys were clapping in that room. I think it was actually pretty realistic.
Stop it. They weren't even wearing clothing, these women. They're like just like wearing their, standard India dresses. You know, like telemarketing headsets. Stop it.
Yeah, you can't go to the moon and wear a headset or have a dot on your forehead. That doesn't work.
What
Everybody
was she?
knows that's
I
not
mean,
possible.
what did that do for you? They're not even like fully dressed. They're wearing sandals to a moon launch. What's
I
going
know,
on?
right? Because what if, if you need to like get out? What if you need to exit the building to catch the moonlander who didn't quite make it to the moon?
I'm
It's
not
falling back
giving
to
it any
Earth.
legitimacy. It's just that you really said, well, yeah, the way they were clapping and the way they presented themselves looked legitimate. I mean, they're not even wearing shoes.
God, that's right. They didn't go to the moon.
that was your assessment that they looked very nice while clapping. They didn't even look fully dressed while clapping.
I've seen my share of Indian people clap, and I thought very, very normal clapping. I don't think
Dude,
it's
Indian people don't clap. That's actually like a red flag. They aren't happy about anything. Nothing.
they knew it was going to be broadcast in the U.S. and they know U.S. people like clapping, so I wanted to play our game.
Let me see if I got something here.
I wish I could go to the lab without shoes. Some shorts.
Shorts.
I think OSHA would have a heart attack.
Right.
Oh my god! All right, I'm gonna. This is so bad.
So what's the official response to this? It's just complete utter fabrication. Is that what you guys?
It's just an utter fact. I mean, I just gotta put a video. I just gotta see it to not believe it. I think.
What would you say the most objectionable video broadcast was? It really kind of gives you
I mean, I haven't even
confidence.
really looked into it. I just looked it up, right? Because somebody was like, well, I haven't looked. I just looked at the video, right? I don't even. Are they pretending this is? They're as far as I can tell. I've done a couple searches. Like, is this a 3D rendering? And it's like, no actual landing. Like this, are they going to come out later and be like, no, that wasn't real. That we were faking it. That wasn't real. How can they possibly say? How can they possibly be saying this is real? I don't. Am I just that unbrainwashed? Right? Do you see it as real through your, globe glasses? Because
No,
I
I
showed it
don't.
to the dentist, and they're like, "That's not real." So I just
When you go to a play and your kid's like sun, you got the sun face. Do you think that's really the sun, or your kid with a sun costume?
I think that every single time a child draws a picture of the sun, they show it diverging sun rays. Every single time.
Nice. But I don't know. To me, I would think like the military or the or a university in some country, it doesn't even have to be America, would have like sounded the alarm like, yeah, there's nothing going to the moon. We can't detect anything. Why are these guys in India lying?
Yeah.
Especially like a university where like, they're getting nothing from whoever's doing the conspiracy.
All right, Jace. This is a. You got to go to the Guardian website, but this is like a 40-second video. Let me know what you think. Just a picture. I mean, just let me know what you think.
It looks like one of
South
those
Park. You can say it.
one of those Buzz Lightyear spaceship toys I had as a kid.
Critically looking.
The yellow color has always been traditional colors for spaceships.
Yeah.
When space, they always like yellow things going into space. So.
Yellow is one of my favorite colors.
My pee is yellow.
You gotta drink more water.
Gotta take less vitamins.
So that's like terrible video quality. Like, I don't know. I can't tell if it's real or fake. It just looks like a shitty video.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that maybe like they've done like, I don't know, statistical analysis, they've realized that like half the world is woken up, whether, you know, people just don't talk about it anymore or whatever, and they're like, this is your last chance. Like, we're gonna like put out some fake shit real soon to like, you know, lock you down or something. This is your last chance. Like, if you believe this, then you're pretty much giving us all permissions to own you. Is this like how this is real bad? This is like real bad. Real hard to believe.
Well, what are they claiming? I don't know much about this because I got my own stuff going on to really worry about this. But are they claiming they put people in there, or what landed on the moon exactly?
Yeah, this is just their space shuttle. That's I don't think there's no people. It's just that you have to zoom in. Yeah, maybe when you get time, zoom in. Like I had a clip early, before that screen recorded just for like a second. It's probably like my deleted file on my phone or something. But now just zoom in on it. There's no rigidity. These little like boosters like kind of just like shoot off, and the whole ship just tilts back and forth like a straight line on a computer screen, just being tilted back and forth. There's no like anything else moving independently of anything. It's just bad. Like zoom in on it next time when you see the little weird like you know flame things coming out, like if they even look real to you. So I mean, what is it, like a last like they made a deal with God and said, hey, listen, we're going to give your people one more chance or something? Like if they fall for this, then like they deserve what's coming, and God's like, yeah, I can't disagree with that. Like if they like what the hell?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
The video quality is so shitty. Like it's hard for me to tell anything. Like I'd want to see like when it's actually smooth, like how the transitions look and how the images look and stuff. It just the picture's so shitty you can't even really tell anything.
Yeah.
So if they fake it better with better video, you would believe it more.
No, I think
Wow.
you'd be able to easier tell if the video was better quality. It'd make it easier to tell what's an animation and what isn't, because you can look at transitions, you can look at how the objects move and how they interact with each other and stuff. And if it's a smooth picture rather than all choppy, it's easier to tell.
So this one's definitely fake.
Could be. It just looks shitty. It just looks like a shitty video. Could be fake, could be real. It's hard to tell.
Think there's any gonna be a time where you can't tell?
Where you can't tell or can tell?
Can't tell if it's real or fake. Like if they make a video and it's smooth and it's got great transition and all the above that you just mentioned, that you wouldn't be able to tell if it's fake or real.
Yeah, there's probably some videos that can do that.
So what's your point then? You can't tell by video, right? If something's fake or real. I agree with you actually. I don't think you can look at a video. You have to put some other things to it. Like, you know, they're taking off in a man-made remote control object going from, let's say, 80 degrees up until about 9 or 12,000 feet, 0 degrees, and then traveling whatever out the atmosphere, whatever that means, to a rock in the sky orbiting Earth, only showing one face to Earth, 250,000 miles by remote control, which can't be done. and then landing it, maybe that's what we should be talking about. Not if you can tell if it's real or fake by the video that you can't tell if it's real or fake. This thing's man-made, right? You ever owned anything that went 250,000 miles that didn't break down? I haven't.
Yeah, I had a Honda Civic. Thing lasted. It's like almost 300,000. It's like 275 when I
I
sold
didn't
it.
ask that. Let me repeat the question, and then you can give your answer again. If you want to give the same answer, it's fine, but people are going to hear it. You ever owned anything that went 250,000 miles without breaking? Maybe you missed that part.
Like in one trip?
Like ever. I'll give you one trip, I'll give you 2 trips, I'll give you 1,000,000 trips. Whatever you want. The question still stands. Say no, man. You're a smart guy.
Well, no, I didn't. I don't build rocket ships. That's not what I do. So, I mean, I had a
Let me
Honda
repeat
Civic.
the question then real quick, because I didn't ask if you built rocket ships. I said, have you ever owned anything, right? That would be a man-made object. That would go 250,000 miles without breaking? Third time I've repeated the question.
Yeah, most people will have not, because the things that do that are like rocket ships and stuff, right? So if you don't build rocket ships, then you're not going to have owned something that goes 250,000 miles.
That's my whole point. Here we go again. Something you can't ever prove, the video and the rocket ship, because you personally can't own one. Welcome to the globe model. India's in it now.
Yeah, but that's not a good argument. Like, there's a bunch of things about reality that I don't own, I can't prove, but they still exist. Like, I don't dictate, like, well, only the
We're not
things
talking
I
about that.
can do actually are real. Like, that's not how things work.
We're just talking about things that we talk about here about proving that someone went to the moon or sent a rocket ship to the moon. It just coincidentally is another object that seems odd that it doesn't break, for one, because it's man-made and travels that far and goes in these different conditions that no one else has ever owned. And you can own it, right? Like, there's limits to it. Only certain, I guess corporations or whatever countries can own it. That's my whole point, man. You're
Yeah, but
surely
right, my original thing, right, was about the Honda Civic. It's not that far-fetched to me, right? I had a Honda Civic. The only thing I ever really had to replace on it was the distributor for like 275,000 miles, and I was like beating the shit out of it. So when they have these using like some of the most recent and best technology that's out there to build these rocket ships, it's not that far-fetched to me that they can make it to the moon.
I'll take the bet that you only had to do the distributor or whatever bullshit you tried to say. You've obfuscated 3 times, and now you're trying to tell people that you drove a Honda Civic almost 300,000 miles and only had to do some work on the distributor cap or whatever bullshit you came up with.
Yeah, I only had to replace the distributor. It's the only major part that ever broke down.
So other parts broke.
Yeah, you had to replace like the serpentine belt, change the oil, just general car maintenance, because they're not built to go 250,000 miles without any kind of maintenance. That's not what they're built for. But the transmission didn't break. I didn't have to replace the engine. No like major repairs other than the distributor.
Yeah, I got you. I own Peterbilts that go 1,000,000 miles, and we don't do really major overhauls until then. It's crazy. But we do a lot of other shit to them. Anyway, my point's made. And about the video, you're right. You can't tell. I think it's getting worse. I think the real-time augmentation and all that has gotten so good that you have to be extremely good and diligent to find the mistakes that let you know that things aren't what they seem to be in that video, like when they make movies or, you know, the green screen and blue screen stuff is just crazy, crazy good. Play some of these video games that you put the goggles on, you lose sight of reality really quick, like running into walls. Looks real. I had a dream the other night. It seemed like it was real, like that was my life, not me sleeping. You know, me sleeping is my real life, but I was in such a dream state that just like reality, it was pinch me, you know. Based on how that rock got up there, uses a bunch of crap too. I won't call it crap, but a bunch of theories. Best guess is, you know, something struck the Earth, took some particles out into space, and formed into another sphere, circling, orbiting the Earth. What they call it, tidally locked, formed this rock with crevices, valleys, and hills. We now travel to it. Has a dark side. Seems like a story, man. Sorry.
Zanuck, you still here?
I am.
What's your viewpoint on what those polarizer experiments, you know, what they're designed to show? Bell's theorem. What's your view on that?
Seems like an exercise in statistics, and probabilities.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in terms of the whole hidden variables, non-hidden variables, Bohr versus Einstein.
I'm not sure I can relate it fully. I'm still kind of unclear what it's actually showing from that perspective.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I mean, I think Tank CEO is more
Yeah,
clear. It just kind of shows what we were talking about. How you have 3 lenses. There's a third one, and it happens, and that's what I just did here with my 3 lenses in my hand. But the one that Geo posted was a little more in depth about some of the other principles.
yeah. A lot of people, yeah, they do that demonstration. Their goal is to show that Einstein was wrong and hidden variables aren't what's happening in quantum
Right.
mechanics because of Bell's theorem.
What's your
But
take on it?
Yeah, I said this before. Those demonstrations are a little bit deceptive because Bell's theorem requires not just hidden variables, and it also, like you said, it's a formula, it's a statement of probabilities, but it has 2 assumptions baked into it. One is that either you have a local hidden variable thing going on, or that the measurements are statistically independent from each other, right? And that's what's left out a lot, and that's the part I disagree with.
Right. And that's where they get on that horse and they ride it. In fact, see.
Yeah, they say, see, the Bell's inequality is violated, and thus there's no hidden variables, but really your options are there's either no local hidden variables or that statistical independence is violated, and that changes the whole thing.
I got to hand it to them. They dig pretty deep for some physics paradoxes.
Yeah,
Right. That's pretty funny, actually.
well, it has to do, right, it gets into the heart of these like interpretations of quantum mechanics, because if you go with this Bell's paradox thing, you're limited to what the possibilities are. And if you go against it, you say that statistical independence is a faulty assumption, then you really put down the path of just one interpretation, which is called superdeterminism. But there's spin-offs of that. But that's why it's such a major thing, because it's like trying to get at the heart of what quantum mechanics is and all this kind of stuff.
Right. But where do they go from here? Just double down on it and try to do more.
Yeah.
Try to find more papers that contradict science.
Yeah, exactly. Someone has to figure out the whole measurement ordeal, the measurement problem, as it's called, or like the collapse of the wave function, right? If they want to make any kind of progress in like the fundamentals of what quantum mechanics is, they're gonna have to figure that out.
Right. Hey, while you're here, you've been paying attention to claims of Michelson Morley and all these papers he put on the chat, measurements that were taken at different elevations, different times of the weather, that show that the distances light travels different, or the speed of light that does change. But they're assuming the fringe factor, interference factor, does change with these different conditions.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit there, Zanuck, but I think you said about the papers people have posted on the Michelson Morley stuff. Particularly, I've seen a lot about that guy Miller, who did his experiments like on top of mountains and stuff, and
Right.
claimed he got all these like fantastical results.
Right. I wonder if papers that are being published, even though by somebody, people like Ken Wheeler, I didn't recognize some of those names on the list of authors that he had quoted. These papers were peer reviewed, or they're just that nonsense. Giving them the benefit of doubt that they're actually physicists, some kind of other view, or have found some other evidence, or maybe did some. I don't know. I can't imagine there'd be any difference because they've already had millions of tests of this particular experiment done by people. And number one thing that stood out before I started asking him these questions before I had been involved with it for some time. He'd already been arguing this point for weeks. And I said, well, obviously, if the instrument arms are different lengths and they have to be very, very precise because we're light here, then that would be an error. It'd be in a fringe shift. And what they do is they measure it one way and they get this value, the fringe shift, and then they rotate it at 90 degrees and they measure it again. They add it together, so they factor out the chance that if anything happened when it was at 90 degree opposed, the additive component will still add up to some zero change, even if the arms were different lengths. So I think that he didn't like to hear that too. He said I was missing the point or talking about. He's saying they actually saw whatever orientation was at to a higher elevation. He saw a fringe shift that you shouldn't have seen, and it was always in the certain direction. Caused that. And also, in different times of the year, same type of thing. I didn't know. And there's papers written about it, but I haven't ready to dive into it.
Yeah, I think the guy's name is Dade Miller, or it's either Dade or Miller, but
Yeah, I
or
think
Dayton, not Dade.
Miller.
Yeah, I've seen the papers that they've posted, and right, they always go to, well, Einstein said that it must have just been error, blah 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 blah. But like Einstein wasn't an experimentalist, so trying to like give his refutation of actual experimental results is a bit disingenuous. He was a theorist, not an experimentalist.
Right.
So when you actually look at the experimentalists who tried to replicate Dayton's results or whatever, they don't get what he got, at least most of them. And there are a lot of considerations. You mentioned one of them when you're using interferometers, right? There's a lot of considerations. They're very sensitive. Pressure, temperature, the path length or the arm length, like you said, all these things come into play when you're making those kind of measurements.
Right. But they did the initial tests. Everyone has done this during arm lengths by the technique that they use of making an additive of these values, factors out any variance, because if it adds one way, pointing this thing due west, then add them up again doing north, the total should be the same. If it is the same, then there isn't anything that's affected by the fact that lengths are different, because the total is the same. And that's one. And everyone's done this, and no one's seen any difference. So the null result has been achieved by everybody that is somewhat credible regarding this particular experiment. And then, it's not an experiment, because how do you manipulate time, or what are they saying? How do you manipulate light, or whatever the objection is to why it's not an experiment based on experiment.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, this Miller or Dayton, whatever his name was, he put constraints on his own ether wind theory that's why he was doing those experiments, was because he was trying to demonstrate evidence for the ether and for the ether wind and all that. And he put constraints on it, upper bounds and lower bounds based on stellar aberration for the upper bounds. I forget what he used for the lower bounds, but nonetheless, his results weren't in the range of his ether wind prediction. They weren't even in the range really of his lower bounds. They were like way below the lower bounds for his ether wind prediction. His results were. So, like, even if you want to give it to him that he did get a little bit of a fringe shift, it's nothing near what you would need for this ether stuff. It was like 0.015 or something, and no one else has really been able to replicate it, anyways.
Right. Well, yeah. Even in the beginning, the sensitivity, how they had this kind of accuracy back in those days, but it's amazing. The fact that they can see this fringe shift of point if it were traveling around the sun based on the 66,000 mile estimation of a rotation around the. But the sensitivity was 0.005 fringe shift. I mean, so the numbers they were getting were factors of 50 or 100 less than was expected. Yet it was always in some particular direction, and like what could possibly have come particular direction? The instrument error was skewed in one direction. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
Systematic error, right? So random errors drift in both directions. So they tend to, but not always, they tend to neutralize each other or cancel out. Like random errors by the instrument, like measurement errors by the instrument, sometimes it'll measure plus 0.02 meters in the positive direction, but in a follow-up measurement, it'll measure 0.02 meters error in the negative direction. So they'll cancel out. But systematic errors are typically biased in a direction. So be it positive or negative. So if he was making the same systematic error every time he did his measurement, then of course he's always going to get the same kind of results because those errors are biased in a direction.
Right. That's the term, and that's the actual answer I'm looking to. That makes a lot of sense too. It's obvious.
Yeah, we did a lot of stuff on random and systematic error in my undergrad, and seeing how, like, if you have everything perfect and you just have the instrument with just its default tolerance for how precise it can measure, you'll get errors that tend to cancel each other out. But if you're screwing up your procedure, or if you have systematics that are making errors, then those errors are going to bias in one direction. And you can even like replicate those error biases.
Well, he said he read this somewhere. Now every time he speaks about God, times I lost count. That's his fundamental foundation for.
Yeah, I've heard him, and I do think Dayton Miller's papers, I think they actually are like legitimate published papers in like a real scientific context. And then, but what he likes to do is say that, oh, Einstein, just said that it could be just some temperature error or something, and act like that's like the end all be all of people that contested Dayton Miller's results, when it's not. Einstein was like a theorist. He was like, yeah, this is kind of weird, but could be some kind of temperature error or something on the mountain, and move on with it. While other people were like, okay, let me replicate this. Other experimentalists were like, let me replicate this. Let's see if we can, get these same results. Because up until that time, everyone had been getting null results, like the Michelson-Morley.
And there's a paper I found that was, I don't know if he's referenced. It seems like it's definitely when it would combat his assurance that this is some type of, and everybody's analysis through the results of these experiments. But this guy Robert Thomas has an explanation of Dayton Miller anomalous ether drift result. In fact, the last these first couple sentences of the introduction talks about this claim has been embraced by some, rejected by many, and remains controversial today. So maybe people think it's going to look at, but it seems like most physicists don't really give much credit. on this review.
Yeah, I mean, because it's extremely easy to show that there's no directional change in the speed of light. Like any kind of modern spectrometer, right? You can orient the sample in a, you could take measurements in like 1 degree intervals and 360 degrees, right? That should be precise enough to show the point that like the speed of light doesn't change no matter what direction you have the emitter and detector facing. And so like it's very easy to show that like there's no credence to that point.
Then he always comes back with, and he's done this every time I've talked about upset with patients. He says, if we did see this variance morally based on altitude, would it then throughout all of Einstein's work? how do I even respond to that?
Yeah, it's like it's gonna take the amount of the robustness of relativity nowadays is going to take more than just like one thing to be able to throw out relativity. Like that's just not gonna happen.
It's like saying if we find that this particular test is true, it is valid, then you'll realize the Earth is round. You'll be a flat earther. It's like, no, that's not what that's going to do at all. There's probably some reason for why there would be that measurement. If there is, then you're treating this as a religion. Well, I guess there's a little bit of this. I don't know all of it.
Yeah, someone was yelling at me that falsification is independent of replacement. And while yes, that is true, like when you come up with your unsubstantiated shitty crackpot ideas, right? I don't have to replace them. I can just falsify them. But when you have something as robust as like relativity or like quantum mechanics or quantum field theory, right? In modern science, it's not going to be accepted for you to just say like, oh, I falsified this, because the way that you falsify those theories necessarily indicates that you have also replaced them. You have provided a theory that explains everything, or a hypothesis that explains all the data that those old hypotheses explained, plus some new data that those old ones did not explain. That's how you falsify a robust scientific theory in the modern day. So, like, yeah, if I come up with some just one-off hypothesis that, isn't accepted by anybody but me, and like I hardly accept it, and somebody falsifies it, yes, then they don't have to replace that because there was like no robustness to it to begin with. But when you have something that like chemistry is founded on, and you think you're just going to like falsify it without replacing it, that's not going to happen, man.
Right. The other thing is we have so many much more accurate and sensitive laser gyroscopes. The laser that is incredibly accurate can it easily determine the rotating. No, that's also affected as still a side-note effect based device. It's not as rudimentary as Michelson Morley, but it is in that same basic principle. And there's 3 of them. Well, what if you face it west? What happened? Well, face it west, and the Earth is rotating. Well, then the other legs of this are going to pick up some type of fringe shift, and that fringe shift is blended with all 3, and that'll tell you what the rotational rate of the Earth is and the attitude of the plane is, and if the airplane actually moves. If the airplane moves, up or down, or left or right, or yaw, it'll detect it. That's what its job is. That's what its job is. So if they had all this sensitivity to ether, I mean, that could be a real problem for modern avionics.
Yeah, exactly. Right, like you think this stuff would just be like extremely apparent, like there wouldn't have to be these kind of like odd experiments or two that maybe picked up some kind of ether thing. Like it should just be apparent. Every experiment would be picking it up.
Right.
It's like you have to go to the top of Mount Everest to detect the ether.
Right. But it'd be interesting to see some of the data if they actually did take it to the top of. They said, "Oh, look, this first like ether claim. I don't know how they what they saw and how that would relate to it. Tire, I guess it's tire. They must be seeing a faster travel through the ether, and so they get a higher fringe shift. Is that what they think they're claiming? I mean, I haven't seen one. He hasn't produced one shred of data to support this yet. This story is cobbled.
Yeah, Miller, the Dayton Miller guy said that like it's more apparent. It's easier to pick up the drift on these mountains because down at the surface, the ether is more interacting with like buildings and stuff. And so it's like canceling out the drift or whatever. But like he could never put like a quantification to that, like make like a relationship of like how much interaction versus how much the drift falls off as that interaction occurs. Which, like, if you are going to make like a legitimate claim to that, that would be like one of the, you'd have to quantify. That'd be one of the first things you'd have to do is come up. Is it a linear relationship? You know, is it y equals mx plus b, or is it a quadratic? Is it y equals x squared? Is it exponential, trigonometric? What kind of relationship is it? But he couldn't even do that, and so it's just like unfalsifiable.
Right. Well, we got into it last night. I was kind of on a sleep bender for 2 days. So I was 2 hours of sleep. So I was kind of itchy last night. We started talking about if you had this measurement on a mountaintop versus the ground, what might there be different? I said, well, 3-ring laser gyroscope, you might see some kind of angular change over time that would be different because the arc path of something on a mountain would be more gradual than on the ground. So why would you pick it up or not? So it would be great, or you would be able to detect the information. Yes, you will, because the other sensor would actually be measuring a fringe shift too. And you take all 3 fringe shifts and you add them together or look at them all together and determine what the actual angular velocity is in any direction. And he didn't want to do that either. I'm just trying to verify if that actually was a correct thing to say. And it is, because if we looked at something over an hour and we have an angular velocity of 15 degrees per hour, would there be an angle change over any period of time different top of it super high up, where it has a less of an arc travel versus the ground, which has a greater increasing higher arc.
Yeah, I think there would be.
So maybe it could be detecting that friendship could. Why isn't it traveling? Why would higher angular velocity? So because we have other sensors that make up the difference. Together, we'll tell you exactly what the angular velocity of that is.
Yeah, that is it's a good point, right? Because at the top of if you go to elevation, right, you're kind of changing the radius at which the device is moving. So you're changing the angular velocity, like you said.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what way I can explain to him. And I'm more confident in understanding it. Understand the language. Drop this silly notion based on 1 or 2 fringe papers and some ideas or measurements that he hasn't produced yet. That suddenly all Einsteinian's ideas and theories are out the window because Morley actually did detect an ether wave or drift. The ether, nothing, which is inconceivable. He's so knowledgeable in this space.
Yeah, like, you know, even if there was some kind of fringe shift that they actually detected that nobody noticed, right? There's still like entire other types of measurements that have to do with relativity that are like independent of the fringe shift type of thing that would still have to be explained and falsified in some way.
Hmm.
There's like the pound Rebka experiment. There's like Doppler experiments, the Harvard Tower, the couple chemical experiments and stuff. Be a whole fiasco.
Yeah. One thing that's interesting also is we never seem to run material here. It's kind of mind-boggling that there's always be some new subject brought up they'll fight about for 2 or 3 months. Like now it's polarization lenses, and before that it was just regurgitating all the Michelson Morley, Gail Pierce, all these tests. Some topic they'll bring up that they can spend hours and hours researching, and their conclusions always remains the same. It's all a conspiracy. It's just no one wants to rock the boat. Along, you lose your job. It just gets repeats the same old lies to propagate, floating through this vast space of nothingness, godless, roaming direction.
I know, right? It's like no grad student ever was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna, upset the apple cart. I'm just gonna, like, they all are just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go along with that.
What does my instructor want to hear? What does the doctor want to see from?
But then, like, how do they make these discoveries, right? If everyone's just going with the, with the grain, like, how does relativity come about? How does quantum mechanics come about? I don't know. The logic just doesn't make sense.
Burn that paper with this Bunsen burner right now, class. You heretic.
It is.
You are coming up with something new.
Yep, and then the cycle through the arguments.
At some point, we're going to have some really good video in space. I think eventually. It is kind of funny how they really don't have something that's super compelling yet. With video being so ubiquitous and so easy. I mean, you got these GoPros have such great resolution. They're cheap. Take many. They'd have some videos that somehow see, but realize that maybe maybe that is right. Maybe that is in space. At some point, it's got to happen, right?
You'd think. I don't know. I do have to take off though, Xanax.
Let's roll. Yeah.
It's
But you know what's great about this?
chatting.
You have to burn some time, like in a long drive. This shit passes time fast. Waste time or passes time.
Yeah.
All right, man. Hey,
Well, see you, man.
Take care.
Good talking.
Bye. Yeah, you too.
Test 1 2 test.
Looks like someone is in timeout.
Who's that? That's what I know. Test. Test 1, 2.
Okay, what's going on here? Who killed the chat? Check this shit out. Check this video I just dropped. Holy cow. Anybody know about this? It's like a minute long. Yeah, I know I don't like Rogan myself, but it is what it is. Who else could get away with saying something like that?
Is that even real? Or is that like a deepfake thing? Do we know if it
I
came
don't
from,
know, bro, but
which episode?
yeah.
I mean, you heard that thing about the nugget, right? I mean, that seems like something
What is that
intense.
nugget? What does that mean?
Oh, it's a woman without legs.
Holy shit, that's what I thought, man. Or arms, right?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
That's some sick stuff, man. But that was sick, of course. But the 20 stories down underneath Disney? You know what 20 stories is? That's like unbelievable. Yeah, and they brought us the woke movement.
Yeah, that's crazy though about the underground structure. Not many people know about that, I don't think. Drip out.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked. I just saw the video, right? Like a minute ago, a couple of minutes ago. I never knew that. If it's true, 20 stories, that's unbelievable. That's a skyscraper. That's like a 20-story building. We're talking what? Minimum 200 feet. Minimum. So you can dedicate a whole floor or two to just a party room. Imagine now, I don't know how many apartment buildings are in a floor. Imagine 10, 20 apartments, period, all opened up, and you have all that square feet of party stuff, bars, pools, saunas, whatever debauchery you can think of. Yeah, kind of sick.
Yeah, that's what happens when you think you're a monkey. Anything goes.
Yeah, well, at least you guys got DeSantos down there, and he's like fighting back. I think you cut the tax thing off of them. You know, they were like a city onto their own, like they were like sort of like the Vatican, like make their own laws, and they didn't pay a lot of taxes and stuff. And DeSantis took that all away from them. So at least you have one governor that's not a woke, shall we say, or woke the proper way.
Yeah, that is a strange situation. You said DeSantis, that's the Florida guy, yeah?
Yep, yeah, the governor
So
of
what's his
Florida.
deal? He can go against the mainstream and just do what he wants, and everyone's cool with it?
Well, they were fighting back. They were fighting back. All the woke people, all those freaks that call themselves woke. They were fighting back, and he didn't give up. He stood his ground.
Right, but what is he told to stand his ground? You know?
Well, he was told to change his position on Ukraine. That I know, and he obeyed. He did that like really quick. He changed the next day.
What was he
But on this, he held firm. Seems that he has backing on this woke thing.
You remember his position that he changed from?
Yeah, yeah, he was against sending arms and supplies to Ukraine, because you guys are funding the war down there, right? I mean, Ukraine belongs to the U.S. If you
Oh,
were to
good,
stop
yeah.
support, their government would fall apart tomorrow. Yeah.
I heard Larry say something about very fertile land over there, so that's good.
The
Guess it's our
most,
fertile land, yeah.
arguably, the most fertile land in the world. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, bro. It's like one of the bread baskets of the world there. The thing is that it's like a Nazi party running it, but nobody hears about that. Everybody hears that Russia's the bad guy, right? Russia's the bad guy. They're invading. Let's send them money. Let's send them troops. Not troops. No one's going to want to put boots on the ground. That's for sure. But they don't mind the Ukrainians, young men dying. That's cool with them. As long as they can send them arms and make money, no problem. think the estimated count of dead is 400,000 now.
Wow. See, even that number sounds so fake to me. Wasn't the like total number of sea deaths like right around there? Maybe a little more. I don't know.
Sea deaths?
Sea, yeah. Alleged illness in the last few years.
Oh, right. I hear you. Is it that low? Can't
I
be
thought it
that low.
was, yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
No way, bro. Really?
That might have been an early number I heard. I don't know. I could be wrong. But wow, 400,000. If that's
I
real,
mean,
that's
that's a
incredible.
lot still, but I.
Well, check this out though. Check this number out. The the Marine Corps, the United States Marine Corps has like, I don't know, 200,000 total.
I know it's a shocking number, bro. Now check this out. 60,000 amputees. Now, I don't know if these numbers
Horrible.
are real or not, right?
Right, yeah. There's no way to know.
That's not from CNN. Yeah. According to CNN, the Ukrainians are winning the war. They just need a little bit more time and just a little bit more ammunition.
Who believes that?
Most Americans.
Oh man.
Well, here's one guy, Aristotle's. And Russia is losing. How nice. Ukraine broke in south of Ukraine. No, they didn't.
I thought
This
it
was
was
supposed to
common
be a
knowledge.
spring offensive. They were supposed to. Sorry?
I thought it was common knowledge that Russia was a superpower. Am I wrong?
Well, according to some, it's not somehow now.
Oh. Huh.
Apparently, they have 750,000 troops in and around Ukraine right now. Boots on the ground. Aristotle, you'd think there's actually a chance for Ukraine of winning this war? Like, seriously? According to Colonel McGregor, they have destroyed 3 armies so far. The first one was trained by the West, had West equipment, was 125,000 strong, got obliterated. Then they
McGregor, is that a Russian?
created a second army. No, he's a retired colonel, United States Army.
Gotcha.
Served under Bush, military advisor. Served like, career military guy. And he's not the only one. There's this general, and there's this other colonel, and a whole bunch of other people. But you gotta look behind the scenes. If you look at CNN, you won't, you're gonna think Ukraine is winning the war.
Yeah, it really goes to show that that saying, the theater. Maybe it's not really a saying. It's more like exactly what it's called: the theater of war, or the theater that your operations are in. It's really that. I mean, no one really knows what's going on. Crazy.
Yeah, the disinformation, the fog of war. Yeah,
Ooh,
even
there you
these
go.
guys
Fog
could be a
of war.
setup, a CIA, and yeah. Even what I'm saying right now, what I think is correct information, could be just misinformation. Yeah. But anybody in their right mind can't think that, you know, a country like Ukraine is going to defeat Russia. Like that's insanity. I mean, the Germans tried. They had 9 million soldiers when they started the war. How did that turn out for them? If you think you're going to defeat the Russians, I mean, one little country like Ukraine is going to defeat the Russia, like, you're delusional. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's just the way it is.
I don't think you can lose 400,000 of anything and be okay. You know, it's not going to work out that way.
Yeah, if those numbers are true, it's a whole generation gone, literally. He still thinks Russia is losing. Yeah, if you can convince people like him, you know. Yeah, the Guardian's gonna give you the news, bro. Yeah, listen to the Guardian.
The videos I see of drone operations and footage and things like that, it from what I can tell, the drones destroying vehicles, you know, really easily. So this is a different type of war, maybe a war that no one's ever really fought like this.
Oh, definitely. The drones have changed everything. Yeah, that's a real game changer. Yeah, but don't forget, the Russians have like S-300s, S-400s. They got all kinds of anti. Like, they block the signals of the drones. They have all kind of countermeasures. We're talking about Russia now. We're not
Right.
talking about a third world country. Yeah.
Right. It wasn't Ukraine as the enemy in the Hollywood movie with Tom Cruise. You know, it was the people
Yeah.
who really had some jets, mini jets.
I just think it's crazy that they have the whole world hating on Russia and all these they ban them from using Visa. They put all these sanctions on them and everything. They try and prevent them from doing everything you can think of, except for go to space. They're still allowed to go to the International Space Station. They're still allowed to be, you know, #1 space company.
Uh-huh. Yeah. This is all hypocrisy. This is all the military industrial complex. Name an invention of Russia. Yeah, the super cruise missile that can take out an aircraft carrier. How about that one? The missile that's unstoppable. How about that one? I'll tell you another one. They invented new drill technology, the Kola deep borehole. That's another one. Never underestimate your enemy, my friend. And which the Russians shouldn't be your enemy. You're convinced that they're your enemy, but they're not. I don't get your point, Aristotle. What? Because they haven't invented some stuff that you think? I don't understand. They have the most tanks. They have the most soldiers on the ground. There's no chance that the Ukraine's going to defeat them.
Allegedly,
Impossible.
they put a lot of work in against Germany in the 40s, yeah.
If it wasn't for them, I don't know if we would have defeated the Germans. It was the Russians that defeated the Germans. You know that, right? They were the ones that massacred the German army. The Americans and the rest of us just landed there and, cleaned up a little bit. But the most of the slaughter of the German army was the Russians that did it. The Germans got their asses whooped, Aristotle. Badly. They were decimated. In the beginning, they were winning. But then, ooh boy, when the winter set in, just like Napoleon got slaughtered. These are just facts, guys. I mean, I'm sorry. It is what it is. It's history. Unless you don't believe it in history, which is very possible to be changed. So,
Yeah, there's not too many folks from around that time left anymore. Maybe still a few thousand here and there or something.
yeah, well, my grandfather was around. He was alive then, and he told me the stories. And I can assure you, the Germans were real. And they were fucking ruthless. Excuse my language. See, the problem with Americans that they've never experienced, not the problem, I mean, it's a good thing. America has never experienced a war on its soil. The Civil War. But after that, no one has ever seen war on their doorstep. War is something that happens on TV. Think about it. World War One, not one enemy soldier on American or Canadian soil. World War II, same thing. Millions of people have died. towns destroyed, cities burned, other cities nuked. Life as usual in Canada and in the States. But I assure you, World War III, there will be boots on the ground in Canada and in the States. All the warmongers keep that in mind. If World War III breaks out, you will see people on the ground in the States and in Canada. So maybe we shouldn't start World War III. It's funny, these warmongers, huh? Until it's time for them to go to war or to send their son or daughter to war. Then they shit their pants and change their mind, huh? Yeah, we call people like that cowards where I come from. As long as you can stay home and watch the war, it's good, huh? Everything's cool, right? But when it's your ass on the line, haha, it's kind of different then, huh? Yeah, I know you're kind. You're the kind that when war breaks out, you're going to be coming up here in Canada. Yeah, we call you deserters. Yeah, people like you make me sick. Which would be okay if you weren't a warmonger to begin with. But it's the warmongers I'm talking about. The ones that, unless it's them or their children that have to go to war. That's what I'm talking about. Like most liberals.